To order. Good morning, everybody. It is April 8th, just past 9 o'clock. Mr. Hyde, would you please provide us with the invocation, sir?
Father, we thank you for this another beautiful morning, and we pray, Lord, that as we come here to conduct the business of this county, that you will give us the wisdom to make those good decisions for the citizens of Sumner County. We pray your blessings for this day. Amen.
Amen. Okay, I have no changes to this agenda unless anybody does, and assuming not, I would entertain a motion to approve.
Motion approved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Recognition of the public. I don't know that anybody signed up to speak.
I don't think so.
Okay, then we can move on. I have no major report. I think most of us, or several of us, have done this before, so I think we're pretty aware of what's about to transpire, and hopefully we can get past the next couple of days with all of our brain cells intact. Okay. Ms. Finance Director.
So the smaller packet that you have, that has the letter from the comptroller on the front, this was an email, I don't know if all of you received it or not, but the comptroller had sent this out yesterday, just with some general guidance, fiscal health principles for schools and local governments. I just want to print that off and make sure you have that. Not going to talk about it today, but it's something for you to review. Next in your packet is the budget calendar. I've done a few updates to that and made some comments on there. You'll see those in red. Just want y'all to keep those dates in mind. You do need, before we leave tomorrow, to try to set another hearing date for any departments who submit appeals after these 2 days hearings. The goal is to have a budget passed by June 30th. That
Amen.
It's a tremendous hardship on the finance department when we don't have a budget by June 30. I know y'all don't see what we're doing. You don't see the day-to-day stuff, but it does create a hardship on us. So I would really like for y'all to try to have one passed by June 30th.
Me too.
The next page
Get yourself together.
is the tax rate for the current year. And then Matt and I had met and discussed some changes he would like to see. So that's what's included on the budgeted tax rate.
And just a quick note here, that, this is a starting point.
Correct.
It's kind of a rough end, and we're hoping, we make a little bit of changes every year on this point, but we'll get to it in a minute, but it's just a
Correct.
start. Sorry.
I just wanted you to be aware that these are the rates that are included in the budget document that you have before you. And you'll see the differences in those rates. And included on that sheet is the current value of the penny. And we are still using the 97.5% collectability rate. The next sheet is on the front side are the current estimated revenues, local revenues by fund. I know some of you have asked about that a few times. And then on the back of that are our next year's budgeted revenues by local revenues by fund. And to the far right includes the prior year's budgeted MOE for the schools and what the difference is current year to next year. And you'll see that includes an increase of just shy of $6 million.
So quick note on that one. That is for the last 2 cycles, where that came from, where that's derived from, is maintaining penny by penny appropriations exactly the same. So that increase is, I think, entirely driven by expected increases in sales tax revenue.
That's a lot of, you'll see the breakdown.
Yeah, but the first part of what I said is true, right? Like, there's no penny change
Correct.
to the schools, so it's,
Correct.
I just want to make sure everybody understands that part.
Hey Beth, can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm
Go
on the
ahead.
last page.
Yeah.
The 97.5 collectability, is that historically what or is it
Yes.
higher, lower,
No,
or?
we've used 97.5.
I know, that's what we use, I'm sorry. I'm
We'll-
asking, do
What
we,
our actual collectability rate
Yes.
is.
has it been 98, 99, 95?
It's usually closer to 98. Currently, for this year, we're hanging around that 97.5.
Okay,
We expect that to go up. And
Okay.
March was a big month. Those numbers, we don't have the actual March numbers
sure.
in here. And that, talking to Cindy Williams, that was a big collection month, just because of how the dates fell in February.
Yeah.
And we got a lot of mail postmarked in March. But,
So that's property tax only?
Yes.
Okay. Could I ask a question on
Go
the
ahead.
same page? The payment in lieu of taxes, it's the only thing that's different, and it's the disparity's pretty big. Can you,
Facebook is sending their payments directly to the schools.
oh,
So,
Did they do that last year?
No.
no, that's new,
That's
We had to
different.
fight for that to get over here and we got,
because it was going straight to the
That's-
city, right? It was going straight to the
the
city?
city it was funneling it and it was supposed to be a disbursement to,
Schools, but it didn't.
not necessarily, no, it was to the county.
Okay,
And that's what, one of the arguments they were trying to make was that, they should be getting credit for the payment by making it directly to the schools. And they weren't a party to my best recollection is they weren't a party to this whole Facebook agreement at the time. So I don't know how that's happening.
that would be.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, I
That's a
don't mean to
good,
be stupid, Facebook. Oh, that, cause
Meta.
they donate Meta.
That
Never mind.
Woolhawk
Yes,
agreement?
Yes. I was thinking, what do we have to do with them? Okay, sorry.
oh, yeah, good,
Their
good. Any
contributions.
other notes?
Well, I was just wondering, are they the only ones in the county that have payment in lieu of taxes?
no, we pull up on the
Oh, they're
revenue tab,
different.
pull up, the pilot.
If you had said Meta, I wouldn't have gone.
Yeah.
for it.
Any other questions, David?
Well,
Oh, you
You'll
wanna see this?
see, go back down. Yeah, down. Next one. Okay, so for the current year, here are all of the, businesses that have pilot agreements.
Are those all with cities or some of them with the counties? Do you know?
They're all with cities.
All cities make
Yeah, county does not have any.
payment in lieu of taxes?
And, we get some federal pilot payments, but we don't have any economic development funds.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Just out of curiosity, would that be an attempt to cut the trustee out of the process?
I don't know the reason behind that.
Because that would be money handled by the trustee, which would be a fee, which would be back to the county.
it's really a questionable thing that's being done to the county citizens. I mean, when you can buy a property, quit claim it to an industrial board, and then because they're a government, they don't have to pay taxes. And then the payment, this is as I understand it, maybe somebody can explain it better, but then the agreement is, okay, you don't have to pay property taxes because the industrial board owns the property, but you have to pay the industrial board
Yeah.
payments. So it completely bypasses.
That's pretty much right.
But
Yeah.
I understand that, but if last year they were giving this money to, the city, and the city then to the county, then it was being processed by the trustee, and there was, I would imagine that, fee was being taken. And perhaps this is a way of avoiding the trustee,
It could be.
and which would be money to the county,
Yeah,
It'd be
that's not
2%.
happening.
a fee to the county. So, be interesting to find out more about that.
Yeah, sure would.
Can we, this is an important note, I just recognize also we've got a lot of work in front of us.
Sure.
Can we park that one, I mean, and see if we can get an answer as to what the background on that is, Beth?
Yeah.
Because I imagine there will be some discussion of this during workshop tomorrow,
Yeah,
so
it's a big deal.
it's a good question. Any other notes?
Can
Oh, go
I ask
ahead.
her to ask two more things when she's checking into it?
Yes, go ahead.
Number one, what would the fee have been?
2%.
2%. And number two, would the schools have gotten the rest of it?
Anyway, that's,
Gotten the rest of it.
if there is the ultimate destination of the difference of funds, would that have gone to the schools regardless?
The 2%.
Not the 2%.
No,
The remainder,
outside
the difference, the total difference.
98, okay.
That's-
So we're really talking about a 2%. You're on the same kind of, I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense of the magnitude of it.
Well-
The county receives a portion.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 2%.
No, if you'll go back.
So it's 2% plus what?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to get.
Yeah.
These that show Facebook, so these three amounts here, this is what the county receives is distributed among the funds.
So-
So that's our portion. The schools, I don't know how much the schools part was that they received directly.
So are are you saying the schools are receiving, like, we're not getting this now?
No, this is what we got.
Oh, okay, so, all right.
Yeah.
Here's,
Okay.
here's the schools column. You'll see the zeros.
Yeah.
Well, we can fix that one way or the other.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, good note.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's
There's more than one.
there's more than one way to skin that cat. We can even those numbers up. So, all right, good questions. Any other notes? Beth, go ahead. And by the way, before we get going, the way we've done this in the past and the way I'll intend to do it is that for discussion, as we get into discussions, and particularly during workshop, in most cases, and I should have mentioned this during my part, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but in a lot of cases, we'll kind of agree on a cut or a change. Let's say we wanted to figure out how to work that number one way or the other. In many cases, we'll largely agree, and I think people kind of just let me or Beth kind of make those changes. If there is a discrepancy, like where it's very clear to me that we disagree, I'll take a vote on it, and we'll go with the majority. And at any point, if I start to make a change or ask Beth to make a change and you don't agree, you can call for a vote. So that's kind of how we'll run this, unless anybody has objection. Other than that, it's a little more freeform than normal. Sorry, Beth, go ahead.
You're good. The next thing you'll see is a refunding savings analysis. This is prepared by Julianne Graham, who's our financial consultant regarding bond issues. We have one bond that is refundable at this time. The budget document includes currently a $10 million payoff on this bond. It currently has a little over $40 million outstanding. The budget document does not include the change, like the cost of refunding that bond, nor does it include the changes in the debt payments each year. That's what the next two packets are. So what I'd include in the budget document is just a flat $10 million payoff. These two documents show what those payments would be, plus it includes the cost of the issuance. So it gives you a little better numbers.
You're holding two of the same there, right?
No, one is a $10 million payoff,
different
one's a $5
scenarios.
million payoff.
Look at this subtext.
Yeah.
Mine says 10 million on both.
I'm sorry.
Mine, see, I only have one, and
Mine does
it
too.
says 10 million.
Maybe we have.
We might have, yeah, we might have gotten
I might
to
have
printed the wrong, yeah.
Okay. I'll have to
Oh,
read.
one was hiding, okay.
How much is the
Both
annual?
of mine
how
say
much is the
10.
annual
Yeah, then you're right.
savings?
I'll have to reprint
I
that.
think we've got double of the
We did
same.
get double.
Yeah, I
So
can,
put your extra here.
I'll reprint the 5.
Sorry, y'all.
When we break for
Homeschool
lunch.
teachers.
Yeah, but Beth, go ahead though and continue the,
Collect all
Fine.
the
Sorry
papers,
about
put it in the.
that.
so there will be some detailed changes here, but the direction of it, I think we can get a good idea just by going through the
Yeah.
scenario.
So if you look at this page,
No, just one of them.
it's, just flip the page.
Two of the same hand.
This page right here, guys,
Yeah.
Okay.
the scenarios.
Just flip the front page. This shows you, these are conservative estimates, by the way. These aren't set in stone. This is something that will be on the budget agenda Monday night for you to vote on because it would have to go to commission. But I wanted to go ahead and get it in front of you now so we could talk about it a little bit too. The base case is if you did nothing but refund the bond. This is not any payoffs or anything. It's just refunding it because it's a better interest rate. And you'll see that it would be, on average, $244,000 savings each year. If we pay off $5 million and refund, it'd be an average savings of $817,000 a year. If we pay off the $10 million, it'll be just shy of $1.4 million average savings a year.
So what's important here is if you diff the just shy of 1.4 minus the 244 base case, you end up at about a penny a year for how many years? 10 years. So,
Savings.
Savings.
What was this bond for? Does it explain in here?
It was 2015, the school, it was school and public improvement. I don't remember which schools it was related to.
Now,
Was it,
now let me,
that's been 11 years.
Did you say
ago.
that's for 10 years?
10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what I'm gonna propose, and this is, we'll have to, discuss this and vote on it, is as we know, when we get into the debt service, we've been subject to arbitrage, and so we've worked that down a little bit year over year, so that now we pretty much have no arbitrage, right? However, the problem with that is that you want to maximize your debt service, right? And so as we work that down, the question is, how do we continue to service that in the most efficient way that we can? What this allows us to do is use debt service funds in a way that will, correct me if I'm wrong, it will not be served. We will be able to reduce a total debt load, save net pennies over the course of 10 years and not be subject to arbitrage. So that's going to be my proposal. We'll talk through it. It's actually related to the first page we looked at today when we started moving around the pennies, but this is a part of the overall plan, to Beth's note, because I had made some changes at the last minute, and thank you guys for working this up. She had to kind of show this in a separate document, and so there's it differs a little bit from the overall budget, but that's the overall plan, and we wanted to put that front and center. I'm sorry to keep interrupting you.
One thing that I do want you to think about that you will need to decide how you want to do this. So the plan is, this will be on Monday's budget agenda. If it's approved there, it would go to commission. Sorry. That's just approving us to basically pull the trigger when the market's right. We won't do it if there's not a savings. The market today is a little bit better than it was last week. It's not as good as it was in January and February. So Julianne is keeping an eye on it, but she wants to be able to move when the market's right if we're gonna do this. What I will need from you is some guidance for her as to when to do that. Do you want a certain percentage of savings? Do you want a certain amount of savings? Or as long as it's positive, are you good with it? So, and we don't have to decide that right now, but it's something for you to consider.
This is like a loan finance, right? Refinance.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, it's a
So
rollover.
do we have to pay points to do it? Because at some point, it doesn't make sense to reduce it if your points
I
All
mean,
of the-
go ahead, Beth.
All of the fees are included in here.
In
that-
here, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That you would be.
You can get a pretty good idea by backing into that, by just subtracting out how much are we putting in versus the total savings. So, you know, you got 10 million here, 1.3 million dollars a year over 10 years. Well, that's almost $4 million in total savings. Oh, but over the course of 10 years.
But
So,
I'm a little confused, because this has 40 million left on it.
yes.
We want to pay down 10 now.
Yes,
Was
that-
all 40 due in 2035?
That's the total schedule. So it's in tranches. So that's the
Okay.
total schedule.
So if we pay 10 now, we can reduce it by a penny, the interest
Recurring,
rate.
roughly.
And then.
Interest plus
And
principal.
we won't have arbitrage kick in.
That's correct.
Great, that's great.
Sorry, Beth, go ahead. Any other questions on this? Go ahead.
So these numbers are kind of in flux
Correct,
based on when you pull the trigger.
correct.
Okay. So,
But
how would that affect us as far as budgetary this year, the 10 million?
it really won't affect you a whole lot on this year's. We do have an interest payment due
Understand?
June 1.
Right.
It's next year's.
I got you.
And what you're saying is the 10 pennies that
I'm
we,
talking about the 10
that's
pennies.
that's coming from debt service, and we
Okay.
would,
That's
so
what I
it
wanted to
wouldn't,
know.
that's coming from debt service, and if you look at the previous,
If you look at the.
The
one
penny breakdown.
It says the 10, well, if you look at this though, it
It's
shows-
already in the bucket.
yes,
Okay.
and then we would, if you look at the penny allocations, we would be taking 10 out and putting 3 in. So you take 10 million out roughly, and you put 3.5 million in to kind of plus that back up. That's the
So I'm
idea.
just thinking ahead a week. If this committee decided to vote to give you the authority to pull the trigger, well, we could save at least a penny.
Yeah, that would be it. That's
That
something
would be
we could do.
Mm-hmm.
That would be guidance, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And by that, you mean at least a penny per year?
That's correct.
Because that would mean.
Because it's around, she's got 1.4.
Right.
Penny's around 1.1-ish.
Ish.
So.
So you want that anyway, because
Yes.
like kind of time value of money kind of thing. Yeah,
Exactly.
that makes
She's
sense.
got to have a range,
Yeah.
because she can't hit
That's-
this number exactly.
That's right. That would be the kind of thing we would need to issue.
Okay.
Any other questions? Beth, please continue.
That's all I have.
Okay, so, are there any other major questions I mean, here's the thing, we're gonna have the opportunity this year, I think, to largely get where we need to be in every way and pay down debt and do so in a way that we will avoid arbitrage. So hopefully we'll have a good news story this year.
Would you repeat the arbitrage number we paid last year? I believe
So-
it was 250.
Well, yes, it was around $250,000, I think that's right. And then as of this year, I think it's around, 8,000? We reduced it quite a bit. Arbitrage,
Well, we've had a,
175.
Wasn't that-
Thank you.
75,000 in September, and then we have a payment of 8,000 coming up.
yeah.
Okay, I couldn't remember. I thought 250 was high. Thank you.
Okay, so, sorry, my bad. I thought it was
No, no.
around higher too. Thank y'all.
that's what was budgeted.
Oh,
Because
okay.
we didn't know at the time.
And we
We budgeted 250 and it ended up being
170.
175 because we had to vote on that.
Oh, yeah, I
just couldn't
remember.
remember.
And Mr.
Actually, I
Hyde,
was thinking it was 159.
just so you know, when we were having that discussion a while back about the reduction in debt service, that was what we were trying to avoid, not trying to rob the debt service fund. So this is a way to keep that whole.
I understand.
Got it. Sorry. I just didn't want people to
You
think
ever
I
done
was.
this before?
I was just didn't want people to think I was robbing the debt service fund. Okay. I think we're ready to go.
I have a question
Yes,
before we
sir.
start, just for my sake. In new revenue, how much do we have increased in revenue, like 3%, 4%, 4.5%, what?
Total revenues?
Over last year?
No.
Go.
How much money are we working with, percentage-wise? That's, is important to me as a baseline.
Are you talking about just general fund?
Yes.
Well, you wouldn't be able to, because we're moving pennies around. I think you need to do general fund, but we
It has
also need
nothing
to
to do
do.
with moving pennies around. I just want to know how much new revenue.
But you can't just look at the general fund to
You
get
can.
that. No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Right now,
Last year's revenue versus what
That's not just
revenue we
general
have
fund,
this
that's
year,
total
what
revenues.
percentage is.
Total revenues.
look,
No, this is just general fund.
I know that, but we need to know both.
Right, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You may need to know both. I just need to know this.
Okay.
so
You ever heard the term hill to die on? This is not.
here's last year's revenue compared to what you budgeted this year. But what you have to keep in mind, this 129 million includes 6 million of the fast track grant. It also includes 6 million of the fast track expenditures, but that 6 million has kind of inflated that number, or looks like it is, was that right at 9% increase.
So it should be
in revenue.
4.6 million.
The fast track was the water.
Water line grant. We put half of it
Water
in
line,
this
water
year
line.
and half next year.
Yeah.
So did you get a number? Do you want her to give you a
So
No.
number?
Look, it's just this simple. Last year, sales tax, property tax, other fees, X amount of money. This year, property tax, sales tax, other fees. How much of a percent of increase is it?
I'm just gonna let them work it out.
So, Matt, the 129 in the fiscal year 2027, would we subtract 6 out of that?
You have to,
You have
yes,
to, so
that's
it's at
correct.
123.
Correct,
So last year was 118.
Correct.
Now it's 123.
correct. Correct.
Oh, she did.
But this is already with pennies reappropriated.
Plus, this would also not include if we were to do the pay down and the additional pennies, so it could be 4.6, 5.7.
No, because that's in debt service, not in general fund.
No, I understand that, but I mean, we're talking about X
Or you
amount
just
of
want
dollars.
general fund?
Talking about having to reallocate. That money will not be realized this year, but it will be realized.
It will be realized next year, that's right. That's true.
I imagine it's gonna be in the range of 4 to 5%.
Almost 10. Just
10?
on local revenues.
Uh-huh.
It's almost
Local
10.
revenue.
Sumner County's a
We
white
had a
place.
mighty fine year then.
Doesn't sound right.
Is that including the fast track? Did you have the fast track grant?
No, this
That's
is
both.
just local revenues that are on this sheet.
Okay.
It doesn't include state, federal money, any of that.
Oh.
Any other questions? Okay. County clerk.
Jessica, do you know what page on the budget she's on?
38.
I have them all on here. On
It's
the agenda.
38.
I was prepared for that this year.
So what you're saying is read before you ask a question. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Templeton, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, as you can see on there, the significant amount that I've asked for is in salaries. Right now, I am down for employees. I have 25 positions, I only have 21 employees. One's due to retirement, the other two left, which have had over 10 years' experience. And right now, I cannot even get anyone to talk to me about employment for anything under $20. I have people in my office that have been there 2 years that's only making $20 an hour. I really need to be able to bring my employees up to where they want to stay and where we can continue to provide quality, efficient service for the citizens of Sumner County. As you can see on here, we turned in above our budget, $900,000. In my budget for the last 3 years, just my budget alone, not fees, I've turned back in over $300,000. The majority of that's been salaries. I'm going to be turning in quite a bit this year, but that's going to be due to the fact that I've got 4 vacancies. But I'm still, if you factor that in, I'm still going to be returning well around $50,000 or more back in, just out of salaries. So I think that I've spoken with each of you about what I put in my budget was $40,000 plus the COLA. If you could return the money, or at least that portion of it, back to me from what's I'm going to be turning back over to you, that's no new money. That would allow me to bring my employees up to just not where they deserve to be, but where maybe I could hold on to employees, because it takes a long time in our office, 6 to 8 months to train somebody. So it's not productive to get somebody trained, and the dealerships are coming after our employees. So I need to really be able to pay them. Our postage a month, you can see I increased my postage. We spend around $8,000 a month on postage. We were reimbursed for that. Like last month, we collected $13,000 back in postage. So that's probably going to be pretty much like a wash. So I'm not asking for wants, I'm asking for needs.
And the number's 50?
I had asked when I talked to each of you before I went back and looked at what I was probably going to be turning back in. I had asked you all for 40, so I did not increase that because that's not what I had discussed with each of you. So 50 would be great to help me bring our employees up. I just need more money for employees.
Go ahead.
I would make a motion to
Well-
let her have 50 if.
Well, I mean,
it's appropriate.
my only take on this is that I may very well be for that. I just think that we should wait until we get to the workshop so that we can see everything all together.
No, that's fine.
That's my only note here, but I may very well support it. Mr. Klein?
We can talk directly to.
Yes,
it.
yeah, without objection, go ahead.
You said, not what they deserve, but what you need. What do you think they deserve?
I don't think anyone in my office would be making less than $25 an hour.
25? Okay.
I mean, that's what I think.
What do they start at roughly?
Right now, I've had to start people at 20 because they won't even talk to me for anything
Sure.
else. So what I've done with the ones that were under 20, I brought them up to 20.
Sure.
Because I had the money to do it, because I cannot start somebody out at more than what I've got employees already.
Sure.
That's not right.
Sure.
So right now, $20.
Okay.
I see there.
And every new person that comes into Sumner County is gonna hit our office at least one time. So we have more foot traffic than anybody in this building. And you're gonna see that as you are here today and tomorrow. Monday, we had them lined up all the way past the stairwell just about all day. Everybody that's here knows that. One reason, we're down we're down 4 employees. 2 of those employees have got to go to our Hendersonville office. So, you know, we're trying to work between both offices, which more people come here than they do in Hendersonville, but we have to have at least 7 people in Hendersonville for them to operate.
And you've got 5 now.
Well, right now, we've got a new person down there, so basically you've got 5, but 1 trained.
I
Which
mean-
takes a lot of one other person.
It does.
No new employees, you just need to replace the ones. I can't see on here that your new employees, no. Are you asking
I've
for
got
more
4
employees?
positions because since this, I've had 3 people. I had 1 to retire and 2 to
Mhm.
leave.
Yeah,
I already had a vacant one.
uh-huh.
And then I already had, right now, I am 4 people short.
But you're not.
But you're not
for
asking
I'm
for
not
new
asking for
employees.
any-
That's
I'm
what I
not-
wanted to
no,
be.
no.
No, that's fine, that's
No,
clear.
I'm not asking for any new employees.
No, that's
I
fine.
just want to be able to fill the ones I've got.
I got that. I didn't
No,
see
I'm
it on
not
your
asking
thing, I
for
just
any
wanted to make
more.
sure. Yes.
I'm just asking that you would work with me because of what we've been able to turn back in. And if I could use some of that money, it's no new money, I realize that it's reoccurring. But, I know that you all want us to provide a service to our citizens in Sumner County. And we're gonna do that regardless. But it would help my employees, because it's hard when you sit there all day long and you've got a body in front of you all day. Except when you go to lunch or go to break. That's hard.
I think Carolyn, your request is, I'm personally speaking, I think your request is very fair. I think you do an amazing job.
Thank you.
I agree.
Any other notes from Ms. Temple? Thank you, ma'am. Okay, planning. There, anybody from planning engineering here? Oh, yeah, there you go. Hey, sorry.
Yeah, it's page 30. Yeah.
Really, everything stayed pretty close to the same as what it was last year. I was asking if we could do a part-time position for our front desk to kind of help with the whole service that our office provides. That was, okay, thank you.
I cannot hear you.
There somewhere, but
Could you-
He's just moving us around
Oh,
at this
okay.
point.
yeah, part-time.
Basically just adding a
I
part-time
like the
person.
worksheets better. Can you tell me what worksheet that is?
I don't have those down
You didn't put those
for the
together.
salaries, no.
Okay.
Because they're not included in the budget, but I will tell you really quick.
No, that's all right.
It is,
Just
Oh, it's in the, never
A6.
mind. I know, it's been so long. since
no,
I
it's
did-
not on, no, it's not in that.
The attachment, it's not in the index?
No, those are, we didn't include those in the big document this year. Like for,
Yeah, it's this one. No, you don't have one?
technically it's the same document, but we didn't include it on the one online. But it's A6.
You're not telling me what I want to hear. So just quit talking. Maybe I'll find it.
A6.
A6.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I
she
meant.
This
said.
guy right here.
Oh, I didn't hear her say.
She don't have her
that.
hearing
It is
aid in, I'm
here.
sorry.
Y'all don't read
I
or
got on the
listen.
wrong glasses, that's why I can't hear. Okay, I'll find it. Yeah,
All right.
I knew it was
Go
in here. I
ahead,
was like, she's
Marcia.
not telling me
You
what
ever
I want to
seen,
hear.
you ever seen Sister Act?
But you're gonna have to speak loudly now
Check
because.
the battery.
No, I'm aware of where I am now.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
You're not ashamed of that.
We'll go home.
Not yet.
The one change I did have, and we kind of point out
He's
is
so
on
quiet.
He is.
He's talking.
we're doing an off, we're working with the sheriff's office to do an off-duty officer for our meetings. And so we're paying for that now out of a separate.
There it is.
So
I knew
there's
he wanted to know.
an amount. Let's see, it's for other contracted services. And so it went from 5,000 to 10,000. And the reason that is because we're now paying for that out of that line item.
They,
That's for the planning commission meeting
And BZA.
and BZA.
are they tense and that's why we needed to get somebody?
Well, historically, we, the last 5-6 years, we've always had a deputy there.
Gotcha.
And-
I didn't know if that was
and
a
like
new
some
thing.
Some meetings are fine, but we've had some, you know, it just helps having a deputy there. It's
Sure.
just a turn into-
What days are you looking at those working? I'm just curious.
The part-time position would be Monday through Friday, middle of the day, 4 to 5 hours every day.
Are y'all have somebody on the phone all day long?
Yeah, we get a
Because
lot of-
every time I call,
Yeah.
it goes straight to the
It's
voicemail.
phone calls and the walk-ins. So
Yeah,
if we have
yeah.
someone walk in, we're obviously helping with that, and then phone rings.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he's wanting staff planning.
So the new part-time and then just COLA, not anything, right?
Right, yeah, right. The only new position is the part-time admin. Just the cost of living.
And that's at a much different rate because it's not fully loaded with benefits and everything.
I think I a range of maybe like, $23, $24, something like that.
Total or?
For the part-time.
That's the wage.
Yes.
And then we need to calculate the,
No, it's, I think they,
It's
I
on
think
there.
factor that in.
Yeah. 32.
Right. So it's a little bit more.
oh, okay, 32,295, okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Okay. Building codes.
A7, Shannon.
Thank you, I could find.
I also like these worksheets.
Yes, thank you. You don't have to call them out for me. I can read.
Actually, it's very helpful.
It is
I actually
helpful.
think it is helpful to call it out.
Oh, okay, then call it out.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll
You
take
can
it too.
say-
Hey,
you
look,
can
I've
say
watched these
my
enough.
name.
David Klein, I know, gets lost. So he needs it too.
We're just,
Okay,
okay, go ahead.
April 3rd.
We're gonna kill each other today, not you guys.
yeah, we
So-
need a
Can you
sheriff
tell me
here,
where-
I think.
Yeah,
Was it
Braddock
there
still
for-
here?
I know, it's not like I don't know who I'm working with. I feel quite comfortable calling people on the carpet.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
This is the problem when you suspend the rules.
I think you'll find that building code's budget is fairly modest and generic. We're not asking for a lot. Probably the biggest thing that we're requesting is pay adjustments for the AFP lady. She is the fourth person we've had in this position. This position is 92 years old, and we're having a hard time retaining people because I feel like it's not, she's not getting paid what to be able to retain her, and that's really my fault because I asked for the 44,000 when we requested this, so it's no reflection on the budget committee. But in hindsight, I've been having problems retaining somebody, but Katie is a wonderful lady. She comes to us with a bachelor's degree in education from Arizona State University. She's just a good fit for us, and I'd like to keep her. I think it'd be good for the county if we can retain her. If I can brag on her a little bit, Katie was a semi-finalist Teacher of the Year 2 years ago when she was teaching in Arizona, and that she was the top 20, and she was interviewed, and I watched the video from Fox News in Phoenix where they interviewed her, and out of all the teachers from kindergarten through the 12th grade nationwide, she was the top 20, so we're really proud of her. I think she deserves a pay adjustment, so I submit that to you this morning.
What does AFT stand for?
Adequate facility status, which will be a topic of discussion at a future meeting.
Shannon, if something flies across this table at you, don't be surprised.
Any notes? Any questions?
Well, you're the budget hound, David.
All right, thank you,
You
sir.
know everything.
Thank
I
you,
don't
sir.
know every
Easy peasy.
abbreviation.
Thank y'all.
All right, data. Oh, good timing.
I asked
Come on
the
up.
questions you wish you had.
You are correct.
Huh?
8:15.
No, I knew what AFT was, except it took me a minute because he didn't
8:15?
have it.
8:15.
8:15. This one's gonna be helpful.
Go ahead, sir.
Not much to report. Mine is very status quo as opposed to last year, except for 2 contracts that are coming up that were capital projects.
Yes.
In the email, I included that. Those are from the Meraki licensing, which is countywide. So, and then there's 2 options, a 3-year and a 5-year. 3 years, 90,000. The 5 years, 121,000. If you go 5 years, several thousands will be saved if you go that route. The other one is our camera system, which is here, EMS, and our ability to view it over the website for everyone to use as far as employees, keep their eye on things, so forth. And we can do a 1 year on that or a 3-year. Those are both options that we have.
Do you have somebody retiring?
What's that?
Do you have somebody retire? I just noticed retirement went up quite a bit, so I didn't know if somebody was retiring.
He has a vacancy.
In the
Gotcha.
IT tech.
Gotcha.
Yeah, unfortunately, we lost one to the city. They pay much better than we do.
So while we're here in budget, last month, the month before, the chamber system, and you said that Carolyn had requested that you take that over,
That is an option, yes, ma'am.
and it would include the audio visual. Did you recommend an audio visual employee? I
No,
don't.
at that time, we'd
recall.
already submitted this before we got into that conversation.
Okay, well,
But
do we need to
Until we
discuss
talk-
it?
Well, I don't know. We need to discuss with Carolyn before we move forward anyway.
Oh,
with
okay.
that part. And she has
Good
to come
question.
to the
It
budget
is a good
meeting for
question.
that discussion, yes.
It'll be on Monday's
It's on budget.
agenda.
Oh, it's
Okay.
on Monday's
business.
agenda? Okay, all right, okay.
But we would need to.
Yes,
put
we
that
need
in
to
the-
plan for that. That could be a potential new employee.
Yeah, under your department.
Yes.
Yeah, depending on how she goes and how we proceed,
All right.
we'll determine how she wants to do it as far as.
Do we need to call her back?
I mean, we're gonna be talking about it on Mondays, well, but then
Yeah,
we'll be done.
here we are. So how much do you, if you were to hire someone for AV, do you have just even like a baseline number for that employee? Would they be full-time, part-time? Do you have anything?
They would definitely be full-time.
Okay.
We've got a lot of, and as I said in our meeting for that, for budget, we would want to integrate them into the court system as well. Because
So-
currently, they have absolutely no one overseeing that.
Do you have any kind of number?
I do not. I can have that Monday for the meeting if I'm.
Well, if we're gonna be getting through, we'll be through with this before,
Yeah, can we
I
just?
mean like a,
Yeah,
within like $10,000-15,000 range, like,
Like a hundred,
is it 60,000, 100,000?
Let's say 65.
Okay.
That would be a good
is that full,
start.
that's not
That's
fully
not- so
wrapped, that's just
65
their
plus like
salary?
1.3, something like that, fully
Yeah.
wrapped.
Okay,
Okay,
65 is one, I'll put 75 on there.
So,
yeah,
you,
maybe,
you probably said this, and I was looking
Is
at
it gonna be
numbers.
that much more?
probably.
It would be a
I'm gonna say
separate
100,000.
employee
You
or
can't-
somebody
you
that's
can't
just
blow
working
it.
overtime,
This would be an addition.
an additional? Gotcha.
And then will the,
Welcome back.
yes, will the camera money, that all come?
We're talking
out?
about- did they-
Well,
he
we
said
will
it
come
was
out
budget?
capital. That will
Okay.
come.
Just come out
Yeah,
capital?
come out, the physical
And that
stuff
would
will
be
come
your
out capital.
preference,
Okay.
right? Is to shift
So-
that
Yeah, it's,
to IT,
I thought it was IT, okay.
the camera
yeah,
system.
I can say that.
Are you talking about changing systems?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, changing systems, so there's the physical changing the systems, and then there's who's overseeing and managing it. What we're proposing here is, we recognize that we need we've talked about it before, that we will need likely need an overhaul to the system. the question that we're talking about now is, do we need to plan for an additional tech who's like an AV tech that would be operating out of the IT office to support that?
If I may, I think this is also a complete switch of responsibilities for maintaining the system, installing its software. I think I don't know, not to put words in your mouth, but we're trying to shift the whole dynamic over to IT. And then he controls the whole show.
No, we're talking about the same thing, but we know that
And
may need a
that's-
person.
Because when Robert came and spoke, I don't remember, in our last budget meeting, I don't recall if you spoke to that. So are you comfortable with him taking over that portion? Because Robert inferred that you were.
I am.
Okay.
And when he and I talked, we talked about the cost.
Uh-huh.
And we both decided it's gonna probably cost significantly more
Right.
to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And so then we also discussed updating with Arbor to make it ADA compliant and continuing like we are because of the cost.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a lot less because our maintenance a year with Arbor is only it's less than $11,000.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Total says that it will be significantly more than that if you go to a different system.
From what we saw so far, yes.
So,
Mm-hmm.
And I know we've had our issues with it being overseas, but with the cost of memory, AI, I mean, everyone knows what's going on right now. That might be the course we need to stay for a few more years. If that's, depending on what we find when we start comparing apples and oranges.
Yep, I mean, memory compute is super expensive right now.
Yes. It's
I mean, it's very expensive.
So there's an increase on your budget line. Would there be a decrease at all in yours if we should make this shift, or would everything else be, okay?
I mean, it's just,
It's not in the budget.
The current, the cost for that is in the county commission major category. It's not in Carolyn's
It's
budget.
not in mine.
Gotcha, okay.
When I get that bill, I turn it over and then we pay it.
so it would,
You say, not mine.
so what we would probably shift that from the county commission budget all over to IT. I think that would.
To me, it makes
Great
sense,
too.
to be honest,
All right.
especially with, I mean,
I think we've got a note here, at least I do, that we need, the note that I have is that we will need to consider an additional AV tech for $60,000, roughly $80,000 wrapped. That's what I've got there.
And then the cost as far as coming into our budget line too, for whatever the support will be from.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a software support, like updates and upgrades and stuff like that, that's fine.
Robert, we talked last time about, you had searched into some, have you moved forward on that at all, or?
I've been waiting until we made our final decision on how we were gonna go forward before we really went down there.
Because you had looked at two or
Yeah.
three anyway.
And then we'll pick that right up when we know how.
I mean, and I'm being like, I recognize that I'm asking too much here, but what would a yearly maintenance fee, do you think that would be for licensing or software, for what you've been looking at, high end, low end?
Well, it's been a while since I looked at it, so yeah, I'm kinda scared to say at this point.
Okay,
But
that's
I can
fine.
get some.
If we can just get it done tomorrow, that would be helpful, because this is probably something we're gonna need to build in.
I see what I can do. I know,
All right.
I know,
Discuss it.
it's sometimes it's like pulling teeth, I think it's vendors.
No, I get it.
And they
Okay,
don't even like to quote you 2 months in advance because of everything going on.
okay.
Oh, I'm gonna make him mad, but I've got one more
No,
question.
that's fine.
I know part of the reason we needed the new was because of security breach type
Yes, ma'am.
things. If we stay with Arbor, how is that corrected?
They have a system that will integrate, it'll be a complete.
Oh, okay,
system
so
overhaul.
it's an update, okay,
Yeah.
all right, okay,
And they're
that's,
waiting to demo that for us, we just have to move forward until we know what.
okay, all right, thank
money
you.
and so forth.
Yeah.
And the one thing I do want to point out is the Meraki licensing, I know sometimes budgets would, last longer than usual, we don't always get it passed on time. But the hard deadline on that is July 12th. If we do not have that taken care of, we will lose all access to, in all the county buildings to the internet. It is pretty important.
And just another reason to have it by June.
All right, any other
I
questions?
would probably keep that at the forefront of everybody's mind.
Yeah, just don't.
And
let us
I'm not
forget-
even, not
And the
jokes
Meraki
aside,
li-
I mean, if you
Yeah.
say that, while I love my colleagues, I feel like everybody likes to kick the can. So if we know that like, hey, this has got to be done, that would help.
Go ahead.
And the Meraki licensing is what we just discussed previous, which is the 3 to 5. That 5 year, I'm good, and the 5 year was the better price, okay.
Yeah, the good thing, if you go with the 5-year, we also get what's called the enterprise license, where I know everyone in here seen me come with Meraki licenses over and over and over. If we go with the enterprise license for that 5 years, anytime we replace equipment from there on out, we no longer have to buy a license. They will transfer the license to whatever the new equipment is.
Okay.
Which saves quite a bit of money.
Yeah.
And this is all county buildings, right?
That's correct. Well,
Thank you.
courtauce, all libraries. and-
Yeah,
Not the jail though, right? That's-
Yeah, we
The
don't-
jail, that's its own kind of.
That's-
Y'all do the cameras for the libraries?
No.
I thought you said libraries.
For Meraki, yes.
Oh, okay,
The
they
cameras,
just,
of course, and licenses.
oh, okay, all right, okay, thank you.
Yeah, for the camera system, we do, where it's here in EMS and archives.
Okay.
Not the
Okay.
election.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Okay. Trustee,
We're 20 minutes ahead.
Yeah.
do we want to take a 5-minute break?
Look at us.
Or do we want to, I don't know if, we could get the sheriff's office, but we might, how do we want to proceed?
I think Sheriff's just enjoying being here watching the circus.
I would imagine if you could get ahead, do you think yours could be done in 20 minutes? Okay, without objection,
No,
I'd like to.
Are you okay with that?
Are you kidding me?
He's a busy guy.
He likes watching. He likes learning.
That's more than I needed to hear.
All right, thank you.
8:25.
Thank you, Mr. Sheriff.
8:25.
8:25.
feel like I'm in a bingo.
That's what I was thinking, that's exactly what I said, that's exactly what I thought when I said that.
Bingo.
And bingo. Now you're mine.
I can see the way to go grab it now.
Nope.
However you'd like to stand,
This is the
sir.
trouble end of the table.
I'd rather not have my back to the door. That sounds
Yeah.
perfect.
Go ahead.
Salaries. All right. In salaries, we asked for what the budget committee recommended on the 2% COLA plus the step raise. The steps, that's based on the step study we did with Commissioner Boyd and David Long 3 years ago now. So everyone would get the 2% plus the step.
Do you have an idea of what the total percent that the step would be? What was the increase?
That's not on there.
I think it's 3.2.
So if you add them together, so it's 1.2
I believe
in
so.
steps plus the 2.
That is on my desk. I think
That's
it's 3.2.
Total.
Total.
Okay.
In salary,
2%
salary.
COLA.
not including new positions.
No, I understand. I
Oh,
understand.
Lord, don't let
I
us
understand.
forget that.
Okay.
For new positions, for this year, on the patrol division side, we asked for the additional 6 deputies that we talked about last year. That would get us up to what my staff study last year said was the adequate number of deputies. That would put 15 on this shift.
How many did we add last year?
Oh, we do need some warrants,
I believe we did 8 last year.
Yeah.
so these are actually reflective of 2026 numbers, not 27 numbers.
Correct. On
If
the
we-
staff request?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
for my notes, thank you.
On the, also, we asked for 3 additional warrants deputies. That's not something we discussed last year, however, I think it's intuitive here. More people in Sumner County, more civil warrants we gotta serve, more criminal warrants we gotta serve. There are statutes that say we have to attempt those services when they're provided to us, it's not. there's-
When was the last time that you increased the number of warrant officers?
We haven't increased the number of warrant officers since,
I know the answer.
it's been a long time.
Thank you.
In the detective line, we asked for 3 additional detectives this year. I'm sure you guys, if you follow our app or our Facebook page, we have been arresting child predators like crazy, and we're not gonna stop. I signed up as an ICAC affiliate agency in October. I knew that the child sex exploitation material was a problem. I didn't realize how bad it was. It's egregious. It's bad. I think we've worked 55 cases since October with a list to just keep going. And so I need those detectives to keep that.
It's disgraceful.
It's disgusting.
isn't it?
It's
The
disgusting.
more it's uncovered, the more it's
Right.
uncovered. It's
I mean, are
just
there just like
ridiculous.
rings of people that are doing this here? Or is it just individuals like?
It's individuals.
Is it around, but is it around the country? Is it, I mean, no, I mean, are the people that you're catching here, are they working all over the place or just in Sumner County? The crime they're committing, is it just all localized?
The ones we get are localized.
So it's actually,
So the victims are local too?
No, the victims come from
That's-
everywhere.
Okay,
thank you,
that's
that's
the-
where
yes.
I was going with
So
that, okay.
there's,
Thank you.
victim ID in those is difficult, right? Because you don't know a lot of things about the victims. A lot of times you can't see a face, you can see a body. Common sense will tell
Oh,
us
so
all
this
it's an
is just
8-year-old child.
like child porn?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
It's bad. It's bad.
Wow,
Are
okay.
you tracking this through online activity? Is that?
We are.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't see if I can see.
Your civil service process,
Yes, sir.
what are y'all bringing in on that? Because
As
you
far
get
as
a fee,
revenue,
right? Yeah.
That all comes through the clerk's office.
So
I
you
think when
have
they
no idea
mail
what
us
you're
the
generating?
stuff, I don't know what we're generating on that. I could pull our monthly reports and add it up. I'll text right now and get that number.
Well, the only reason I ask is because statutorily, it is,
Yes,
it is called a
it is
sheriff's
set.
service fee,
Yes.
and you should be getting the
Yes,
money.
that is accurate. And we do get the money, we do deposit every month with the trustee. It comes through our monthly report.
Golly, our
Nearly all of
budget's
your
huge.
increase is salaries.
Nearly, yes, sir. I'll get to line items in just a moment. SRO positions, we added 5 this year. One of those is gonna be the SRO trainer. Post says you have to have 40 hours in service every year to be
Did you
a
say
certified.
5 SRO?
Yes, sir. 40 hours in service to be a post-certified police officer. SROs have additional training requirements on top of that. Meeting the bare minimum training requirements is all we're doing right now, and that's not good enough, right? These guys are faced with a plethora of situations, and they deal with our kids every day. We really need those. Clerical, animal control, we took 2 of the part-time positions and collapsed them into 1 full-time position. I think that works out better for us. I think that 1 full-time person can do all of the work of the 2 part-time people. One of the part-time people that we had really tough time hiring recently resigned due to some family issues. She was a great employee. I welcome her back tomorrow. However, filling that role is going to be very difficult. But the 1 part-time person that we have left, I would like to convert to full-time and have her take on both of those responsibilities. In the corrections division, we added 2. One is going to be another corrections officer trainer position, and one would be a jail IT position. In the part-time animal control line, since we converted those to a full-time position, we decreased that by $40,000. We decreased the sheriff's office part-time line by 18% from 306,703 to 250,000. In the part-time court officer line, we decreased it by $60,000. In the sheriff's office overtime line for patrol deputies that respond to emergencies, we call that after hours, paying out comp time, et cetera, we increased that from 221,000 to 250,000. The jail overtime line, empirically, we have moved vacant position money over to jail overtime or staffing shorts. Well, we're quickly approaching the time where we're not gonna have vacant positions in the jail, which is something I'm really proud of. We greatly need it, but I still need an overtime line in the jail to pay for, you know, if we have somebody that introduces fentanyl, then I wanna do a jail shakedown.
Yeah.
I need that money.
Did you say you were reduced court officers?
Part-time court officer. We are fully staffed in the court security division. I think we have 1 vacancy right now, and those part-time guys have went away, and so we can reduce that line. We no longer need them. Do you want to go to capital or line items next?
Well, I think what we're trying to do this year is go, unless folks have questions with specific additions to personnel. Does anybody have any questions with the additional personnel? I think we are trying to get as much away from line by line,
Okay.
so if you want to go to capital.
All right, capital.
My man.
In my original request, I put building improvements for the vacated general session spaces over on West Smith Street at $7.28 million. The number came back from the architect. That was his rough number. It came back a little less than that. So $6.2 million is what that can be reduced to.
The court.
Saving $1 million.
That's right, that's
Don't
not
worry.
a
What a boy.
That's a
I'll
big
take it.
savings, that's great.
What do you wanna put it at?
6.28.
wouldn't spend any money on that courtroom,
Who?
No, this is my courtroom.
but. Oh, sorry.
This is on West Smith Street, not East Main Street.
I didn't want to spend money on it either, so if you don't mind something.
I'm just picking. Sorry, that was just picking a sore wound right there.
In capital, also there is a $50,000 ask for ballistic barriers at the courthouse. Those are ballistic barriers that are basically on wheels, you move around. Right now, there's kind of a vulnerability. As soon as you walk through the front door, it's wide open all the way past the entrance. And so this would put basically a fatal funnel, right? The only time a bullet could cross is right at the magnetometer. So that just makes the whole courthouse more secure. Data processing equipment, this is the big one.
Sexy word, magnetometer.
It is $906,769,000. That is a 10-year contract with Axon. That includes in-car cameras, body cameras, and Axon equipment to be a taser, right? Everyone knows it as a taser. This is a 10-year program, and so every year in capital, it would be, I think we put 907 in the budget, and the second estimate was 872. I'll get that final number for you.
So every year
Every year for the next 10 years, it would be 827.
so it's a chunk.
Now, there is an alternative option. It is more expensive up front. However, the ROI on it is not good. One of the great things about Axon is that Hendersonville's going to it, Gallatin is going to it. When you talk about presenting material to a jury in a trial, making sure the DA's office is operating on one system and it's going to work when we're there. Our current in-car camera systems are adequate at best, right? They're just,
So does it have a failure rate when you're in if you were to pull me over and we were to argue back and forth and I were to say that I wasn't speeding or whatever, there's a probability that you're gonna have not.
the in-car camera system, I mean, sometimes it picks up video, not audio.
Not trying to blow you
No.
up and
Matt doesn't
encourage
want
people to
go.
speed
Matt
here.
just said he's not going to. He's
No.
not going to vote for it.
No, I
He
mean-
wants to. He wants plausible deniability.
Currently, we use two different systems. The in-car camera system is one way, the body cam is another system, and so once you, even if you go all the way back to discovery, making sure you have all those materials that you're satisfying the discovery request with is difficult because now we have to include an in-car camera video and an in-car camera plate, where with a new system, it's an extra.
No, I mean, look, at the end of the day, you want truth, right? Like,
Sure.
you want it to be,
That's right.
you want truth. And
So to the truth, it's 10-year contract.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they gonna update every time there's an update,
Yes,
so there
ma'am.
won't be 3 years from now, all the technology has changed and we're gonna have to buy it all over again?
That's the brilliant part with the 10-year contract is that there's a cap refresh every 3 years. And so if they're currently on Model 6, the body cam, and in 3 years, if they're on Model 8 comes to us.
For
Included in the price.
no extra cost.
Right.
That's nice.
As an
Is that in
accounting
the
purpose.
contract?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Because I'll be here in 3 years.
Me too.
Guaranteed.
Good Lord willing.
Unless the Lord
agreement
takes me
wise.
home, or wherever he intends me to end up.
There's a $15,000 request for maintenance equipment out at the gun range. That would be heaters that mount to the roof so that when guys are out in November and December shooting guns, they're not freezing their fingers off.
that's part of it.
Well, I
Yeah, I was
don't
gonna say,
disagree,
is
however.
that realistic?
Yes, I mean.
Oh, okay.
I'm just being.
It's the truth, though.
Motor vehicles, $2.5 million.
Sure.
That is, it cost us about $80,000 per car last year. Currently, when I submitted this, and I don't have that one in front of me, I think I had 37 cars over 150,000 miles. And so this number replaces cars on the road, but is not increasing the number of cars.
I remember
for the
we
new
put you
people.
through the ropes on this last year, because we tested it, and then I got just because I remember this, my kid's school's SRO chewed into me a little bit, but appropriately, and because I questioned it. And then you guys brought a spreadsheet because I think we didn't believe you, and you brought a spreadsheet, and it was like 100, there were a lot that were over 140.
Did he say we?
I was going to say, I think
Did
we
you
was a
say
very
we?
generous
We.
word.
It wasn't me.
Wow. It was you and David.
It might have been. So anyway, I know that number looks big, and I remember going down this rabbit hole last year, and
Saying, I didn't get chewed up.
I just
didn't
remember,
make
he
the
didn't
call.
chew me up, that's not right, but he
I would never.
I wasn't accusing you.
provided truth, and
You can't handle it, Terry.
There's a $125,000 request in other equipment. That is for a 60 kilowatt generator at Animal Services. When we went through the ice storm, yeah, not having a generator there was a big vulnerability. Luckily, we didn't lose power there, but we scratched and scrounged to make sure we had something there to take care of the animals that were there should the power go out. This would be our fail-safe. That $125,000 number comes from an estimate from a company out of Westmoreland. I can't remember their name, but that was a real deal commercial generator.
Like a generator or something that.
No, I think it was a Cummins generator, like
Like a big, like a real.
legit
Industrial.
Oh,
commercial
yeah, but not
generator.
one you plug in. You don't
Right.
take it out of the office.
It would have automatic transfer switches. And all
Okay,
that.
good.
Law enforcement supplies, $35,000. That is to replace all of the restraints in the jail. It's been, golly, we've sporadically done it over the past 10 years, but it's time for all of those restraints to be replaced. Building improvements, $10,000. We have a double door out at the Cairo Training Center that's for 2 years now had a sign on it that says "Do not open." I'm not certain that that's within codes, et cetera, but it needs to be fixed. Food service equipment, $50,000. That's to buy the kitchen equipment in the jail. This year we had to buy a mixer, which it would run down if you knew how much a commercial mixer was. And so that money is just there as the kitchen equipment goes out or as we need to refurb it. Other equipment, there's $100,000 there. That is a rough estimate on a water softener system. We have lots of issues with, depends on which vendor you're talking to, electrolysis or hard water making the plumbing parts go out in the jail. Beside every cell, there's a water chase. Mr. Klein's seen it. It's got rubber gaskets in it. The water eats that rubber gasket up. Cell goes down, doesn't have water. So we got to get in there and replace all that. The water softener system is what Colligan came out and told us fixes that issue. We still have
really?
Well, they said it does. We still have to maintain the system, right? Rubber's still going to wear out, but it's not going to wear out at the pace it wears out right now. Right now, it's about every year we have to go in and change all those rubber diaphragms.
So you're talking about the sinks and
The stainless steel
commodes that
one
are in the cells?
in the cells, yes, ma'am.
So then that creates a,
Every
jailing
piece of
issue.
metal that's
Yeah.
coming in contact with water
Yes.
just disintegrates over there for some reason.
There is a $25,000 ask in the other construction firing range line. That is to remediate the firing range burn, get the lead out of it. So the $25,000 is the absolute max it's going to be. They will come in, remediate it, take all the lead, sell the lead, and do a 50-50 split with the county. So upfront, 25 grand, and then if there's 30,000 pounds of lead, we'll make $15,000 in revenue off of that lead sale. That's the one company that we've talked to. Building improvements for sheriff, $20,000. That's just a generic, what we need out at the Odom's Bend range. Currently, our electrical capacity is at max. So this upgrades it from a 200 amp service to a 400 amp service, allows us a little room for growth. We can plug in those electric heaters without overstepping or overloading the system. Data processing equipment in the jail is $100,000. That's an APS backup in the DVR server room. Currently, the one that is there is through Schneider. We cannot get Schneider to agree to county terms to come out and service it or replace it. And so the $100,000 gets a new APS backup system in the DVR. One thing that I left off of here that was on mine, it was obviously not on it when I sent it to Miss Jessica, $35,000 for a dishwasher at Animal Services. That would be a commercial dishwasher, wash all the dog bowls, et cetera. Currently, we do it by hand. They stack and dry, they fall on the ground. The dishwasher would be a great improvement, so I would ask that the committee entertain that whenever they go through the capital.
do they have space for that?
Yes, ma'am.
You're talking about the kind of like having a restaurant, just flow through the big square
Right,
thing.
it's this
Yeah,
big,
yeah,
stand
yeah,
up.
yeah.
And it also sanitizes the bowls as they go through.
35 grand.
That's
So
what I was
that-
thinking.
Well,
That's a lot.
Big
That's-
dishwasher.
That's the estimate we got.
Yeah,
and
but
I believe that
it's
was
those
through
commercial,
the-
like Caterpillar kind that you.
Well,
You said 50,000 for a mixer.
no, 50,000 is the line.
Nope.
The mixer was 18,000. I think it was 18,000.
I'm
It's-
not surprised that mixer's as tall as I am. I saw it.
Well, the last mixer also lasted since like 2003.
I could, if in hide and seek, I could
mean,
probably hide in the mixer bowl.
You feed,
You have to feed
you
them.
feed
have to-
people 3 days,
I mean, it's
3
this
meals a day.
big. It's huge.
any other, or go ahead.
That's all of capital.
Any other so I think that's everything.
No, that's not it.
No.
What did we?
Silver
what-
service, expedite
Oh,
registry, and
yeah,
drug
because
control.
you've got, go ahead.
Those are all essentially the same. I didn't ask for any increases in those.
What'd you say? Civil service?
Sex offender registry, fees, drug control fund, and civil service.
Oh, I heard control, but I wasn't sure on the.
There is, full transparency, there's gonna be a push from the sheriff's office next year to do something with the Civil Service Commission. That's gonna have to be done via private act, because that's how it was instituted back in 2006.
Mhm.
And so civil service, those fees won't go up. They could, the budget spend could come down.
Do we have, what would that
So
be?
civil service currently.
An idea of what?
The private act says that you have to, the test has to be posted for 30 days. You have to take the civil service test, be declared competent by the Civil Service Commission
Oh,
before you
okay.
can be hired.
Oh, okay.
That has kept employees away.
Uh-huh.
Now, the benefit to that is maybe a new sheriff gets elected and comes in and just fires everybody. That was the entire intent behind the original civil service. Well, I'll just be honest with you, in today's world, you couldn't achieve statutory obligations for the office of sheriff if you walked in and fired everybody. You can't do it, right? That'd be a huge liability on the county. So I think some of civil service has outrun its course. I appreciate the grievance review policy. Whenever I make severe discipline, so a suspension of anything more than 3 days, they can appeal it to the Civil Service Board, and the Civil Service Board can uphold it or turn it over. I think that's probably good for the employees, because let's be honest, I'm not always right, I'm not perfect. But that 30-day posting and testing and them declaring competent, it's handcuffing us. We are losing applicants because of the time it takes to get hired.
Interesting. So it's
And
just a barrier to entry.
It is.
That's
And
not.
Would that get rid of your civil service board or just amend it?
I think it would amend it through the private act.
Okay.
Okay.
But we'd obviously have to do that probably sometime in December, so it can go to the state legislature when the General Assembly opens next year, then it comes back to the county commission.
Yeah, but I mean,
That's several months down the road.
I'm glad to hear you make those suggestions, because when that was brought before the commission originally, I really had some questions about how overwhelming the guidelines were, and I think it's past time to really review that and look at it for changes. I commend you for bringing that to our attention. And the other thing I wanted to ask is, you spoke about the taser system. Could you demonstrate that on Dylan in one of our meetings, so we see how effective?
If he signs a liability waiver, we can do a
Oh,
voluntary exposure.
Oh, yeah, I've seen
got
those
one in
where
the
people
need to
like,
have Shannon now.
I do
Log
have one in the
it.
What? What did you say? Try it on me? I have a small heart. You can't do that to me. I have a heart condition.
any other notes?
I just have my line item requests like data processing and equipment. Some of those I increase, some of them I decrease, if you want me to explain them.
Do you guys want to do the line item increase, decrease from, are there anything that jumps out?
I think probably the one that would jump out most is the drug and medical supplies. We increased by $10,000. That's to pay for Hep B shots for corrections officers. We're required to do that via OSHA.
Okay.
Some of them I did reduce. Another big one was the medical cost. That is what it is.
Yeah.
They're
We
required.
talked about that one. when
Yeah,
you and I
if those Hep
spoke.
B's are required, are there any grants available for that? Like through
We
sticking
tried-
together to the health department?
So we tried to work with the health department, because I thought that would be the cheapest way. They were actually more expensive than us going through our jail medical provider and work. So that shot is just expensive. It just is.
So I don't really want to hear this, but will you tell me the total number of employees you're asking for? Do you know off the top of your head?
Absolutely.
Because I can't do the math with the yellow all over it. It's a lot. I can't.
Doesn't, isn't it?
No, it's more than
No, it's more than
that.
that.
Yeah, it looks like
I think it's
20.
19.
Okay, I was thinking 20. Okay, 19. Thank you.
That was when he combined two part-times into a full.
Wonderful. Any
Right,
other
and
questions? Go
by
ahead.
No, I don't, but I do have a compliment. We, our neighbor, our elderly neighbor had a cat and kittens, and I finally went to the animal control. And may I say the person's name that I worked with? So Rebecca was wonderful. All the staff up there were great. Even if they had told me that they wouldn't take the kittens and the mama, I still would have said that they did a good job. And it doesn't, I have not gone in there because I can't stand the smell of, like, even going to the vet. But it's very clean. I'm very well pleased. And so I want to tell you, thank
Well,
you.
thank you.
know
I
that
would,
y'all are
I would note
working
that we
hard.
I had a good, have had it in the past, a good experience.
All the credit goes to those folks out there. They are.
And
they
the
have a heart for these
inmate,
animals.
the inmates were there, and you know I've been rough on y'all about that. They were all there, sitting in the lobby, waiting for the deputy to come pick them up and take them back, and I was very well pleased, so my apologies that I have not gone over there and toured yet, but my appreciation for the hard work that they do there.
Thank you. I'll be sure to pass that on. Any other questions for Randy?
Thank you,
All right,
Sheriff.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Craddock.
Trustee.
We're ahead. We can do the,
We're not ahead.
well, no, yeah, because
We're
we,
not
we,
ahead.
well,
We're 3 minutes behind.
we've,
3 minutes
well,
behind.
we're in total ahead, but we're behind for the trustee. So trustee,
8:13.
8:13,
Thank you.
trustee. Yes, ma'am.
Come on down.
Run up here.
Cindy?
Next contestant.
Yep,
Cindy,
that's right.
it's Cindy
Is
in
your
the
price right?
springtime, it's Cindy in the fall.
Well, I feel like it is. Of course, it's a very small office, so with all this growth in the county, I asked for additional funds for postage and printing because there'll be more tax bills each year. And I did ask for a little bit for merit raises for my team because they are awesome. Each year, there's more and more workload put on them. We had an additional for our tax relief program. We have almost a little over 3,000 applications processed this year. We had an additional almost 525 on top of what we were already carrying over. Our tax frees were about 2,200. That requires a lot of work. And I tell you what, we get so many thank yous from our elderly population who really struggle and need this help. And so I have to commend my tax relief staff. They're incredible. They go to the cities after we get the applications from the state and take applications at different city halls so that those elderly people don't have to drive to Gallatin, and that helps them tremendously. We have, that was a big one. Then after we got through all the February postmarked mail with our payments for 25, we had several of the ladies calling. We ran a delinquent list for our 24s, and they were looking up phone numbers, found quite a few, and called those taxpayers and said, hey, I just wanted to make you aware you still have 24 taxes that are due, and if you are able to come in and take care of those, that will prevent them from going to Chancery Court, which will cost you a whole lot more. And we actually processed in March, because that's the final month, almost $500,000 worth of 2024 delinquent property tax payments. And on the last day, some of them waited till the 31st, almost $150,000 in that one day. So they did really well at that. They're awesome. So I would like to have a little extra for merit raises for them. And I think that's all the additional I asked for.
Didn't you ask to upgrade your cash drawers?
I can't remember if that got added in there or not. It was so crazy. Did I add that in there?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Go down
Some of
there
the old
to
cash
20,000.
drawers, they've been there since the building was built.
Okay.
And keys are breaking now and won't, I am gonna need some new cash drawers, so, because each night we have to stuff everything in the safe. I forgot about that.
No good employees.
I do not, no new employees.
WD-40.
Beth, can you
Works
Go
every
ahead, hold
time.
on.
explain something on page 37? On deputy clerks, there's an increase of 93,000, but then on the salary worksheet, it's only 30,000. On page 37, under deputy clerks, it goes up 93,000.
This number went up. 93.
So I thought it was an employee.
No.
Right.
Was
Why?
that
No.
like the 2% or 3%?
No, that
Right
wouldn't,
there.
that still wouldn't.
But then-
She had a mid-year increase, y'all added a new employee.
That's what it was.
mid-year.
We took that's what it was.
Okay,
A part-timer and made her full-time.
Full-time.
Oh, I remember that.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I remember that.
And that has been so beneficial.
Okay.
She's really.
I remember that.
She does our tax relief, and also with all these appeals, she has been phenomenal helping us with those.
What do your new employees start at? Just a curiosity.
Well, we haven't had one in so long.
Good for you. That's great.
No, seriously, the last, before I made our part-timer full-time, there had not been a new employee in that office since Marty Nelson was trustee, probably 2007.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's great. So
And we keep handling all this increase, they're awesome.
So I have a question. At Governmental Affairs in January, we were advised that very likely the tax freeze would maybe go away. Very
Tax
likely,
relief.
maybe. Yes, the tax
They're running
relief,
out of funds.
because that would be used to fund vouchers. Anyway, how will that affect you staff-wise? If we don't have the money to do that, will that make your employee situation just kind of level off? Does that make
Probably.
sense? Because your work level will reduce for, like, how many hours, how many months a year do you actually deal with that tax relief?
Well, the tax relief, well, like, we start taking applications in September,
Uh-huh.
once we get those from the
Yeah.
state, even though the tax roll is not in our system yet.
Oh, okay.
So that runs from September through the first week of April. That's
So
the
if you
deadline
don't-
for them to submit paperwork.
So
is
if
the
you
first
don't
week
have
of
that, that really helps you when property taxes are coming.
Well, as
in.
far as the tax relief is running.
Right, yeah,
The
yeah.
freeze will still be there.
Oh, okay, then I guess I wasn't.
Right, and there
They
are more
weren't
people
here.
on freeze.
But
than
they
tax
are
relief.
talking to y'all about that. too.
Yes,
You are
yes.
aware of that.
We are
Okay,
aware
I
of
just
that,
wanted
yes.
to, because I was not pleased to hear that.
Right. Anybody have any more questions? See, my office is simple.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thanks,
You're
Cindy.
welcome.
Okay, we are right on schedule. Election Commission.
A4.
A4. Hey.
Hello, Ms. Lord.
Morning.
Everyone has, everything has been submitted, it was approved by the election commission for statute, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
So this is additional. So 2 additional deputies.
Yes, sir.
What,
We're not exactly sure how the SAVE Act that's currently being contemplated on the level of Congress is going to affect what we have to do during each election cycle. It's not been resolved, but there are a lot of stipulations now regarding driver licenses that have X's on them, that shows non-citizenship, other ID requirements. We're not exactly sure how that's going to fall. So we are processing that, and the additional requirements have already been put on us from a few years ago that we're still dealing with,
so I have a couple questions on the, so your cost of living, if you know, so we've got the 2% COLA, you're adjusted, taking the additional election deputies out. I'm just looking at the requested additional fiscal year. We got a note from the sheriff's office, I'm just trying to like get percentage thoughts here. We looked at the sheriff's office, and he's got a much larger office, but we're looking at between 1.5, around 1.2%. These, on a percentage-wise basis, are quite a bit larger than that. Is this like a market adjustment? What's the?
Well, this body likes to compare it to other counties, so we did a survey with all the Middle Tennessee counties, and that seems to be right on track.
Do you have that survey?
It's just a survey that we did. It was not a survey that was an external survey.
Do we have it?
Like,
Do you have a copy of it?
no, sir.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
And these numbers are with convenience folk centers, right, Ms. Lori?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This body decided not to fund it for 2026. That will be implementation for 2028, which would start, of course, in July of next year.
July, okay.
For that cycle. We are still in litigation. The judge has not ruled one way or the other, so we're just kind of, all of us are on
So we're
pause.
planning on precinct voting in May.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
For this
okay.
entire year, we can't convert
Right.
mid-year because we have to, the legal implications are we have to notify everyone. That'll be about 75,000+ just in postage alone. So we are not implementing that for 2026 at all.
Do we have a bulk postage deal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, second class, or whatever it is, bulk,
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
all
We have it
right.
through the state and we have one personally through the county,
Right.
through the mayor. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Mayor's office.
Any other questions for Ms. Ashley? Any notes in capital?
Election commission.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Mr. Craddock, you were, Sheriff Craddock, apologies.
On the civil process fees that you asked about, currently through this year, we've taken in $75,227.66. Last fiscal year in total, we took in $112,562.
What was that for?
That's for the fees when a deputy goes out and serves civil process.
Oh, okay.
And that money just
So-
goes to general fund, right?
Veterans, oh, good.
Yeah, yeah.
We have the assessor, we have veteran service. Do we want to do a 5-minute break?
I would love one.
All right, let's do a 5-minute break. We will reconvene at 10:40. We will go ahead and get, we'll come back into some semblance of order. We've, veteran service, Mr. Oki,
A38.
A38.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't have much of a presentation. The main thing that we're trying to get this year is an additional part-time person.
A38. A38.
Oh, wrong page. No, sir.
Come on, Shannon, keep
Sorry,
up.
just give us.
No, it's not me, it's Merrill.
69.
Oh, 69 on budget document.
Of course. So an additional part-time for 25,000?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is that the wrapped rate or is that?
it's-
No, well, there's benefits added to it, but he already had some part-time.
Okay,
He's
got it.
increasing his part-time.
the
Got it.
question is second part-time person.
All right, let's vote.
Well, we're one of the few counties in the area that takes walk-ins. We also have a VA clinic in the county. So we get a lot of folks that come in referred over by the clinic. And the more we go out and try and do outreach, like we go out to the assisted living homes, like yesterday I was in 2 assisted livings and private home plus the VFW all morning. We find that that's a very effective way for us to get out into the county and kind of meet folks, especially more of our elderly population and the folks who've had something bad happen and they can't get out.
Somebody's water over here.
So the more we do outreach, the fewer people we have in the office to answer questions and handle those walk-ins. We have consistently for the last 4 or 5 years, for every 3 appointments we do, we get 5 walk-ins. So it's pretty important that we have the ability to both do outreach and to take care of business for veterans that walk in the door. I think last year or last month, I reported that, I kind of ran the math since we last added a part-time person. Since we last added a part-time person, the VA compensation into Sumner County has gone up by $23 billion a year. VA compensation coming from the federal government through our veterans has gone up $23 billion by adding $25,000 a couple years ago.
You had mentioned that before, and I'm just kind of interested. How are you deriving that? Is that like?
The VA puts out an annual report of compensation. They break it down by county, they break it down by congressional district. So I just ran the math. I mean, we were getting about 117 billion a year, if my memory holds. I don't have the numbers in front of me. And 2 years ago, since, in the last 2 years since, it's gone up.
So this
23
is, so
billion.
you're just taking the diff from, I'd be super interested in like
Who,
what
who
that.
is we? Is that the state?
I'm sorry,
When you say we, we're getting 117
County.
billion.
county.
The county.
Veterans in the county.
Veterans in the county.
So that is
117
compensation
billion.
directly for education benefits, compensation benefits. It's
Medical
also healthcare benefits.
healthcare.
Yep.
117 billion?
Yeah, but I mean, those are federal, that's federal funny math. I'd be really interested. I'm not saying you're not doing an awesome job. I think you're doing a great job. I'm just kind of,
And so,
that number
with
seems.
$25,000 additional spent, that doubled, more than doubled.
No.
It went up, percentage-wise, it went up about 20%.
Okay, I thought you said 200.
Dude, the number was 23 billion a year increase.
Oh, 23
That
billion
represented
increase.
about a 20% increase
Okay,
overall.
well, that's
So
pretty good investment.
one service officer makes a huge
That's federal,
difference.
it's federal math.
And we're getting a lot of folks coming in that are not from this county. And part of it's the reputation, part of it's because people are working here that live elsewhere. People are getting health care here that live elsewhere. And they're coming here because we can solve the heart problems.
Go ahead.
So we're asking for one employee, part-time, 25,000. I'm not following the math across to 52,000.
Well, he
They
already.
I've already got one
They already
part-time employee.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Mr.
So in order to be accredited, the reason we're asking for an employee and not just handling it through an increase in volunteers is that in order to be accredited, we have to have a minimum of 1,000 employed hours per year. In order, and that would cover, each part-time employee is gonna get 1,000 hours. So we need 1,000 hours
And we need that
during the year
accreditation.
for the accredited person who can then handle stuff with the VA, answer questions, get access to the federal databases.
Okay.
Got a question, just
Go ahead.
to make sure the
Yep.
math is mathing. So on the salary worksheet, the COLA, there's COLA and then no additional on director and officer. But then on the budget sheet on page 69, it's got two different numbers. So is there an additional on top of COLA or is there not?
I think I requested to round up the service officer.
Like for instance, director, the COLA is 1252, but on the actual budget, it's 1461. And then on officer, it's COLA is 1048, and then it's requested 2021.
So, I mean, this is what I'm not sure, I don't have the same numbers, like, I don't have access to the information that you have. What I had requested was additional, I just basically rounded up to the service officer and just took the COLAs for everyone else.
For the director, it was the COLA. For the other, it's the COLA plus an additional amount. to get
So
to
you
the
didn't ask,
2,000.
you didn't ask for any additional
For
For the
him.
directors.
So why is
I
that
asked for $500 additional for
on
the.
page 30, on page 6?
On
Page 30.
69.
What are you looking at?
Yeah, which,
He's looking at,
These two don't match those two.
yeah, this one here.
Veteran service officer.
Director is 1252 versus 1461.
1461.
Okay, so Dylan, if you look at this, remember the 120,000 that's split between everybody? The director gets 204 of that, so that increased his amount a little bit over what was budgeted last year. And then we added the COLA on top of that, which was 1,257, so it's.
The 120, is that what we did just for last year?
I
Is
got
that,
it.
was that
those
a?
were
That
those
was-
mid-year
yeah.
That's where the
salary
1461 is
increases
Yeah.
that we just
from.
voted on
That
in
makes
March,
sense.
Okay.
February.
So you didn't
Thank
just, you didn't just multiply everything by 10% and put that in there as an addition?
2%.
No, some people do 10. But anyway, no, but you didn't do that, and thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean,
No, you're doing great.
He's gonna be spicy about that.
yeah, but I mean, I don't understand half of what you guys are just talking about.
I didn't either, just.
There's just a lot of numbers. We want to make sure the stuff
Yeah.
gets carried over,
I mean-
correct? That's it.
I was a portfolio manager for the Navy and had a $75 billion portfolio, and I knew how that math all worked when I was in the Navy.
Well, thank you for your service.
I'm not sure about it.
So I have a question, if with this additional part-time employee, so your offices are quite small, but will this additional part-time employee be going out and traveling around to help maintain?
That part-time employee will make sure, number one, we're gonna make sure our front desk is manned full-time. If we have times when both part-timers are in the office, it will be when one of the full-timers is out. Like, the full-timers will be the ones doing the outreach.
Oh, okay.
We are the ones, like, I have a little portable office backpack, and I take everything with me probably 4 days a week.
Okay.
So, that's what we use in churches, that's what we use in hospital rooms, assisted living.
Yeah.
So it'd be the full-timers going out more, with the part-timers staying in the office.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. A couple of other things, like I haven't, again, I'm not as good at county finance stuff as I need to be, so I went back and kind of did a contract review, and we found that we weren't on state contracts for like cell phones, we weren't on state contracts for our copiers, so those are coming in for approval at this budget meeting, and I think that we're gonna be paying less for contract for the copiers and for the phones pretty soon. And that's important to me because we're also now a VA telehealth point. So we're trying to get more of our telehealth, and we're gonna be using volunteers to go out into the rural parts of the county and getting telehealth out there. So we found a better ways. I think we're actually gonna get some of our devices and, the services. We're probably not gonna pay any more money than we've been paying for our communication bill, but have more devices and be able to get out and, do telehealth with people remotely. So it doesn't show up in here, and I couldn't book it because I've got to get all the approvals and everything. But I'm hoping that next year we're paying less for our communication services than we've been paying, just by kind of going with state contracts. So it's a forecast. It's something I can't show you in the numbers because it's not done yet, but hopefully it'll show up in the numbers as we go through. But yeah, we're looking forward to the extra person.
Any other questions for Mr. Oakey? All right, thank you, sir. Assessor, Mr. Hurt.
812.
So that is
Thank you,
a flow
John.
chart. That's one for everyone, and me, I believe. First of all, good morning. How is everybody?
Good morning.
Great.
Good.
We're
So,
deep in it.
Deep in it. My line item 305, audit services. I'm asking for a $12,075 increase due to price increases from our audit service, tax management associates. And it's also because of additional mandatory personal property audits in the state of Tennessee. That is because of more businesses coming into the county. So that's non-negotiable through the state. 317, line item, data processing services. I just passed around this brochure right here, Near Map for Government. I'm asking for $32,930 to invest in some new technology for my office. Called Near Map, it's aerial photography, also oblique photography, which means it takes a view from due north, due south, east, and west of all the structures. And it also has an AI change detection where it will go in and it will, from previous photographs, it will go in and it will generate a report of things that have changed on the ground in the county. So it'll either show something's been added, something's been taken away, we need to go pick something up for the assessment roll, or if we need to take it off. This also is, the $33,000 is for aerial photography twice a year.
Twice a year?
Twice a year, and it is 3-inch or better aerial photography. I know that may not mean, but that's very good resolution. When I was doing RFPs for aerial photography 20 years ago, we were having to get 1 foot resolution, and it was costing $75,000 to $100,000 to do it once
So
every.
by that you mean when you take a picture, 1 pixel is 3 inches?
Yes, it's getting down to where it's very, very clear, and you're able to do some measurements off of this photography action. Roof type measurements. A lot of roofing companies are going to the software like this because it helps them do estimates for roofing projects and things like that.
And this is the entire county?
The entire county.
That gets surveyed? Man, it's
And
also
we
like,
also,
kind of scary
if
too.
you look on the second page,
People with
where it
permanent
says frequent
surveillance.
updates, 1 to 3, this process is 2 times a year.
You don't think we have
It's
that?
multiple use, sub 3-inch resolution with the obliques. We get all the historical captures, so just because we haven't ever been contracted with this company, they still fly this area. So we get to have all the previous photographs that they've done over this area. It's all web-based. We have, within my office, we can have unlimited people be able to go on, do this. What this will do is help my review process in the county, okay? By law, we are to review the entire county, every parcel, within a 4-year period during our 5-year reappraisal plan that we're in right now. So that means someone has to go out and physically go around to each parcel. This will help pinpoint things that we know we need to go pick up or take off. And it will give them a report for them to be able to go out and take care of this. Because, you know, unfortunately, sometimes people don't get permits for things that they have. So we have to go find that. And that means going behind the house, you know, walking behind the house, that kind of, this will help find those things for us so that we know exactly where we need to go to.
I mean, I gotta say, it's this is one of these things that's like, man, we just live in the future. It's awesome, but like, it's awesome, but man, it just
Big brother.
more surveillance, man. That's what it is. Go ahead.
The 620,000 that you've had in there, or in last year for mapping tech and field rep, is basically this replacing that?
No, this will, I will keep all my I keep all of my.
You just zeroed that out, so I didn't
If you
know.
remember though,
We
a couple of months
transferred
ago.
all that into one line item.
Gotcha.
all of his personnel were paid
Into
all
one.
salary.
Okay.
So do you expect this to help you capture more property taxes?
Well, it will help
Or
me do
valuation?
it will help me do my job where finding all taxable property in Sumner County. That's what I'm supposed to do.
He can't say he's out to get more money.
Oh, I'm okay for you to make more money, because you're asking,
Well,
I mean, we
you
have
are,
to
but he's
spend
got to
it.
be elected too, so.
Oh, yeah, but he's here for a few
So
more years.
my job as assessor is to appraise.
But at this table, I need all the money I can get.
You are giving a very professional answer, sir.
So, no, because we didn't know, we built, years ago, we built like a deck in the back of our yard, it was all shaded. So, when we didn't know, because that was 20 years ago, that every, like patio structures, all of that's on the ground is taxed as property.
Yeah.
So they taxed us for that deck. But it wasn't really, it was just it wasn't small, but I understand why the importance of this technology, because you would not have seen that under those trees. And they didn't catch it until I saw this man walking around in my yard, and I was like, what are you doing? He said, I'm the property assessor.
That's right.
So,
And
Was it
so
John?
what they normally try to do.
no,
with
it would have
this-
been one of John's employees.
What they normally try to do with this aerial photography is to capture it leaf off, so that we can find things like that. that
Right,
might
right,
be
right,
underneath the
yeah.
tree.
Yeah.
So,
So every 6 months, it's, I say leaf off, yes. When yes.
Okay.
yeah, so that's that part of that.
And I am 100% for that.
Thank you, I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Go ahead.
This is a very good product. I did this as assessor. It is advanced so much further with this change detection and AI. And basically what it does is make his office more efficient, so we don't have to add employees.
Yeah.
Look, I totally get it. I
Well,
just,
technology's always cheaper than.
Creepy.
It's
creepy. As a budget chair, I'm all about it. As a citizen, it creeps me out. Just,
I'm there to,
Me three.
Okay, any other questions on that? Because I've got a couple more.
Go
So
ahead.
my postal charges, I decreased by 15,000 this year. I just want everybody to understand that that will go up during a reappraisal.
Yeah.
Okay, because every piece of property in Sumner County gets an assessment change during that year. So just let you know that. Another little decrease in my periodicals. My next ask is for $36,000 of capital to replace a 2010 Chevrolet truck. It's got 192,000 miles on it. The Kelly Blue Book fair condition on it right now is $38.75. And I just had a quote back in January where it needs about $1,870 worth of work on it.
so it's almost totaled.
Well, it just depends on how much money you want to throw after an old truck.
I get it. All right.
So I can go into a smaller, like a Chevy Colorado for that $36,000 that I'm asking. My county board of equalization line item, yeah, I would ask for that to stay the same. And that's all I have.
Any questions for Mr. Hurt? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, consolidated dispatch.
8:30.
All right, good morning. So, actually, our budget is almost status quo. So, outside of the COLA and the 260218 resolution addition back in February, there are only just a couple of lines that are increasing. Overtime, and that's mainly for training. Of course, we're paying people overtime to work, filling gaps of others, but we need to have some in-person training, more than what we're doing right now. We're just so busy that it's not feasible for our dispatchers to get their required training online while they're trying to dispatch. And so we want to also go above and beyond what's required, so we need to pull those folks in and actually do in-person training. Data processing services, we added a training tracker software that's going to carry with it a maintenance, yearly maintenance, and also we have other programs, other software maintenance programs that we have to add in 5%. They typically go up 5% every year. Maintenance agreements, same thing. Most of our maintenance agreements, for instance, the generator, that usually carries with it about a 5% increase every year. The maintenance equipment repair, just as a contingency, just adding in $1,000 just in case something does break, and the cost of having to replace that or repair it goes up. The printing and stationery goes up about $1,000. That's for our core program. Core is our community outreach and recruitment and education program. And then our in-service and staff development, it's going up about $1,000 again. We need to do better about training our folks, and we want to go above and beyond what is required. So also we're missing a $36,000 stipend line item that was in our current budget for this year. And I believe that was supposed to be part of salary supplements. It was in the budget that we sent over, the draft budget that we sent over, but we're still not seeing it on this budget here. So we need to see about getting that added back in. And outside of that, our budget again only goes up about $20,000, I think, from where it is this year.
What are your vacancies like?
So today we have 7 vacancies. And again, last year, for the current budget year, you were kind enough to grant us 7 positions. So those 7 positions that you gave us, we need to fill those.
Can you?
Can we? Can we fill them? Absolutely, yes. We've hired 12 since November, I think. And so we just have to gradually go through there and not hire more people than we can train.
What's retention like?
20-something percent, 20-30%? I'm sorry, the turnover is 20-30%.
Oh, year over year? Sorry, I don't know. Sorry.
Yes.
Salary wise, are we where we should be?
We're close. We can always do better. I mean, you think about the people who are telecommunicators, so they're having to work night shifts every other weekend, and they could go somewhere else and work a Monday through Friday job, or, Tuesday through Saturday, working, 8 a.m. to, 4 p.m. or maybe an evening shift and make about the same money, so.
I totally agree. You don't have to sell me. I mean, they're a lifeline, and I'm just wondering with that kind of retention level, if we don't need to look at that.
So we didn't want to ask for anything big this year because you just gave us 7 positions, but that's certainly something that we're always looking at, comparing to not just other dispatch centers, but we also have to compare that with our competition, banks, the city of Gallatin, city of Hendersonville, Parks Department, so.
Who are we losing to?
Sir?
Who are we losing to? The turnover? Where are they going?
Gosh, we have one that's going to go to the DA's office next month, to fill a position there. We don't have many that go to other PSAPs or other consolidated dispatch centers, but some people just realize that it's not for them. It's an extremely tough job and mentally stressing, so they get in, they do their training, they stay for about a year or so, and they're like, hey, this is just not for me.
What's your starting pay?
Starting pay is 46.
2278 now, which is 46.
Guess what?
46,000 a year, 2275.
2275
An hour.
2278 an hour, almost $23 an hour.
So you didn't ask for any merit or anything like that, it looks like. You
No,
didn't.
the only raises are the COLA and then the 2602.
I guess we can talk about this during budget workshop, but I would be interested in what like a 1%, like a total, what a 1% bump would be in addition to the COLA. I would just be interested in that number. I think that's probably where you're going, Mr. Hyde.
As far as I'm concerned, there's certain things we need to really look at hard, and we're not asking for a great deal here in this department, but I can hardly see that these people should be, with the type of job and stress that they're under, should be working for less than $25 an hour.
So, I mean, I'm just kind of looking here, because we did cost of living was, and I'm just literally going down at the totals. If the cost of living we had was, increase was 2%, and 2% is equivalent to 88,000, then 1% should be equivalent to around 44,000. So it would be, that's
not all in.
not all in, but somewhere, let's say 55 to 60 all in. Just to think about if we wanted to do because Sheriff Craddock was looking at 1.2 more. If we were to make that in line, we would be talking about an additional.
It's basically step raises for.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do here, I think, is
Which, in my mind, it's all in the same.
It's the same idea.
Realm.
That's the
that
same
all the other
idea.
ones are
Just
getting step raises.
they get to do with it what they
Right.
want. Okay. So.
We definitely appreciate that. Thank you.
If we added these positions, would that reduce people having to work? You said they were having to work like every other weekend or something.
He didn't
like that.
ask for new staff.
I thought he asked for 2.
He said he's 7 down.
You have 7 vacancies, you gave us 7 people
Yeah.
Okay.
for this current fiscal year, so.
Did you add the ones? You did, or is it just because you're 7 down, but 7 vacancies is a lot, is some of that or a lot of that due to turnover? Not just because you haven't been able to have the extra staff?
No, that's correct. I mean,
And
part of it
then
is-
more new people than you can train at one time, you
Sure.
said that, okay.
Part of it is turnover, and we tried to bump up our classes to 6 per class, and that's doable. Is that the best case scenario?
Mhm.
No, I mean, and that wears
I see that.
out our trainers also.
Yeah.
We only have so many communications training officers that can train those folks as well once they hit the floor,
Mhm.
so we just have to kind of pace ourselves. So our next class is, we'll start May 18th, and we're gonna hire 4 of them, so we'll just have to chip away at it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
But that 36.5 for that on-call stipend, we really need to add that back in. I think it was actually under maybe overtime when it was approved last year. And then I think there was a separate line that was created as maybe salary supplements or on-call stipend.
That's stipend is for,
So it's a different one?
yes, that's a different one.
And it's in the current year's budget?
Yes.
go to their,
Hey, Brian.
It used to be right under overtime, where you see right there where it says part-time personnel and then overtime. They used to be, like when I sent it in to you, it was right underneath that line, but for whatever reason, whenever she sent it back, it wasn't there any longer.
So here it is under the overtime.
when y'all verified the budget, wasn't in there,
No, and I think Missy had corresponded with someone, and the reply was that it should be added to the salary supplements. And I don't think that it made it on. Thank you all.
Thank you.
you.
All right,
You
ECD.
wanna tell them about TC Week while you're here?
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Yes, excellent. So Public Safety Telecommunicator Week will start this Sunday and will run through the following Saturday. This is a nationwide celebration of all of our public safety telecommunicators. This is a week to celebrate them and the hard work that they do. So if you think about Police Memorial Week or EMS Week or Firefighter Week, this is the same thing except for our public safety telecommunicators. So if you do have a few minutes extra that you want to swing by and talk to them, or if you want to bring some goodies by or anything, they would certainly appreciate them and show your support for our telecommunicators. And then we'll have Family Fun Day, which is an opportunity for us to invite all of our telecommunicators and their families out. We have we cook for them and just celebrate them and appreciate what they do. So if you have a chance.
That's on Airport Road, right?
253 Airport Road, yes, sir. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think you're gonna make a loop, because the ECD's.
You're right,
So-
that's important too.
826.
8:26.
So again, for the ECD, the ECD board reimburses you for our salary and benefits of the 4 employees that are in the ECD office. In addition, we do pay you an additional $20,000 on top of the salary and benefits for which we reimburse you. And that $20,000 goes for any programs that we're currently using from the county, like some cybersecurity software, the ticketing system, so that repays you for that. And then that still leaves about $10,000 that we give to you. So Robert and his team can be our backup IT support in the event that something catastrophic happens or our systems administrator is out of town. So again, we pay you back for every penny plus $20,000.
Any questions on ECD? I'm looking here, I mean, this is pretty. Same thing, you didn't ask for anything in addition to the cost of living.
That's correct.
So, I mean, this would be very nominal if we did the same thing with the 1%, where you're talking a couple $1,000s.
Again, we're repaying you for every dime.
Yeah, so, okay.
How many employees do you guys have total?
At the ECD or ECC?
Oh gosh, I forgot it's two separate things.
Both.
Literally just asked me.
So the dispatch center has 67 employees, and then the district has 4 employees.
Okay.
All right, thank you all.
All right, thank you all. We are ahead of time, and this is currently, we could go ahead and do finance, because we're still waiting on lunch, I guess, right? All right, then let's do finance, without objection. Well, y'all know better than anybody else, we got no more money, so, I'm kidding.
And I'm not asking for anything. Yes, finance is on tomorrow's budget.
All right,
I don't know.
Wait.
We are
it's tomorrow.
A11.
Oh, we're just trying to get ahead.
Yep, we're working on tomorrow.
We'll get
Go.
it.
I'm all about that.
We always get ahead on day 1 and day 2, always.
Not this year.
We'll see, knock on wood. A11?
We've already found $2 million.
So.
See how quickly it goes away.
I have included a salary of 200 for the new director. Of course, don't know what that's gonna be. Still trying to find somebody. But that's
Do you know if we have any new applicants?
not that I'm aware of.
That's the one guy sent to me, he's not a CPA, so I can ask that one real quick.
So Beth, we just want to take this moment to appreciate all that you and your staff are doing because it's obviously something that's not easy.
It's a yeoman's work.
Here, here.
Appreciate it, thank you. So I have made a few personnel changes, and you may not notice this, but I have changed job titles. Jessica is now not on the front desk, she's actually moved into an office, had a lady that was a better fit for the front desk, so I swapped them. And then, the project manager position, we had filled it in the fall, that gentleman didn't work out, he left after 3 weeks. And we have a lady in the office who I am moving into that position, and we're currently advertising, she's currently an accounts payable clerk.
What page is finance on in here? I'm
11.
sorry. No, I know it's A11. What page in the big budget?
35, I believe.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't have.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, you're good, since it's on tomorrow's, I didn't have it in front of me. I read,
Just
Jessica, I
tough cold
promise.
turkey.
Sorry.
We are advertising for her position, and she'll continue doing what she's doing, and then training her replacement, so it'll be a great fit for us. And then, part of that job will be working with all the departments, developing RFPs, and currently Scott's been working with the mayor's office. She'll be training on that, and then assisting with projects. The number of projects will decrease soon because the ARPA projects are coming to an end. So that it should work out better. And then Dustin will be working more on grants and the opioid side. I haven't asked for anything new. I have made, if you'll go back to the regular budget sheet. There is some additional software that we're looking at purchasing for the project management side. But it's still a decrease, overall significant decrease.
Yeah, what's the biggest change in that? I mean, because you just said you're
The
purchasing.
budgeting software was included in that last year.
And that we didn't implement it.
We didn't do that. And I don't want to implement a new
Sure.
budgeting software
No, I
because
think
I'm
the new
concerned the
director.
new director
Yeah.
may come in
Yep,
and
that's
we'll
fair.
do something
Yeah.
different.
I agree.
So I'd rather not do that this time.
So maybe this isn't the place to do it, but the software that you're talking about is for construction management?
Now, if you'll click on, hover over that, it tells the names of the software. So there's.
Bluebeam?
It's Bluebeam, Smartsheet, and if you'll expand that comment, because there's another one, I don't remember.
Smartsheet's super cheap. I used to use that.
Oh, I thought there was four. I was thinking there were 3 more, or 3. But it is Bluebeam and Smartsheet.
What's Bluebeam do? I know what Smartsheet does and what local
I'm not, Scott told me, he's been working with Robert on getting the,
Does it do
quotes for
Gantt
that.
charts, I'll bet?
No, that's what Smartsheet does.
Smartsheet does.
Smartsheet does. Smartsheet is like it's like a enhanced Excel document that's web-based, and it builds out your Gantt charts. I mean,
Okay.
I mean, there's newer stuff now, but it gets work done. It gets
Okay.
done.
That's what I was curious
Yeah,
about.
Smartsheet will, the type of things that you always ask for, Smartsheet would do it.
Okay.
We're keeping the funds in to hopefully.
And it's cheap.
Work some more on the Chronos implementation.
Beth, who's the assistant finance director?
I mean,
We have not one at the moment.
honestly, I mean, I'll mention this, honestly, like, and I'm fine with Smartsheet, but just, this is something like people can think through later, but like, have we contemplated, I mean, maybe it's worth contemplating like an enterprise Claude or, ChatGPT, an OpenAI function, and the reason I say that, the reason the Smartsheet thing went, is that you can, it's so strong now that you can feed it like an Excel document, and you can teach Claude like a skill, and it just gives you, it'll just print out the Gantt chart with like all the dependencies. That's how good it is, and it does all these other things. So anyway, I might want to, I'm fine with that now, but I mean, dude, the enterprise Claude software is crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy, and it's not that expensive.
I did include an amount in here for director relocation expenditures, just in case that is part, I know it was tossed around in the financial management meeting, that the county would like, you know, that's probably something we're gonna have to look at doing. So I did put 15,000 in for relocation expenditures for the new director.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna go back to the question. So
Go ahead.
you said we don't have an assistant director.
Correct.
When we hire a director, would you move back into that spot, or how would that?
That's my hope.
Okay. So really, we don't need to hire one right now,
No.
because then.
I wouldn't have a spot.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to ask. Like,
Yeah.
there's really, on paper, there's a vacancy, but really, there's not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. You're occupying a step up, a space up.
Yeah. Cool.
Who is the grant administrator?
Dustin.
And, where does he get his money, his salary?
I believe it's 70, somewhere around 73-75% is funded from the opioid funds.
Okay, and the rest is, county.
County.
And who is the project manager one?
That's the previously vacant position that I'm moving one of our current employees into, DD Masters.
And what about project manager two?
That's Scott Shamrock.
Okay, and where is that money? Where is that money coming from?
All of that's county funds.
All.
That's current, there's no new positions
That's in your
included.
Are they fully employed?
Yes.
Well, I don't mean full-time. Are they fully employed?
Like, what's their book of work?
100% of their income comes from us, or they.
Or do they stay busy?
That's what I was saying.
What's their book of work?
Yeah.
Yes.
I just didn't want to put it that way, but,
Yes, they are. And then, like I said, it's been difficult just having Scott and Dustin doing all of the projects, and then Dustin trying to do all the opioids. What's lacking is the grants. We haven't been able to focus on grants like we need to. So my intent is for Dustin to pivot and start taking care of the grants, managing them, tracking them, and making sure that the departments are submitting their information to finance. That they should be able to scan that information into the Munis software. The department should. And Dustin would be responsible for making sure that all of that's taken
and
care
before
of.
we hired these three positions, there was just one, is that right? What was her name?
Kim
Norfleet.
Kim.
And she was actually in planning and engineering.
But that was the only person we had doing.
Right.
But we didn't have the opioid piece.
Right.
So now we've hired a third person.
Correct.
So good, Mr. Hyde. Did you have any other questions? I had one. If I were just to ask to like break out, and I realize this is maybe getting a little tactical, but like, what is project manager? What's their like scope of work? Like, which projects are they managing, and which one is the second one managing? Like, do you know?
Well, she's not like, she hasn't actually transitioned into that spot yet. Dustin is still working on
Working both.
projects.
What would she be taking over? Like what projects?
I don't know exactly at the moment. I mean, they're working on the health department, the remodel of general sessions for drug court and the sheriff's office, the build out. The what?
County clerk's building in Hendersonville,
Yes, there's a
that got dropped in our lap.
issue with the ADA issue with the restroom at the county clerk's office in Hendersonville that's got to be fixed immediately. The build out of courtroom 5C at the new courthouse.
Health Department.
The health
Hendersonville.
department, EMS
Westmoreland.
7 in Westmoreland. They just completed Oak Grove fire. We're looking at possibly building a new EMS station in Oak Grove.
I'm not trying
White House.
Okay, I'm not trying to grill you or
No,
anything,
okay.
but, are these people, do they have the background to oversee construction? I mean, in the school system, I can tell you, I've dealt with a lot of construction, and it takes a very technical minded person in the area of construction to know whether you're being shafted or not,
So
quite frankly.
Scott
So,
did have a background in construction. Dee Dee, no. She came from the school system. But she's worked with us, I think, about a year and a half or so. And during that time, we've realized her capabilities, and we feel it's better for us if we can train her. She's learned a lot the time she's been here, and a big portion of what she'll be doing will be assisting the departments with the RFPs. And that's something that I don't believe Miss Morfleet did. I'm not sure how much she assisted, maybe the mayor's office or planning. But David's intent before he left was for that position to assist all departments with RFPs, because that has been an issue. So this is a way to fulfill that.
Mr. Hyde? Oh, go ahead. Well, I think Mr. Bergdorf, and then you go ahead.
How much longer do we foresee being able to pay Dustin's salary out of opioid before that shifts?
The intent was for it to be, when he was hired 2 years ago, was
Yeah.
for it to last 18 years.
Right, but
I don't know.
we don't know where we are.
Because I don't know.
That's changing all the time.
Yeah.
If I may, the last update we got, best case scenario, looking at around 10 years, more realistic approach they're putting out is probably 5 to 7.
So not something we have to worry about this year.
Correct.
But
Okay.
also not something that's so far in the future that it's.
That we don't need to
That we don't
start
need to worry about
considering
at
it.
all.
Oh,
Yeah.
exactly, that's why I asked,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, no, if it's.
I figured
I
that,
agree with you.
I figured that 20 years went to 18. I
Real
figured it-
quick.
Yeah.
It goes real
Well,
quick.
there's been a lot of bankruptcies and a
Oh,
lot of the
yes, I'm aware.
projected money.
Mhm.
Well, the fact is, we will not be getting rid of anyone. This is government. We just keep people. Okay.
Well, I mean, I think it was.
We've kept you around for all these
I
years.
know.
That's right.
What a
No,
waste.
let's take one extra 20 and get them around all these years.
So for the current year, we're projecting ending balance of 920,000 in the less restricted funds, which is what he is paid from.
I guess I share a bit of, I'm just gonna make a comment here. I guess I share a little bit of Mr. Hyde's thoughts on this. In that,
I'm listening. What I hear is you impart some
It's
wisdom.
recorded, it's recorded.
no, it is, the reason, and I was not trying to put you on the spot, but the reason I was asking like what some of the bodies of this work are is that, like the thing about a project management office, and they can deliver value, but the thing about them is that they can end up reporting to no one if we don't figure out like really like where they're, if they don't have like a line of people, a chain of command to say, hey, here are your projects and here are the projects that you are responsible for completion, and please show me your get your Gantt chart for this and where we are with that.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I was asking, because it says right here they're reporting up to up your chain, so I would assume you would be the one, and I know you have a lot going on, right? Like I would assume you would be the one who would be able to spit out right off the bat, boom, 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 this person's on this person's on that person's on that. And I'm not saying you should be able to do that because you have a whole bunch of other things to do. Maybe this department belongs somewhere else. I don't know the answer. That I just wanted to say that's why I was making the comment. And it was not meant to poke and prod. I think I share some of your thoughts on it. Anyway,
it's an interesting position in a government organization because Mr. Hyde is right. The experience level of understanding everything from soils geology all the way to finished painting is required, but there's also the aspect of being financial.
Yeah,
And
then you have these technical projects that get rolled out across the board too, right? So
that health department has a lot of stuff that's specific only to medical.
So anyway, this is the military in me. Like I really would want to know, like, if this is reporting up through this chain, is that the right chain? Are you guys giving them directives?
Where would you put it?
I don't know. I mean, you could put them there are two other places you could put them. You could put them into the mayor's place. You could put them into planning. You could have them report in directly to the General Operations Committee. I'm a little bit nervous about that because it's.
They do report to general.
Well, but here's what I was about to say. If you do, General Operations Committee is at the end of the day a part-time thing, right?
Correct.
So like
you can't have full-time employees.
And so
part-time employees.
So it gets to a point where they don't report to anybody. And I'm not saying that the General Operations Committee doesn't do a good job. I'm just saying that
depends on who's on it.
Yeah,
it really depends
on
who's on it.
So I just think it's something we need to consider.
Mr. Chairman, the thing that concerns me too is that when I said that these people need to have a background, Beth, and know what they're doing, we built a high school. I don't mind saying which one. It was Station Camp when I was director of schools. And you very well know what I mean, unless we had a person going out there to the site for that project, we would have been ripped off because instead of 2 inches of gravel and 2 inches of asphalt, we were about to get 3 inches of gravel and 1 inch of asphalt on a lot of parking and drives and everything else through there. And so
it's a daily event.
Yeah, it is. Very technical. You really need to know what you're looking at.
Yes, you do.
And keep in mind too that what we've done, and it may have been an unintended consequence, but you've got in the mayor's scope of responsibilities legislatively is care and custody of county buildings, and you've taken his office completely out of the project management part of it, of the very buildings that you're building. So again, it's just a thought, but I'm kind of in line with you that where this is at is probably asking way too much of that particular department.
Yeah, and I don't know that I have, maybe, and sometimes it's best to leave well enough alone. I asked that question for a reason. Mr. Hyde we were asking these probing questions. Anyway, we could go on and on and on about it, but.
What I do, so, but to your point, do you mean through moving project management out from under Josh so that planning via the mayor to finance,
Yes.
or also giving so much to the general operations?
I think a little bit
Both,
both.
okay. I just wanted to be
I
clear
mean, I
with
know
that.
that they're
Is that
reporting to
something
Gen
that-
Ops, but not in the standard, like a formal, they're just giving reports.
Is that something we
Right,
can even
right.
change?
Yeah, we can change.
So we can say we wanna take these two employees and move them to
Because
this
we
office?
can change where different line items are paid out of,
We
right?
did that
We've done that.
2 years ago.
Y'all did that when you moved the project manager up to finance.
Move
From
probation
Because
planning.
we did it, doesn't mean we
Yeah,
can't.
that's right.
Should do it, is what my
Well,
point
Well, you
was.
meant
Probably
should,
in
not
hindsight,
can.
shouldn't have done it, but
I don't,
Well,
Can,
finance is
can.
actually a very good place to have this person, provided they've
there
got
was a
the
good,
ability.
yeah, there was good I mean, there is a reason, I'm not criticizing, I mean, I probably voted for it, right? I'm just saying, you know, we made a decision for a reason at the time, because and Mr. Klein, I remember, right, we wanted to understand where we were with certain projects, and we couldn't get good answers, right? And so we were like, and that's why we put that into
Right.
into finance.
I was a project manager for years in a private business, and a lot of the work you do is financial, but you have to understand
The work
the mechanism
that
of
you're doing.
building a building.
Who'd you report to?
I reported to the president.
So which would be the mayor's office?
Well, I
And
mean,
that-
we could, that's, I mean.
Well, wait, and
go
that
ahead.
one employee though, at the time, because
You're
She
talking
was-
about on the courthouse?
at
No,
the,
Oh,
the
no.
one employee that we vote, that one position, not employee, it wouldn't matter who was in that, was doing grants and projects, correct?
Yep.
And so bringing Dustin in to do 90% or whatever, 80% of his job was supposed to be all of this opioid money,
Correct.
grants, and then the other 15%
Correct.
was for county business. And I think now we've all seen what happens with that. I feel like government is a learning
It is in
position,
business
and
too.
it's a
You don't-
constant, it's
So is
constantly
this
changing.
when we
so-
need to make the,
Well, I think we
A
would do it
motion or
during,
decision?
potentially during, we could do it now, we could do it during workshop. I mean, if somebody wants to make a motion to do something.
I'd like to make a motion to move the project managers to the mayor's office.
You need to come back in.
Yeah, we would need to come back into order to do it. So do.
I would
And we're
advocate
missing
you
it.
doing that during workshop when you make all
Yes.
that.
I think that's probably the smart.
Yeah, I think that would be
Let's,
appropriate time.
if we're good.
I'm
I
good
think
with that
makes
as long as
sense.
we don't forget it.
Yeah, we won't. I don't think the county
Well,
mayor
write
will
it.
want us to
Write
forget
it
it.
down. Keep it
Okay.
up.
Any other notes, for Beth? Okay, I think we're now a little bit ahead in this lunch here. All right,
That's
perfect
what I'm
timing.
saying, I'm starving.
Thank y'all. So just for everybody in here, the folks who are at the table know the way we're running this, y'all are all familiar. It's, we are technically, we're gonna release this from our typical rules, so folks will be able to kind of ask you directions, ask you questions directly. We will not be doing really any changes right now. We're just taking your presentation and looking at what you submitted. We will be making the changes, making, any specific edits or anything like that during workshop, which, of course, everybody's encouraged and welcome to attend. Just wanted to let everybody know that right now is your chance to present to us. There will be questions, but we are unlikely to be doing any modifications at this time. Any questions or any notes? All right, without objection, I'll relax the rules and judge.
All right, thank you, guys. Hey, I have three, and I have an organizational chart that has all of the departments that, I don't know who needs to.
Oh, Beth, what page? A18.
19
I
and
just brought
22.
that, I just brought that today, so,
Yeah, that's
we did some revisions on it. Added what we wanted to. I had three departments that I'm responsible for: Recovery Court, General Sessions Division 1, and the Judicial Commissioner. So this is a preference from this committee. First of all, thank you all for taking the time, because I know each one of you all work a job as well, and this is a monumental task in addition to finance, what they do. So Is there any, which
I
department
think,
would you
I
like for me
think
to go first?
at least if here, A18 is general sessions 1, so that's probably where we should start.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
In my general sessions 1 budget, really, it's very similar to last year. I think it's actually maybe just slightly increased. We're asking for some additional funds for some data processing fees. The big thing that we're asking for in Division 1, and I think you'll also see that in Division 3, is we're asking for $10,000 that's different than what we had last year. It's come to our attention that we're probably the only county that does not compensate people that sit for us when we can't be on the bench. Nashville pays a hefty amount of money, but the surrounding counties all pay. If a lawyer has to sit, they're losing a day of work to sit on the bench for us as a substitute attorney or a substitute judge if we're out for sickness or things of this nature. And so we're asking for $10,000. Don't know that we'll pay it all, but we want it set aside so that we can compensate somebody who sits for us in an amount of money, not what they would make if they were practicing law that day, but a reasonable fee. I think we looked at $500 if they're sitting for a full day and $250 if they're sitting for a partial day, just to compensate them for sitting for us. And I think Judge McCormick has added that to her budget, as well as one thing that I'm not sure that either one of us, until we really got to looking at this, is when somebody sits for us, when we have a recusal situation where neither one of us can hear, we have to have the Supreme Court appoint somebody to represent, to hear the case, then we're responsible, our county's responsible for paying their travel expenses and things of this nature. And so
By statute.
That's statutory.
And we don't have anything in our line item. And just to put this a little bit in perspective is, you know, we have no vacation time. We don't have sick time. We don't have bereavement. We don't have any of that built into our budgets or our schedules, period. We try to arrange like a downtime for our clerks more than necessarily us. And just to really make you understand that, you know, Jeff Blanton had the death of his son. He came to work. I lost my sister. I came to work. I broke my foot. I came to work before I went to the hospital. I mean, for us, we work every day and we try to be there every day, but there are times when we have to be away. And so we have to ask someone to sit in our stead, or we shut down court for the whole county, which is a lot. So when we have to ask someone, either that person has to basically work for free, which I don't know how many people like to work for free. No one. So we are basically asking you for a line item to be able to compensate someone who does have to sit for us in the event we are absent.
And that's not in, that's
in there.
That is in there.
That's
Okay.
$10,000.
Oh, you just said that. You just said.
It's in our budget.
Got it, got
Overall
it.
budget.
Got it. Sorry, I was looking at this
It's okay.
page. Got it.
One thing that I'm asking for, and I'm sure the others will be asking for too, I know that we were giving a percentage for cost of increase. That's nowhere near what's cost of living increases. That 2% or 2.3% is laughable, to be honest with you, at this point in time when we're paying, went from $1.99 to gas to paying $4 for gas. And so I'm asking this court to consider adjusting that, and I'm asking for a 6% cost of living for my staff, my 2 employees that work directly for me. I'll take the cost of living that's required by the state that they sent out. I think it was 2.3% that's included in this budget as well. But I'm just bringing that to your attention because, I mean, that's a lot of money that we're having to expend out. That's not. If we have an increase in our insurance premiums, which we do every year, they're actually going back instead of going forward in their wages, and so I'd ask you to consider that. Other than that, I think we cut a lot of things in our budget. I think we're only asking for the additional $10,000, which is what we're asking for over last year's budget, even considering the wage increase that I'm asking for. Last year our budget was $448,000. This year we're asking for $458,000, which is the $10,000 increase that we're asking for the line item to compensate those attorneys that sit for us. There's some other increases. We have increased our Adobe license that we have to have those individually. They're not provided by the county. So our departments are charged individually if we have to have an Adobe account, as well as we have in our court system, we have to record certain hearings and preserve those to be used moving forward. And their service has increased this year, and so we're asking for additional money to cover that. We're also asking for a shredder for our department. We share right now with probation, and their shredder is not even close to what we do with the amount of paperwork we go through and sensitive documents. So we're just asking for additional monies to add a shredder for our department so that we can shred documents effectively and not they'd be sitting around for a month waiting for there be space available for us to actually put them in the bin to be shredded. So we're asking for that as well.
Ron, you said
Yes, sir.
last year was 448. This is showing 463 and a half.
I'm just showing what I got from finance that says that my budget last year was 448,098, and this year it's 458,665.
Okay.
Top sheet.
That was probably before we didn't have the TCRS increases.
Oh, okay.
When he received that.
Oh, okay, okay.
I just did want to make one comment on
Sure.
on the cost of living versus, so we had intentionally made that a lower amount this time because we also intended to give, the goal this year is to, and we've been asked, you added some in here, the goal this year, some people didn't, is to give, that there would be a cost of living increase and an additional set of funds that the department heads could distribute kind of as they see fit. And as an example, I know that the sheriff's office has they have a step raise schedule, and not everybody does this. So we ran into this last year, and we found that it wasn't entirely equitable because the sheriff's department, and they're doing a fine job. I'm not saying that they were asking for more. They just had this step schedule. Not everybody did. And so this year, what we're trying to do is, yes, we reduce the kind of baseline cost of living, but there is intended to be this part in yellow that you see that folks will get more. So I just wanted to be clear on that.
I understand. But there's some things that, as the department heads, we can't share that with our employees. So in order for it to be reflected in the budget that they're gonna look at, I tried to add that into the cost of living raise because I had no place else to put it.
Got it.
That's the reason why I added it there.
Understood.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Judge, I'm asking this because this affects one of my lines, since I inherited probation. We've got this, and I believe you turned us on to the statutory changes, Class A misdemeanor convictions required to do the cognitive behavioral training course.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not seeing any, some of the offset was gonna be the fees generated by it, and I'm not seeing much significance there. Is that being mandated? Is that being mandated on all the Class A misdemeanors?
It is.
Is anybody else doing it other than us?
Sure, everybody that's required by the state.
No, my question is there a vendor, third-party person that's conducting this?
It's
It's just the county?
The county teaches the class. They're certified to teach that class. We also have private probation that also takes some of the overload.
That's what I'm asking, so there is another entity.
Yeah, they teach that class as well as we do.
And they're generating the fee, because we had to take a pretty big hit to bring that into the line for probation, and it doesn't seem to be being offset very much. So before I make my ask again, I needed to know what the outlook was, so.
It's required by law for them to have that, that's.
The requirement I get, the who's doing it's the part I'm questioning.
Well, you want us to go strictly out of county to send all those to PSI?
No,
I can do that.
I thought it was gonna be a vice versa thing. I thought the county was gonna be doing it, and if not, we judge it however you want.
Almost 95% of my people get put on probation with the county.
They do?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll just let the numbers speak for
It's a collection issue
themselves.
more than anything else.
I was just gonna add, if you're charging for the course, that should offset your costs, right?
Well, we're capped. So, it's not gonna entirely offset it, but yeah, there should be some offset. I don't disagree with that. My concern was, I didn't know if the county was the only one that was, generating the fee, or if there were because I know we do some of our probation, actually, no, we're set for tomorrow. Some of the probation is third party, right?
PSI, we
For-
have a
And that's for
PSI, yeah.
intensive probation. So county is usually first offender probation. And then we have a private probation that deals with more repeat offenders or more intense probation.
If they've been on probation with the county and they violate probation in the county, then we switch them over to PSI because it's more intensive and they have other classes that they go. But most, I'm sure Judge McCormick's the same way as I am, 95% of my people go on probation with the county.
Okay. That's all I was asking mainly, is because I needed to know how my numbers were reflective. But that's great, thank you.
Yeah, that was mandated by statute on those type of offenses, so they're required to have.
Would you define?
That I get.
Would you define PSI?
Probation Services Incorporated.
Thank
They're
you.
a private company that
Oh,
has
it's okay. We
contracted
just
with the county.
wanted to.
Yeah, PSI is a separate probation company, a third-party private company, and they handle some of our more intensive probation. They handle most of our Hispanic because they have someone on staff that is Hispanic and teaches their classes in Hispanic. We don't have that in the county, so.
Do they come in or do we have to?
They have an office across the street from the courthouse, and
Oh,
they
okay.
have somebody in our court every day. We have a probation table, county sits one chair, PSI sit on the other, and then, like I said, 99% of them, 95% go to county and the other go to PSI.
Okay.
Multiple offender DUIs, things of this nature go to PSI.
Okay.
Any
That
other
answered your
questions
question.
about?
Answer my question. Thank you, Shannon.
Anything else I can answer for you before I move on with my acronyms and stuff?
It's been an ongoing job today.
I think we can move on to
And
drug.
something
oh,
on,
go ahead.
to his point is we were also required on any, that domestic situation, there was a big controversy about that because we were ordered to have people that had mental health evaluations before we sentenced them. We've got clarification from that, from our conference as well as the Supreme Court in that. That's only applies to sentence hearings, but we make it part of their probation that they have a mental health evaluation. So.
Any other questions on General Sessions 1? All right, I think drug court is what we have next.
In recovery court.
Yeah, well, you know what? Can we have that changed on just to call that recovery court?
It is.
Is it? All
Yeah.
right.
I just
Thank you
didn't
for
know
that.
this, sorry about that.
Are we gonna do
Sorry,
drug or
Judge, I
recovery?
messed you up.
That's all right. Most, if not all of our recovery court
Yeah,
is
it's
covered
right here.
by grants. We have some that's funded by the county, but most of our programs are covered by grant. One of the things we did this year was we took a full-time position and we split it into 2 part-times, and it saved us money in our grant because we don't have the benefits that go along with that. We still have an open position for an assistant, part-time assistant with Ms. Bryant. That, the things, what makes it difficult from a budget perspective when you look at our budget is some of this is not funded until October. And so we have carryover from one year to the next that we are paying out, but then it's refunded when it's funded in October. The budget is back funded, I guess, for lack of a better term. And it's been that way for years. It's just how the governor's highway safety grant goes from October to end of September every year instead of the other way around. Really, from a recovery court standpoint, I want to thank the commission again for helping us get the build out for our recovery court offices. And hopefully that process will get up and started within the next month. That's what I'm hearing is we'll hopefully have a bid confirmed and we can move forward starting sometime within the next month on that.
Judge Blanton, I do have one question on the RC grant. So halfway down, case manager. Is that a full grant pass through?
It is. All of our grants are full pass through.
The only reason I asked is that, this was a question I asked previously, the bump up for the case manager, is that
It's
just
part
like a
of the
market,
grant.
it's just part of the
Part of the
grant,
grant.
so,
It is.
okay, got
It's all
it.
passed through.
I had to ask that, thank you.
And I say that, you'll see where it's negative 20,000 there at the top for that case manager, but it's just a placeholder for whenever it comes through and is funded. It's
Okay,
back
got it.
there.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Any other questions about recovery court? Then I'll get to the judicial commissioners. The judicial commissioners,
And that's page 822?
Yes.
822,
I don't-
sorry.
I don't have numbers on mine. I have to have, where they fall in my calendar, in my folder here. The judicial commissioners, the two things that we're really asking for in addition is we need some additional computers. We have computers that have been hand-me-downs that we need to order about 3 new computer systems to replace some of the ones that we have so that they will line up with what the new software is that the sheriff's department has. And again, we're back asking again for an additional person to take us back to where we were at in 2017 and 2018. We eliminated the position back then and have been operating on that. Without that, we're just asking that to be, again, re-established. Our crime rate, our caseload, Judge McCormick and I's caseload increases every year. And those come through the magistrate's office before they get there. And when we're talking about a 3% increase, you don't think about that in total, that's just 3%. Well, if you take the number of cases that we have, you're talking about 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 3,500 additional cases that somebody has to write the warrant for and do the bonding for, set the bond for, as well as everything else. And so that's why we're asking for that additional help. And we haven't, that position has not been in our budget since 2017 and 18, and we're just asking that be placed back in because it's something that we desperately need.
And I think I remember the commissioner supervisor is also serving as a
They also
commissioner.
serve as a commissioner.
They're
Everybody
writing-
that's the director, the supervisor, and all the commissioners, they all serve as commissioners throughout the night.
It's a player coach.
Weekend. That's right, they're a player coach.
That's what I thought, I just wanted to.
They are. And the other additional, I think the other additional cost, as we asked for, was that computer system so that we can line up with the sheriff's department because we're so interconnected with the sheriff's department when they come in. It's all together.
Mm-hmm.
So. Anything else? Any questions anybody's got? I got a courtroom full of people waiting for me to do a bunch of hearings this afternoon, so I'm going to get out of here. All right. Thank you all for your.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right, I am on page 40 of your list. I don't know my A schedule.
A17.
A17, that's a good number. Here's my org chart, I made a few copies for the business. My submission should be very, very quickly, it's almost parallel to Judge Blanton's. The only big thing I'm asking for is the $10,000. I asked for just a very small salary increase for my staff. Judge Blanton already hit the high points. Same computer system or audio system that records our hearings. That price is going up for me too. We both are very big in recovery court. As you know, I have the behavioral health court, formerly known as mental health court. And so we're just asking to be able to attend that conference. And otherwise, I think that's essentially the gist of what we are asking for on this particular budget.
I should have asked this. Because I'm just trying to get a sense of the. Should have asked this when Judge Blunt was here, but Judge McCormick, the admin. So I'm looking at the admin assistants and the judicial. Are these basically the same? Are they performing the same roles?
Overall, performing the same roles, but with different experience and qualifications.
The reason I ask is that you're asking for much less, and you're asking for around a 3.5%, total. So 2% there and another percent and a half, which is more in line. And Judge Blanton was asking for more than that, but when I look at where his folks are at now, they're a bit below yours, and
They
so
are.
that's why I should have asked while he was here.
We made those commiserate, I think he did the same thing, he made it commiserate on education and experience.
Okay.
And so that's essentially where that differential comes in on education and experience
Okay.
of the individual person.
Got it. So there's the workload, and then there's the
There's
experience
the
within
workload and the parts that go with
With
the
doing it.
education
The
and
seniority.
experience, things that they bring to the position that's unique to them.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So I think that's where the disparity comes in.
Yes, ma'am.
Great question.
Mr. Klein?
The reduction in data processing equipment,
So we were told last year by the county that our computers were kind of dinosaurish and that they would not be able to update those, so we had to get computers last year. And since we bought them last year, I don't need them again this year.
okay, so that, the big number from
That's why
last
that
year.
number went down.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? So one of the things that Judge Glenn and I have talked about is just, we want to be very proactive with you. We don't want to be reactionary. We don't want to ask you at the 12th hour. But Division 4 is going to be needed soon. Based upon our numbers and the growth of our county, primarily just based on that, we anticipate General Sessions Division 4 will be needed at some point. We target 2030. So we wanted to give you 4 years' notice that at some point, we're going to be asking you for Division 4 to come on board. So that gives you 4 years to say yes. It gives you 4 years to figure out how we're gonna compensate Division 4, as well as.
We can beg the state to help us again.
I was gonna say, as well as the courtroom situation that we'll be in, but Division 4 will be needed, but again, I don't wanna spring it on you. We're starting to ring the bell now. As you know, I know I'm on the bench 5 days a week, and some days we've gone as late as 9:00 p.m. Division 4 will be needed, we're hoping by 2030. So
And does Division 4 do the same thing as 1 and 3?
they will, we anticipate that we'll divide it between Judge Blanton, Judge Howard and I. We will come up with what we think the best use of Division 4 will be, but it will be probably a hybrid court very similar to mine.
And this is a population growth thing.
Population
So
growth.
just to like, so I've done it, and first off, Judge McCormick called me about this, and we spoke about this, and I appreciate you giving me a heads up. Like, I've spoken with a couple judges off and on. And I do not mean for this to get into a political discussion at all. This is a numbers discussion. There is a reason, I think, that the state ultimately decided to help us out with a judge, and I know there are some different opinions about the way they went about doing that. I don't want to get into that. But the reason is that our backlog is extensive here. So I'm just, and we're getting 4 years of runway, so I think our long-term planning goes out, I think, 3 years, but we need to start putting that on there. I don't, being less ignorant of our workload in the courts than I was a couple of years ago, like, it's a problem for us, right? Like, you have a constitutional guarantee of swift administration by the courts, and we're falling behind on it. I think that's the truth. So.
And for the sessions level, I mean, we get you in quickly. We do. But we burn the candle at all ends. I mean, that's 5 days on the bench going until we finish, no matter what time that is. So we anticipate that as those numbers increase, it's just getting harder for us to meet those demands. We're doing the best we can. And, even down to sacrificing vacation and sick time and all that. I mean, we do it. We have a job, and Judge Glenn and I both, and Judge Howard, are happy to do our jobs, and we do them to the fullest. But we just know if we continue at this rate, that 2030 will definitely be a right time for us to have a fourth session judge.
And thank you by the way, thank you all for like being super proactive and super transparent about it, and like, I think I very much personally appreciate that, so.
Well, let me ask you, because maybe we need to think about it before 2030. And how far backlogged are you and Ron and David?
For sessions, we're not like tremendously backlogged. Like I said, we are burning the candle at all ends.
Yeah, we don't want to do that though
How
either.
much is it sustainable is the question.
Right.
I mean, we're, from the session side, the criminal side
It's
has a
low.
greater backlog because their trials take longer. For us, our volume is high. I'll give you an example. On the civil side, which I do the civil cases, a couple months ago, I had 433 cases on the same day. So when you're factoring in 433 cases in the same day, that tells you what my day was like. And that's not rare. You know, another month it might be 300 on a day, not in the month, not in the week, on one day. So as the civil cases start to ramp up too, you know, you guys only think of us in our criminal hats, but the civil hat is there too. So as well as the order protection hat, and we do recovery courts. We start our recovery courts at 4:45 and 5 o'clock on a Monday night. I mean, for us, we just go until we do, but whether that's sustainable long-term becomes a question. And 400 and something cases in one day becomes quite a bit. I mean, and we know that number is going to continue to grow.
Put yourself in the, and this, by the way, they're a human, the judge is a human being, right? Like, I really appreciate you guys for talking to me on this. Like, a judge is a human being, right? Like 300 or 400 things you have to deal with, right? At some point, you know how we feel at the end of like a budget. That's just a couple day workshop, like day after day after day. And if you're a citizen, you know, you want to know that when you present yourself in front of a judge, that judge is on it as much at 3 o'clock in the afternoon as they are at 10 o'clock in the morning. And I realize this is farther out. It's the throughput that we have in our courts is very high. That is my understanding, and I
Commissioner Lambert.
go ahead.
How far out are you scheduling cases?
Not that far. I mean, I'm able to get them pretty quick. A trial in my court is about 4 weeks to 6 weeks, which isn't far. But you might be there at 9 p.m. or you might be there at 7 p.m.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I'm getting you in. It's just how soon can I? And even down to the civil docket, I mean, that's the one that's really starting to fill it. I mean, that's the one where we're like, we've got to figure out another day, but unless it's Saturday, I don't know how I'm going to make it work.
No, I mean, in my mind, I mean, if you, to your point, they're human beings. So if we try to say, okay, we're going to make it from 9 to 5, which you know as well as I do, no civil job is going to be no government job is going to be 9 to 5. But if you did that, like, what would that backlog look like?
If you time
out
12,
yourself.
16. I
16.
couldn't even imagine that. That's
So to
one of
David's
those-
point, do we need to start?
That's the
Yeah.
answer. I mean, I would say start soon, but 2030, we talked about this in detail. 2030, we think is realistic.
Okay.
But we just don't want to, I don't want to come in here in 2029 and y'all are like, oh, well, we need to start working on this. No, I rang the bell in 2026. We have the flag waving in 2026.
Yeah.
So we just wanted to give you as much lead time. We wanted to be proactive. We didn't want to say, hey, we're dying, we need this now. I didn't want to do that. That's not fair. Plus, we need a courtroom built out for that person. And the one right next to me is vacant and empty and is a shell. So y'all have plenty of time to find the coins for that, and plenty of time to deal with the politics of all that y'all get paid the big bucks for. But I just wanted to give you notice that we are.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, I know. We know it's coming to the point where Judge Blaine and I both are gonna be like, what in the world?
What
But
day
right
is it?
now, we are starting to feel it, but we wanted to get there before, you know, we're at all out
Absolutely.
struggling.
Mr. Hyde and then Mr. Harrison.
I'm with you emotionally, but I'd like to just operate on facts. Is it possible that you could give us for several years back to present the number of cases that you hear during a fiscal?
Absolutely. We have those numbers and they've grown exponentially. I'm happy to provide those.
I would like to see.
Yeah, I'd like those too, because that would help us determine when to start doing this.
Mr. Harrison?
Yeah, it's not just as simple as, we gotta do a private act, we would have to decide, and of course, they're fixing to be out of session.
Yeah.
So this will not happen until probably 26, 27.
We wouldn't be able to probably do it before
We would not
28.
be able to do it. I mean, we could build a courtroom today and we still couldn't do it.
Couldn't staff.
So, but I echo everybody else's sentiments. I appreciate your transparency and letting us know, giving us the runway that we need to get this done.
All right, that was my job, was to deliver 4 years. I need y'all.
So when you said 400 in a day, is that between the three of you, or is that just you?
That was just me.
Well, if you were my surgeon, I would not want you working.
I'm still fresh and funky at 9 o'clock p.m.
When you said that, I thought, okay, so that's 15 patients, and no, that seems unrealistic.
And we know that, so that's why I do my best to still have the same energy for that 433rd person that I had on the first person, because we recognize that. I mean, this is your life.
Do you have a Red Bull line item?
I mean, this is your life. We affect every element of your life, whether it's your child, whether it's your home, whether it's your job, whether it's your liberty. We get that, and we don't take it for granted, so.
Well, and one thing, if I may, is the Tennessee Supreme Court has come out and said you cannot continue the whole court late into the evening.
Oh.
It's not fair to the court, it's not fair to the litigants, it's not fair to the attorneys, because, and I know that Judge McCormick will remember this, years ago, we had one of our judges on the trial level who started the case at 9 o'clock and finished about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Be careful, you want to start calling the commissioners if you.
I know,
those
that's what I was
hours.
thinking. I was thinking, I wish the Supreme Court were really county commission.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Judge,
821.
821. Your floor, sir.
All right, just want to hand this out for y'all, so you can see sort of what the ask is. I'm certainly going to echo, beginning with Judge McCormick's notion about the ultimate 2030 ramp up to have Division 4. That, I think that's going to be incredibly important for the general session system here in Sumner County. As far as my ask goes, mine really comes down just to an increase in salary for the judicial assistant, through the 3 judicial assistants, that for myself and Magistrate Hickey and for Magistrate Stubbs. It's just based upon the years of experience and the years of service that they have, and the educational experience that particularly Aaron has. When looking at the salaries of the judicial assistants in Division 1 and Division 3, we're just wanting to be a little bit more in line with what they've got in comparison to where my folks are.
That was gonna be the same question I asked. So you guys are just trying to because the numbers the increased numbers are pretty different between it, and that's no throwing stones.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at differences.
Sure.
And so I have to ask, so what you're trying to do, you're noting that your guys are below
That's correct.
where the others are, and so you're asking for more in order to bring them up with.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, and that's
I think, and thank you for providing the explanation for why you're asking for more. Thank you.
All right. Anybody have any questions?
Do you not also need $10,000?
Honestly, no. Juvenile's a little bit of a different situation than both sessions 1 or 3. The good thing is if I have an issue where I'm unavailable to hear something, I can call upon usually one of my magistrates to be able to hear it. In the event that we have a situation where I have to disqualify myself, that would disqualify them as well. And then we're looking at finding usually a designated judge by the Tennessee Supreme Court to come in to hear a very particular case. But I rarely, I think in the time that I've been in office since 2018, I've maybe used an attorney maybe 2 or 3 times. So yeah, it's not the same kind of necessity for me. All right. Thank y'all for your
Thank
time.
you,
I
sir.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. That takes care of the general sessions 1, 2, and 3, Health Department.
828.
Did you say 28?
28.
Yes.
Thank you. And that's page 57.
Beth, this has been very well organized, I want to let you know.
Great job.
And I like them separated out.
I do too.
Not
That's-
in one giant
This has been helpful,
thing.
because we can kind of, you can reference everything.
Together.
I can have two screens.
Side by
Yeah,
side,
that's right. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, as most of you know, most of mine is DGA and pass-through. My 3 county employees,
Oh,
custodians.
one second, I'm so sorry, I think we're missing
We don't
page
have
A28.
A28,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's behind 30
Oh, behind 30?
in mine, anyway.
Let me look, sorry, we're,
Y'all spoke too soon.
Sorry.
sorry.
Here it is.
Yes, it's behind, it's still a good job, Beth.
Yeah.
No big deal. All right, it's
Oh,
just
that was
behind
me.
30.
I don't know if that
Oh.
looked bad.
Sorry to interrupt you, go ahead.
Of course, most of mine is DGA pass-through. I've got the 3 county employees. And with Hendersonville reopening, utilities are gonna be questionable, but I got a good feeling I'm gonna be saving some money, because before we shut Hendersonville down, I was 30% more on utilities than I was for Hendersonville than was for Portland, with a building that's 25% smaller. So efficiency in itself, gas, heat instead of electric, we'll be saving money. So, status quo, I think I'm gonna save it down here and there, across the whole board, so.
So which employee, and I'm sorry, I should know this, which employees are funded by the county?
The ones at the top of the page.
Just
3
right.
at the top.
Got it. And you,
Custodian, nurse assistant, and a medical.
so you're not asking for anything above the cost of living? And so 2 questions. One, it's clear, you're not asking for any of that for the county employees, but for the DGA grant, do they even, have
We'll
they
end
even
up following
appropriated?
state increases. That was the
Okay.
agreement 3 years ago with the contract. And of course, the DGA has a placeholder line that will take care of those increases.
Do you have any idea of what that's, like in a percent-wise basis, what the state's gonna do?
At this point, no.
The reason I ask is, I just would wanna keep some semblance of
Right.
equity.
Right. And,
Well, and 2, they have, as of, was it this past July or July before, they have, this DGA employees, new employees, no longer get longevity either.
Okay.
yeah, that's changing, because we're following state, everybody follows state raises and state percentages. And of course, we have a pay for performance, so you can meet expectations, exceed, and get
Got it.
a percentage and a small.
So it's almost like a step.
bonus. It's a step, yeah.
Okay.
Step raise for those.
Got it.
If I may, I know
Go
I'm not
ahead.
the only one who doesn't know what DGA stands for.
It's direct grant access.
Direct Grant Access.
I did know that.
And the state will write a check back to pay for the salaries and benefits and all at the end of the year. So that was
Each month.
each month, write a check back, paying, reimbursing the county for their salaries.
Okay.
Any questions? Okay, I've got no questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
EMA.
Page
27.
And so go back to before 30.
Just rearrange your feet.
Yeah. Mr. Wyden? Your floor, sir.
So we can have capital budget too that wasn't listed on here that's on page 9.
Is that the 650,000? Because I think we're gonna.
Or did you just want a copy? I just want to give everybody a copy.
We'll just get to that when it gets to capital. Go ahead.
Does anybody need anything? I'll start off with the salaries, and we've talked about for several years about getting part of Mickey's salary, part of Carla's salary is on the MPG grant, and our part-time is on the MPG grant. And we talked about trying to get that off because there was a scare this year that when grant funds were in question, that we may be in trouble. There's $34,382 there, and I'm gonna request again that come from county funds and not come from grant funds. And like I said, we talked about it for years, we just can never seem to pull the trigger on it. I don't know how we're looking this year, but I do make that request again this year. If anybody has a question about the line item increases, we spend a lot of time on that, and we do have some increases. They're very specific. So if anybody has questions about those, feel free to ask. And then on capital, we had an opportunity with Motorola. They've come in and they want to occupy space on some of our towers, but when they came in, I took the opportunity to say, hey, we've been wanting to build a tower over on the 31W corridor. Would you be interested in partnering with building that tower, getting the enclosure and the generator and the fencing up, and then we buy our equipment, you buy your equipment? And they said yes. So I put $650,000 in for the building of the tower and our equipment. And I found out 2 days ago that, or yesterday, that they are not going to be able to do that this year. So I pulled that $650,000, and I'd like to put $70,000 in place of that for a video wall replacement in the Emergency Operations Center.
So, yeah,
Also,
go ahead. Well, I was gonna ask about that, because is that, I'm trying to envision what that wall is, like what?
it's about 7.5 feet by, what was the dimensions on that? It was 7 by 12, and you can put different things all over it, and it gives you diversity in the Emergency Operations Center, because we'll run the CAD, or we'll run cameras, like if we're watching our cameras.
Oh, it's like it's a like that entire wall, we can put 9 different things screens on it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, got
Yeah,
it.
and
All right.
watch them.
Does the ECC have something like that?
No, that's that's us, that's the Emergency Operations Center, it's in that building, yeah.
I knew it was I've seen that before
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah, I think I've seen it.
Yeah, and those are planar,
EOC.
those are planar modules, we're starting to have some problems with those.
is where they answer the calls.
All right, so you're requesting the $70,000 and pulling.
70, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 70.
Yeah, and then the other items on the, on our capital improvements of $88,000 for a truck, $34,310 for a drone, $19,000 for outboard motors, and then $8,000 for cyclone port. Cyclone port's really important to us for weather data and video. We've got one at our Center Point site in Hendersonville looking at Cheatham and Davidson counties. The storms come in there. We've got one at Music Mountain that looks west, and we'd like to end up with a couple more, maybe 3 more across the county, because it's a really good tool when we're monitoring severe weather.
Ken, is that a replacement truck or a new truck?
I'm sorry?
Replacement truck or new truck?
Replacement, yes, sir.
Go ahead.
My memory can maybe just bad, but it seems to me when I started on the commission, there were 3 of you in the EMA. Have you grown that much?
You gave us Matt 2 years ago. You gave us a position, a full-time position, so we now have 4 full-time positions, and then part-time, and then volunteers.
Okay, and have we added boats to the fleet? If you're needing outboard motors?
The last boat was when we blew the motor up, and we
Right.
got a boat and then replaced the motor on one, so we haven't added any boats.
These are just.
We added the boat back in when your term started.
Yeah.
We added that boat.
Yeah.
And then we replaced the motor on one that blew up. It took 54 weeks to get that motor in.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think the 2001s, I think they didn't have the CRs on the motors on those. I think they're 2001 models, but they've got a lot of hours.
Okay.
Shifting and.
Oh, yeah, the boats, yeah, if you're asking about that.
Yeah.
They're 2001 model motors, and if we have a drowning, they're our workhorses.
Yeah.
They're the ones that.
Yeah, and
are
I
on the
have
water
no
for
idea
hours.
how much you use them. I mean,
No drownings, we don't. The drownings we do.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, thanks.
We'll continue to work on grants. We're gonna do as many grants as we can do, provided you approve those. And during any disaster, we work to make sure that we get millions of dollars back on the public assistance side or the individual assistance side for highway, streets, for emergency protective measures, overtime,
and backfill for the ECC, getting 75% of that back. Actually, we get 82.5% because the state does 12.5% of it. So we work hard to ensure that we get as much as we can. And I understand it's tax dollars, I get it, but it's allocated tax dollars. If we don't get it, somebody's gonna get it. And so we work hard to make sure we cover what we can to get reimbursed for the work that his crew does, and this includes everybody. This includes every municipality in the county. We're getting ready to start a project with hazard mitigation on backup emergency generators. We've got several people who looked at the ice storm and said, we want to do a generator. We can get 75% of that funded through hazard mitigation. We're going to start on those projects, and they'll be responsible for securing that funding. Probably not EMA. So,
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Ready, libraries.
They start on 8:31.
Start-
Yeah, yes, but the library board does not have a chairman right now. The vice chairman could not come, and neither could the treasurer to report. So just call them as they are listed, and they can come and give their own reports.
Okay, Gallatin.
Hi, so we have asked for an increase of $24,316, and most of that
I'm
comes.
sorry, I'm behind. I just need.
63 on the main, and then A31.
A31, okay. I'm sorry, that
There
was,
they are.
I was behind.
Thank you, Dylan.
Go ahead.
That covers a lot of operating expenses and a big bump in our books and material budget. We have worked with the state, and our library is a level 4 library, which means we serve up to 50,000 people, but we know that Gallatin has more than 50,000 people in it now. And as a level 5 library, we are supposed to be spending, I'm so sorry, wrong page. We're supposed to have at least 10% of our operating budget go towards books and materials, and right now, we only have 3.2% of our budget going towards it. And so we are in the lowest 10% of the entire state for the amount of people we serve that is covering our book budget. We've asked the city for an increase in the amount they give us because we spend their funding on books and materials, but we would like to raise it even more than that because we've asked for more from them for the last at least 6 or 7 years that I've been doing this, and they've always said no. So we've asked for a big bump in that, and we've also asked, I'm so sorry. We've asked for more in our electric bill. We have been short the last couple of years, even with increases, and we have already spent, by mid-year, we have spent 54% of the budget, and we have had to add 5 to 10% the last 2 years, so that we bumped up a little bit. And then I also asked for a 30% cost of living adjustment for my full-time and part-time staff. Because we are hemorrhaging qualified employees. We just recently lost our children's librarian who has a master's degree and decades of experience to Nashville Public Library, and she's making 6 figures now, and we were paying her $39,000. And we have been on the search for 6 months now and have no applicants. We have an interim person, but she is not able to stay more until she has to leave in August. So that's where we are.
What did you say the percentage was that you're supposed to have included?
It is
10%.
10%.
yes, and I asked for 7.25%, which I think is $50,443. 15.
You're level 4, you're at 15%.
Oh, I I do have that in here. 10% is what most level 4 libraries have made it up to. And I am asking for 7.25. I'm so sorry.
It's supposed to be 15?
15%. But I have not been made a level 5 library yet. We just know that we will the next time they reclassify the libraries.
That is because y'all had that special census in Gallatin. Is that why? Okay, and
Yes.
then the question
From
on
2 years ago.
your disposal fees went from 791 to 1128. What is your disposal fee? Trash, Mr. Hall? That's what I thought it was.
Why
Don't know.
such an increase?
The utilities, electricity, and trash have all gone up. And we're able to cover it in our budget this year by moving money around, but it's even harder this year than it was last year, and I imagine next year will be.
And you may have touched on this, but what about in-service and staff development?
That was, I have notes on that.
That doesn't increase. You talking about other supplies and materials?
Yes.
That just covers kind of tools and materials we use during our daily operations that do not fall under like our program materials and instructional supplies.
Oh, that one
Go ahead. I have a question. So and I'm very naive about this stuff, so a level 4, what is a level 5 the highest you can go? Okay, so you're a level 4, Gallatin's a level 4?
Yes, and that's up to 50,000 people.
Okay,
that we serve.
Who regulates that and what you have to do once you're a level 4?
It is a state classification.
So it's not federal, it's state?
It is state, and then they have guidelines that they're not laws, obviously, but they are recommendations in order to operate the way we're supposed to.
And the first thing you mentioned was purchasing more books?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's a requirement by this state library board?
That we've never met.
That we've never met?
None of the libraries in Sumner County do.
Okay.
But you said that it was 15% operations?
Yes.
So not including salaries and benefits?
Correct. Right, Amy? Yes.
It just says 50% of local appropriations are budgeted for materials. It doesn't section out.
materials.
Budgeted for materials, which would be books. It doesn't, the state standards doesn't section out between employee and benefits, and so it's the budget as a whole, is how I would read it, because it doesn't specify that it doesn't.
So it's the full budget?
Yes, but I'm really bad at math, and I think I didn't include salary in mine.
Okay.
I just did operating expenses.
Okay, it would only be $23,280.
Then maybe I did do the whole budget.
But that's the recommended budget level that they're talking about.
But we know we're not gonna get that, so I'm just asking for the 7.25%, which I think is 50,443.
You may not have the updated amounts with TCRS.
Anybody have any other questions? Hendersonville.
Alright, so first we'll talk staff salaries. I did ask for a budget increase in staff salaries. One, we are hoping to be able to add one full-time position and one part-time position. And This is going to enable us, hopefully, to open Hendersonville up on Fridays, so we would be open 6 days a week. But of course, that includes, our increases would be in electricity, water, obviously paying for staff, programming on those days. And so you'll see that reflected in other lines as well. Books is another area that we ask for an increase. We are a level 5 library, and Gabby just spoke to that and what the expectation is of from each level. Instructional supplies was another area that we asked for an increase. One of the things, and again, I started in November, so November 1st, so some of this kind of happened before I got in there, but in August of the past year, they did a ribbon cutting and a grand opening of a dedicated space to adult services, and that is an area that we're really trying to grow in Hendersonville, and it is growing by leaps and bounds, but she does require, if you increase programming, you're going to have a need to increase the instructional materials as well. Our other programming, children's has always been strong, but everything, the price of everything is increasing. So the price of books, if they do an art activity, that increases. We have a sensory room, and we have to keep that updated. Things get broken a lot in that sensory room. They take them with them. So kind of keeping some of those programs in place, it is necessary to increase a lot of those line items. This year when I started, we've had to do a lot of budget adjustments. And I really don't want to have to do a lot of that next year. And so just kind of looking at, what it takes to pay our bills even, we've had to do adjustments. Just like the electricity went up a lot. Our waste and disposal went up a lot, and that was kind of a shock to me. So prices of everything, it just continued to climb. So if we are kind of looking at the trends in the past 3 to 4 years, the amount of increase, it's kind of understandable when you look at it that way. One of the things, and I included this in the capital outlay, we have a leaking roof, and it has caused flooding almost every year into the children's department, which is, right below on the end. And so pretty much every year, at least a couple times a year, we have to get the water out of the room, with the wetback. The carpet in that room, it needs to be replaced badly, but of course we cannot do that until we fix the main problem, which is the roof. The capital outlay. I have it right here. It's on the back page of the packet.
That's your long.
We've never heard that in general.
Sorry. It says capital outlay.
General operations has never heard
Okay.
about their leaky roof.
Just the chairman.
But then it has each
Fiscal
fiscal
completely.
year, and so we had put the roof first,
Not just
and then.
It's
Yeah,
what?
it should be fiscal year 2028 is what it started with.
Okay, sorry, it says 2027 right there, and so that's why I filled that in, sorry.
Yeah, well, yeah, no.
Well, I
No,
know that
it
this is
said
a
in
fight, but you can't let a
on
roof
the,
leak.
email, you're
It'll
supposed to
destroy the
send them back
structure
in
of
the
the
body
roof,
of the
it'll
email
destroy
when you
everything.
reply.
If
Yeah,
we'd
we
have known
don't,
about
we
that,
don't
we'd have taken
include,
care of
those
it
are
years
just
ago.
like they're just,
No, you wouldn't.
Yes,
we're
we
just trying to
would.
look at long term,
Well,
yeah.
When
I
I
am
was
new.
the chairman.
Yeah, no,
And
that's
so,
okay.
sorry about that,
Y'all knew.
yeah,
No, we didn't.
so, and I met with
I've never heard of that
the board
library having
treasurer,
a
and
roof leak.
that wasn't picked up either, so I'm sorry. Well, for the roof, it was estimated it would probably be 80,000, for the size of the building, so.
So it needs a full replacement?
I don't know, I'm not a roofer, but, I would say that half of the building, that.
I mean, sometimes,
that for sure.
sometimes it does
Yeah.
end up needing a full replacement, like.
Yeah, I know that the children's area is the worst, like what's above the children's area is the worst, but we have had leaks in other areas too, so.
So you've had multiple leaks?
We have.
Okay.
I'm going based on what I have been told, because I did start in
Yeah.
November, so, but yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
We have ladies well, but we've got a bequest that'd be a good use for that money.
Well, we can talk about those things, but what I actually had a different question. Actually, I had a question, a couple from you. So, and maybe this is also to Gallatin. So I'm a proponent of trying to get, and have been trying to get Hendersonville open for the extra day. I have wanted that for a while. Is Gallatin open 6 days a week?
We're open 5 days a week, but 44 hours.
So 44 hours, so 5.5 days in terms of like work. Okay.
And how many hours would you like to, are you proposing to be a 48?
It would be 48.
The reason I ask, and I'm just trying to like pressure test and right size things, is that just in terms of total personnel,
He's working a deal over here.
just in terms of total personnel, Gallatin has 7, other than the library manager, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 personnel. And Hendersonville has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 personnel and is asking for
Two of mine
an.
are seasonal and only work during the summer.
What's that?
2 of my part-timers are seasonal and only work during the summer.
He's not counting part-time, that's
Oh,
just full-time.
That's
But
just-
Hendersonville does have a lot more part-time than Gallatin. believe.
I was just gonna ask, I've just gotta pressure test these things, like, what is it, more personnel being served, like, what is why does it need more, why do we need more personnel in so many more personnel in Hendersonville versus Gallatin?
Well, I mean, how many do you have total?
7.
If you count.
Seven
full-time,
full-timers
And
outside.
we have 10 full-time, so it's 3 more. So when you look at the library, a lot of it is probably how it is set up. So,
Okay.
and having the right amount of staff within those areas.
Is Hendersonville like, and I've been to Hendersonville, forgive me, I've not been to Gallatin. Hendersonville is considerable bigger. What's that?
We also have 2 stories and we manage, a children's room has their own employees, upstairs has employees, and downstairs has employees.
Well, Gallatin's got 2 stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are currently open 40 hours, but it's, I submitted the plan, the library board was good with the plan, so as long as the budget supports, then we already have a plan. We have 3 optional schedules, so we have kind of figured out how we're gonna do it. It just depends on being able to hire 1 more
I mean,
full-time.
look, don't want to bury the lead here. I'm probably going to support this because I want to get that open. I just, I just 7 over 10 is, 40% increase for a 10% difference in hours, total hours open.
I don't know how they staff theirs, okay, so I can't really compare because I'm only working at Hendersonville. But I do know that we are working at the bare bones here. We are working with the skeleton staff already. If somebody calls out, we're in trouble. I mean, so we are working with that bare minimum. But you have to think about it. When you walk into Hendersonville, there's a front circulation desk, so you have to have so many people at that desk. Behind, you have the circulation room, so that continually all day long is collecting the books that are dropped off, getting them checked back in, working on holds, collecting fines, reshelving, weeding, and reading the shelves. And all of that doesn't get done in one day because they barely get a moment to sit down, and that's just that one area. Then we have our own children's room, and so we have children's librarian, staff in that room. Within that room, we have a sensory room, we have an adult not that room. We've got the activity room. Those also have to have someone within eyeshot of the area. And then there's a computer area within the children's room as well. So if you're just thinking of having someone in each of those areas, we don't have enough, okay? And now we haven't even gone upstairs yet. So then when you go upstairs, we have an information desk. That has to be staffed at all times. But we also have books up there that continually have to be shelved, weeded, and when I say shelving, I mean people put things back in the wrong spot. I mean, you can just kind of imagine how that is, and that's not. There's never enough up there. There's a whole computer area up there that also has to be monitored. And then upstairs, we have the team department. So she has 2 rooms there. She has to be, in order for any team to be up there, that room has to be staffed, okay? Same with the room next door to it, which is where they do their programming. That has to be staffed as well. Then we have cataloging and acquisitions. And so in cataloging, we always have at least 1 person in there. Usually it's gonna take more, so that's 2. And then we have our book repair. And there are currently 800 books in our book repair room because we can't afford to have someone who is dedicated just for that. So we're already short-staffed, as you can see, so.
Let me ask two more questions, and I'll stop probing. So I see a couple of these salary changes. Most of these salary changes are, kind of in line with what you would think of as when I'm looking at the additional fiscal year bumps, most of these are kind of like what you would expect. But a couple of them jump out at me, and one is the senior library clerk ops, and I might be able to, I might see the senior library clerk, the operations coordinator is what that is. So I see that one, and I compare that one back to Gallatin's, and I see that Gallatin is a bit higher, so I'm seeing what you're trying to do with that one, but that's still that's a 20% bump. And then on the library clerk, and by the way, I'm just doing math and diligence. I'm not saying anything that these folks aren't working hard and aren't worthy of this. Just that one stands out at me. And then I look at library clerk 1 at Hendersonville, that's a 16% bump right there. So I'm just wondering, I've got to press and understand what the rationale is.
Our staff is grossly underpaid. And, Hendersonville particularly has had a high turnover. And I kind of spelled it out for you right here. So if you kind of look at that area, I've noted that 9 of our 19 staff members have college degrees. So some of these people with college degrees are being paid $13.50 an hour. We have several with master's degrees as well, and some even working on their masters. Last summer, it was in 1 week, I believe they lost 5 employees. We have a hard time keeping employees, and I had one-on-ones with them this year to set 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and year-long goals, which will help in the evaluations that I do for my staff as well. And repeatedly, I kept hearing, I can't afford to stay here. I'm not getting paid enough. And these are educated people. They know what they're doing, but we can't keep them because of the pay. So the ops manager, and you kind of comment on that one especially, way underpaid. So I was really trying to pay attention to what the ops managers were being paid, at the other libraries in the county, and really trying to kind of
I saw that there was a.
Yeah.
Look, I recognize that when you look at percentage-wise, that a percentage-wise increase for somebody who's making, in the 30s or 40s and sometimes even in the 20s, that's if we just go by percentage-wise, I recognize the math there. I get it, but I have to. I've done that with every other person who's come up here, and I've got to do it here.
I did feel like that area, though, I was kind of conservative in what I was requesting for salaries. But, I do realize that we have to do something. Another area that I did bump up was under the in-service and professional development, and that is because we are a young staff, that I really think it is important to give them the necessary training that they need. So let's see if there's another area that I wanted to touch on. With maintenance agreement, when I came into this position, we were only halfway through a 3-year contract with Canon, and the monthly contract price, I'm sure looks great when they signed the contract, but that did not include any copies. And so we are paying every time we print something
Oh my.
or copy something, we are paying for that. And
Dude, I need to
it's-
get in the copy business.
You pay per page, and if it's color, it's
Yes.
one page, and if
So
it's black and
color-
white, it's another.
Yeah, black
or
and white
price.
charges 4 cents, and then color is 35 cents. So you do the math there. I mean, I almost had a stroke when I saw that, when I started researching, like, why is this so
Oh, my
high?
goodness.
And we're only halfway through that contract. And so when I say we've had to move money around a lot, we have. In the finance department, they probably did.
Did we approve that, did we approve that and sign that? Because if that's the case, that's on us. Did we at the county do it, or was
If it's
that?
3.5 years old now,
Okay.
the county would have, because it's a contract. but
I
if
mean,
it's
there's a
3.5
direct, I
years
know
old-
there's a director's signature on it, but I didn't,
It's
Pay
not your,
attention to
I
the
mean, I get it, you
rest, but-
inherited it, I just,
I mean, it was a little scary when I saw that.
did you have a question? Because you've been
Yes.
waiting. Sorry, he's just been.
It's okay.
Again, let me start by saying, you don't know me from Adam, so I will say, I agree, it's hard to pay people with peanuts. However, if you had to choose between raises or an additional staff, which one would you choose? Because I heard arguments for both, so I'm just trying to, again, do due diligence.
That is a hard question. And because I know the city wants us to be open 6 days a week, I would probably say, additional staff, because we can't meet what the city wants if we don't have that additional staff.
Okay.
So that's the only reason I would say that. And I know it's something that the city has been doing for a long time. And purpose of the library is to serve our patrons, so.
What is your circulation?
Monthly, like how,
Yeah, a
Or do you
month.
wanna-
Just
do you
off the
wanna
top
know-
of your head, what do you circulate a month?
okay, let me see, I was just working on my report. And I wish I had that with me, I do not have it. I know
Just
what I wanna say,
averages.
what is yours, Gabby?
A month for total circulation is like 220,000.
Okay, I was gonna say it was in the 200-something thousand. I think this last month, it wasn't 220, but it was like right below, if I'm correct, maybe like 216. But it was also down this month. So I'm not quite sure.
Spring break.
Why it was down this month, but it was.
Spring break.
So,
Could've been
a lot.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What is the big increase, more than Gallatin in health and dental?
Well, I think what happened there, the prior director did not take insurance, and I did when I came in. So that caused a lot right there. Now, we were able to cover some of that this year because they did not have a director. And so that director's line was not being used. And so what we did is they pulled from that line to cover that deficit.
Mr. Hyde, the health and dental insurances listed are based on the current employee selections.
It's based on
Whatever the current employees have selected for health and dental
If they
insurance,
are
that's what's
single
included
versus
in the
family
budget.
and-
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And what about postage? A huge increase there.
Well, how much, let's see.
Am I looking at the right thing, or is it maintenance?
What's it under?
No, you're looking at
Printing station.
Printing stationery form.
Printing, okay.
Yeah, 3580.
postal is only $200, 15%.
And I'm not, I don't, it's not a big concern of mine because it's a small amount of money, but I'm just wondering what you do in the
I don't
library.
know, and I can double check that one for you
Food
and get back to you.
preparation.
It's like bags if we want to do popcorn, or like cups.
Okay, that's
or
reasonable.
Utensils, that type of thing.
Just curious.
Sorry, you were looking at me, so I just answered.
They'll come get books.
So,
May I drop that?
so the printer is under maintenance agreements,
The annual, yes.
not printing stationery and forms.
Right.
No, because we have a maintenance
'cause it's
agreement for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was
And
confused.
that's only one of the bills that comes out of that line. The elevator, TKE comes out of that line, and so does the fire and security. So
What is custodial? Is there a,
Supplies. That's like.
there's a line for custodial supplies.
Advertise.
And one of our part-time staff members is the
Oh, there it is. Okay.
custodian.
okay.
It's zero out.
So that is one reason that accounts for one of the extra staff members is our custodial, one of our part-time. So you know, that's what,
Okay.
and the Gallatin doesn't do it that way, so that would account for one.
Any other questions? I know we put you to the
Sorry,
wrong.
yes, thank you.
That's okay, and thank you for being patient with me. Like I said, this is the first, so learning for me too.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, Portland.
She's not here. She
wasn't able to
texted me
make
and
it.
said the only thing she asked for is for COLA, so she would rather
She didn't have
Okay.
any
be at work.
changes, just the COLA.
All right, Westmoreland.
You hear that? Easy as please. That's Lambert folks. I'll draw one on the back of this one.
Thank you.
Hello, Miss Angie.
Ma'am, your floor.
Okay. I'm Angie Holmes. I'm one of the new directors at Evelyn. We both came on board November 1st. We are at Westmoreland a level 2 library and very proud of it. That means we are pretty small. Our city is about 5,000, what was mine? I went to school with that. Very, very small, but very mighty. There are 6 key items that I'm asking for your review and approval for. One is to request a full-time teen and adult coordinator. Westmoreland Library has been very weak in the teen and adults and senior programs. We've primarily focused on children, early child programs. So I'm hoping to increase and grow, especially the teen and adults programs there at Westmoreland. And so I need some help. I have a very young staff. My staff is between 18 and 22 years old. Most of them have just high school education. And so I'm hoping to hire someone that can come in and help me grow this teen and adult program. So that is what I'm requesting on the salary line.
Can I ask a question? Because I hear this, and this is like for my own edification. Like, so we hear, I've heard many times in discussions about libraries, about qualifications, and not just libraries, but other things about library qualifications and degrees and degree levels. What functionally does a degree versus a non-degree personnel, like, how does that deliver, how does that change what they do or the quality of what they do? Because you just said you have folks who are doing that who are high school. I mean, I'll once again, I'll maybe state my opinion right. Like I think one thing we're starting to learn in the country is that like more and more higher education doesn't necessarily give any different outcome. And I'm not saying that's, you know, I've got degrees myself. I'm just saying that like what functionally is the difference in the outcome? Is there one?
No, I think I stated that because they just came out of high school, so there's not a lot of experience. I'm one that I do value education. However, what I'm looking for is initiative. What I'm looking for is someone that's teachable.
Right on.
And right now I am spending a lot of time teaching, and that's fine. I love it. I love my little team. They're great, but I am looking for someone that could hit the ground running with me.
That's, yeah, no, I
as
get it,
well.
somebody just with more life
Yes.
experience, if,
Yeah, it would
Okay.
be nice, but if not, then we teach again.
okay,
So,
And
thank
that's
you.
that's the $30,000 adder, right?
yes.
Okay.
Thank you for,
Wait, okay.
go ahead.
Why a full-time instead of a part-time?
Because we need to have programs every day, in order to bring in patrons. And we're not just books.
Sure.
We're not just pretty faces, with books. We need to have, real programs to bring in the patrons, and that's really our bread and butter, I feel, with the libraries. People love to come for events. They look forward to it. The adults want places to come network during the day. So that's really a great audience to target.
Sure, okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Did you want to hear the rest?
Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, my bad.
No, you're fine. I'm also asking for funding for landscaping. I'll go quickly. Landscaping, because we don't have a landscaper right now. I did hire one temporarily and hoping you all approve a budget for FY27. I also need janitorial, custodial services. That is a big increase. We don't have that right now. My team is cleaning the library. And I go in on Sundays and clean as well. So it would be nice to have a janitorial staff. I think Westmoreland did have it in the past, but it was let go a couple years ago, I understand. But I would like to put that line item back.
Where's the landscape reflected?
Well, yeah.
On what line item?
Other contracted services.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, both of them are in.
3,000, okay.
Okay.
Is this a quote?
You know, is this a quote, or is this just kind of like looking at prior?
I did some research and I did get quotes.
Okay.
So that's all part of, my strategic plan, and I have all the bids within that plan.
Okay.
That's fast, because 24 is $2,000.
What'd you say, Mark?
In 24, it was $2,000.
Oh, okay.
Like if you look across over here.
Okay.
Yeah, our interim tried to hire a part-time person too, and, had someone mow the lawn very cheaply, which was nice, but.
So you don't need, is your landscape including the mowing, or is it just the mowing?
It's mowing, weeding, edging, treating the lawn. That's it, but I did ask for an extra $2,000 for mulch in October because we haven't mulched in years. And
It looks right.
the yard is pitiful.
Did you have a garden club there at some
We
point?
did have master gardeners there through the Friends, but that relationship went south, and they were kind of told to leave by the Friends, which I had to do on my first week there.
Why didn't the Friends do it?
That's a good question, ma'am. My first week there, I was trying to make everyone happy, so I was just,
So
that's
with
a whole long story.
Miss Angie has learned and is moving on.
I mean, I'm just wondering if, I just know that they had done a lot at the library prior to when Lauren was there. She would talk about them doing a lot there, so that's why I was asking about extra landscaping needs, that's all.
Yeah, they had a garden box.
That's fine.
Okay.
I just know they had done some other things, so that's what I was asking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, Millersville.
I think I only killed like one tree for all my handouts. I only made 7 because I didn't think about all the extra people, sorry.
I have, and this is just to support if you have any questions or like data questions. I have the monthly report for March, and then I have the annual review from last fiscal year, just in case there are any questions.
You a level 2?
We're level 3.
3.
What? Oh, yeah, I guess.
Because we
We've
have a
got
very
like everything.
large span of Sumner
2, 3,
County.
4,
Yeah.
5.
I was thinking that you were 2 and she
No,
was a
we're
1.
3.
What was Portland?
Portland is
Portland
also a
is
3.
4.
She's 4. Oh, she just got this, yeah. Sorry, I only had,
So you're not asking for anything extra?
I am asking for a little bit extra,
For salary.
in salary. If I had
Oh, I see
known
it,
that
yeah.
the funds that were gonna be provided for like the step raises didn't go towards part-time, I would have asked to increase that line as well. But we didn't get that until afterwards. I think Jessica knows I tried to put the part-time in there and she's like, no, that doesn't count. Half of our staff is part-time, half of our staff is full-time. And I am asking for an additional 2% for the full-time employees. If I had known that part-time wasn't included in that step-up, I would have requested an additional 2, but that came out after I'd already submitted my budget. I am requesting an increase of $7,083 for our books and materials. And similar to what Gabby said, it's just to align us better with the 10% suggested by the state standards.
What was that amount?
$7,083.
Okay.
Because last year we got funds in our electronics for the new computers we needed to get, and I don't need those every year, so I moved the majority of that money to cover any known shortages that I would have for this year and move what was left into books. And then you'll notice some of the lines are different because I went back the past 3 fiscal years and I did an average of where I was doing budget adjustments, so I wouldn't have to do as many. Because my goal is to try and not have budget adjustments. So I went and I looked through and saw where I had been moving funds and what percentage that was. I did the math, and so I tried to move the habitual lines that were short, so I wouldn't have to do it this upcoming fiscal year.
So the state standard is this percentage based on your level for books and materials.
Correct.
I had a constituent call me, and I should have thought to ask this earlier. She said that we needed better access to an e-library. She said we only use the Tennessee Reads or something.
I got this. Some do,
I'll let her speak for all of you. Yeah.
Some do, some don't. So I use half of the funds provided by the state and federal to increase our electronic resources. That would be books through Libby, which is also through the electronic library. And then every year, except I got in trouble this year, so I'm gonna do it different next year. We have Hoopla, which you can also get books and audiobooks through, and we do a prepaid amount for the beginning of the year to last through the whole fiscal year.
So the request was that y'all increase your electronic libraries through however you do it. I'm letting you have that. That was since we've had our last meeting. And can you use that money, that 10 to 15% per level? Could you put 10% of that money that we give you into the e-libraries?
I could. I don't have that planned right now. I have to.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking, so it doesn't matter. The standard doesn't care how you use the money as long as it's on materials.
As long as it's for books and materials. So if, like, we have a new library of things, and so if I wanted to get some more learning manipulatives, I could use the funds for that.
Right, but I'm just thinking about,
Yes, it
some
could
of y'all
be
have
used for
space
other.
restrictions, whereas some of you don't. So, things that are in the cloud, That's all I was at.
I
Don't
would
require
love more
shelf
Libby and
space.
Hoopla access for the record.
Oh, well,
Portland's not here,
We're
but
working on it.
I would love that.
She
I'm
did
a
have
Kindle
access,
guy.
but it's really expensive. It was really, really expensive.
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, I just,
Just letting you know. it was
letting
very
that out
expensive.
there, okay.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, I have all the answers.
Just looking at this, I want to brag on you. I mean, everything is increased as far as foot traffic, but then I noticed through here, you've decreased programs. So what do you think, what's the increase come from?
So.
Besides your Rockstar team,
Well,
and
yeah,
you
yeah.
and yourself
No,
and everything else.
we were hosting programs that nobody was coming to. So we were doing a lot of community surveys, and I was asking the city and the patrons that came in, what do you want? So we removed programs that nobody wanted. And we focused on the funds that we had in our instructional supplies to increase the programs that people really wanted. If you'll see on the back of the package with the green, you'll see all of the new, so I think one of the second to the last page of that pack shows all of the programs that we're doing now. So the big pack is just a recap of last fiscal year. And this is our current numbers from last month.
Who does your
I think that was
artwork?
genius and just shows that just because more doesn't always equal better.
We try to be very good stewards of what we have. It's one of our core values. And
Who does your artwork?
Oh, I did. Well, the gnome, our children's librarian, his name is Norman Booksley, and his little wingman is Pip. And he's our mascot. The community got to name him.
That's cool. But stuff like that, right? The community got to name. That's
We're very community focused.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
You said your total number increase on the books and the media was 7,083.
Yes, sir.
And here we're showing 14,283, at least in that. So
That's, yes, sir.
Sure.
Because I had moved funds from electronics for the new computers. I don't
Okay.
need those again.
Okay.
And so I tried
Got
not to ask for anything that I didn't feel was necessary to continue to meet the level of standards that our community has come to expect from us.
Any other questions? Oh, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at purchase of books, and I'm not seeing any consistent reasoning for the dollar amounts. Is there something that the state board requires of the different levels of libraries? Or
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
well, for instance, you've got I think your new books is purchases is it 7,800? What was it? I'm sorry, is it 14,283?
That's our increase from
That's
last
my
year's budget.
increase.
Your increase, yeah, which is more than any of the other libraries.
Because our budget we were so under, so I moved additional funding that I didn't need anywhere else. 2 books instead of just doing budget adjustments later in the year like I'm doing now.
But is there a requirement for new books every year, or?
So the state standards is 5% out, 5% in of
Okay.
the entire collection.
Okay.
I'm going to be very honest, we are not going to meet that this year. Last year, we did an extensive weeding of any books that had been on the shelf for 10 years and had never been checked out. And that was almost a quarter of our collection, because when the library opened 10 years ago, all the books were donated from libraries that had weeded them to begin with.
Okay.
And so I made the decision that I would rather have fewer books not meet those state standards and have materials that our patrons actually want. I'd rather have fewer books on the shelf and them actually being used than just sitting there.
That's wise. So none of our libraries are going to hit that requirement, I guess.
No.
If she's spending more than anybody, and she's still not gonna hit that 5% in and out. Is that correct, Shannon?
I will in the future.
Any other, go ahead.
I don't think that's, I don't think that's the case, because it's,
Mine, I'm asking for like 40.
yeah, I don't think that's, what do you mean, meet the minimum requirement?
Well, if she's saying the state's requiring 5,
Oh,
It's a standard.
the standard is.
It's not a
But the weeding is a
okay.
requirement.
And that's 5%.
Yes.
Okay,
And
okay.
then you do 5% in, 5%
Yeah.
out.
Any other questions?
No.
I wanted to say to you that I think that your presentation was one of the best that we've had.
Thank
And
you.
you're always good at it. And I really appreciate it. And I've seen a lot of stuff on Facebook where people, for various reasons, take pot shots at Millersville. And I just think that you represent your city very well.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you. It's just a really blessing to serve the community where I live.
All right, highway.
Oh, save the best for last. Is it the last?
Oh, no.
We are 36 minutes behind, sir.
Yeah.
That's all right. We're gonna be okay. Well, Mr. Hyde said we were gonna be done by 2, and that's what caused the problem.
He jinxed the meeting.
8:39.
I feel like we're about to sing a hymnal together. Verses 1 and 2.
That's right. All right, Toby, your show.
Good afternoon. Just wanted to go over some of the high points of the budget that I submitted.
I can't see him.
We were
He needs to stand
basically
up.
flat, but we're approximately 4.29% over last year's budget. And what that consists of, I'm asking for 3 positions. And I'll kind of go through the math on it. Of those 3 positions, if you took the positions out, I would essentially be asking for 2.7% more than last year. And if you took out the $65,000 in overtime, then I would be 2.2% over and above last year. So those 3 items got me from 2.2% up to the 4.29. The 3 positions that I'm asking for is another full-time mechanic. We had 4 full-time mechanics ever since I've been there. The paving schedule and what we have achieved in the first term, we're approaching 200 miles that's been paved. We're doing a lot of work, and equipment is being used more. And because of that, we're getting into situations to where we can't get the equipment fixed or maintenance fast enough to get it back on the road and operational again. And so I'm asking for that. And of course, what I've tried to do year over year with you, I'm always trying to ask for a few people each year. When we did the analysis with Montgomery, Williamson, and Wilson, who kind of is a good mirror image of Sumner County based on the economics, the populations, and the road miles, we're still significantly understaffed by comparison. And I will continue to try to be fair and just work toward adding people along the way. I'm never going to ask for a big amount because I know the stress that y'all are under. I mean, I hope I'm not the 400 case that you've looked at today.
You are toward the end of the day.
I am the last one.
Oh, 400 case.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're sitting there, and so of that 4.29%, one thing that is in there, and I know that y'all are feeling it, everybody in this room is feeling it, is the increase in fuel cost. We've upped the diesel 30,000 and the gasoline line item an additional 10,000. And that's one of the things that we've endured this 2 years ago. It fluctuated, and we had a few bad months, and then we turned around, it dropped back, and it kind of washed out for us. And so I'm hoping this is just a blip on the screen and we go through it, because you just don't know. And that does affect the liquid AC on my mix. Liquid AC, for the most part this year, we've been under our base bid amount of 625. We've been under that, so we've been getting a break. So we're probably going to take a hit for the next few months, but I see it. Everybody, the experts are saying it should level out, and that's what we're hoping for. So that's, and while I've got your attention, I talked to Matt about this the other day. I want to thank the commission for passing the resolution on the mineral severance tax. It's something that was passed by the state last year, and y'all approved a 10-cent a ton tax on the aggregate and asphalt people of Sumner County. And so we're going to go from 10 cents to 20 cents a ton. And the reason they did that, the state met with all the lobbyists, and it's just a way of the companies giving back to the counties that have quarries and asphalt plants in their county. It's a way that they can kind of give back to the highway departments to try to make up the difference for the road damage that they help make, right? And I said something to Matt, and I've spoken to several of you about it, but that's something that I don't see the benefit. I talked to Beth, our average is probably around 280,000 a year. It's been higher than that in my term, and it's been lower than that. So, but a good average is about 280. So additionally, what we're talking about is I'm probably gonna get in that vicinity an extra 280 this coming year. And what I would like, my ask is for y'all, is I would like that to be something that I can actually use in my day-to-day operation, not just be behind the scenes in the general fund and moved around. I would really like to use it for what it was made for, and that's, equipment, supplies, material. And it's a recurring tax, so it's gonna keep happening. And so it's something I would like to use that I see the benefit of actually using it for what it was meant for. So that's something I was wanting to talk to about as well.
What's the timeline on getting all the brush picked up?
Thank you so much.
You did clean it off of Center Point Road. Thank you so much.
I haven't been asked that in the last hour.
Your commissioner asked me
let me just paint the picture. I think everybody in this room knows it was a catastrophic event. This is something that is unforeseen. It's never happened, and we are working. I've already went through my normal overtime and had to ask for more, and I've almost went through that. And so we're working 6 days a week, and nobody wants this done faster. I just want it done. I'm sick of it. But what we've done, we have picked up almost 2,600 truckloads.
Oh my
And so we've got people that are very happy with Highway and Toby Ellis, and I got some people that are not so happy with me. And
Hearing a lot of excuses, Toby.
And so the thing of it is that we're working towards a common goal. And one thing that's probably going to be a bummer is I'm fixing to start paving. I could have been paving a month and a half ago, and I'm fixing to take 8 trucks out of the cycle so I can start paving roads.
I've got a question.
How much are you increasing overtime again?
65,000.
Okay,
So
good. I just want to make sure, because at the end of the day, sorry. At the
No,
end
no,
of the
it's
day,
okay. I'm gonna piggyback.
There's
on
an
what you-
event that's going to happen, I think, no matter what. And
Well,
so-
and
I'd rather
something-
have it there than not, so.
And it's something that, nobody can foresee an event such as this. And I will say that the citizens of the county have been awfully patient. And, I answer every email. They send it to me, I answer them back or call them or talk to them, and I get a butt chewing every day. But at the end of the conversation, they realize of 800 miles, every mile of county road had debris on it.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question real quick. So we set aside a couple of years ago, almost $20 million toward road work.
It was asphalt, right?
Yeah, it was, it was for broadly different inputs, but different things, but the majority of it, I think, goes toward inputs. So I know that part of that, I think we approved for you to use, to contract out services.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering.
And that started last year.
Yeah, I know, I'm gonna ask if it doesn't make sense, since you need to shift your operations toward paving, to contract out some brush work.
Well, and see, that's
Because this feels like a one-time thing, like freak thing that we could contract
I've
out
been-
a couple months of
I've had-
work and.
I also don't want to burn out your people. That's a
Yeah,
real fear.
And what we get into is I'm dealing right now with FEMA and TEMA on money that they owe me from 2 years ago. So if I go and spend this money, I'm gonna spend my asphalt budget between now and, I'm not gonna get anything done because I'm gonna spend all the rest of the money on picking up brush and hire a contractor. And then the people that I'm taking the brunt of the force off of, they're not gonna have any money to use to do the paving. And so I've elected to keep the money and do as much as we can and get to the end of the year and see where we're at. And if we're gonna hire somebody, we hire it on the budget.
Well, but I mean, I'm
But
not
I-
saying you necessarily have to take it out. I'm just saying, do we have an idea of what it might cost to get, for a contract for some brush
It's very
work?
expensive. I mean, I've talked to several cities and these guys have done a great job, but it's pretty costly. And I've got I came before y'all about the brush trucks last month, and of course I want to get on the agenda for budget this month, but it's something that I feel like I can benefit by upping the production there. CEI is elected to rent me an extra truck right now, which will up our load count probably 10, 11.
But that doesn't
truckloads a
change your
day.
personnel. I mean, I'm arguing with you a little bit, right? I mean, and I know you're the guy doing the work, so like, I get that. But if we've got a thing that's a one-time thing.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't want to lose my money for roads.
But I'm
Infrastructure.
saying, what if there's, we could supplement it from elsewhere, right? Like,
I'd be tickled to death.
but I need a number, like an idea of what that would be. Like, is it 100,000? Is it 2 million? Is it, that's what I'm directionally, because maybe we can't do it. But in order to make a smart decision, I need to know we need to know what a,
What
ballpark
I'll
figure
do
would
is
be.
I'll get state's got about the cheapest price, so I'll get their pricing and look at what we got, and I'll give you a number.
Okay.
Because it's something that I talked to Jay a few days ago and to Nathan, and they've almost spent $10 million on brush pickup so far, just in Region 3.
Well,
Wow, how many miles? 8? Go ahead.
Toby, when you haul off the debris, do you chip it first, or do you haul off just logs and stuff?
No, we cut it up in sections, usually 6-foot sections, and then the limbs and stuff, and we just pick it up and haul it off to our burn pits.
Would it make any sense to have a chipper and
Not
would it be
really.
more efficient?
It takes more people to run a chipper and
Does
to
it?
load it, and you get into situations where they're very dangerous.
Yeah, they are.
And I can sit there and take the mini X's and backhoe and load a truck in less than 5 minutes.
Okay.
And then it's going to be burned, and so the load count is what I'm after. It's trying to we're doing between 60 and 70 loads a day right now.
Yeah, I just thought maybe you could get more loads if you chipped it, but.
The thing with the chipping is if it adds more steps to it, and we don't have enough personnel to fill
Okay,
out.
so personnel more than
Yes.
equipment is the problem, okay.
All right. Any other notes, Toby?
No, that's it. I appreciate the time y'all put in this. I know you work very hard.
Questions for Mr. Ellis? Thank you, sir.
Did you have
Okay.
did you have an org chart?
I did, I had it. Yes.
Well, I didn't see it.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I just didn't get
He
it.
has just one.
What do you want one, Shannon?
Take a
Oh,
picture.
you have
Here,
it?
hand me your pic. I'll take a picture of it. Oh, wow. Wow.
Go, Shannon.
Wow, he thumped you hard.
I really want to.
I use these.
Oh,
Do you want me to
yes.
sign it?
All right.
That was amazing.
Thank you,
All right.
Mark Harrison.
The brush pickup. was
Oh, I
amazing.
knew my favorite color, blue.
Okay, ag extension,
8:36.
8:36.
He's gonna piss me
Oh, it's okay.
off. Won't be the last one.
There aren't any names on it. This is not helpful.
And we're the dotted lines. We need to see dotted lines.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I know. Oh, look here. They might be there if I get far enough away from me.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Parker.
Go
How
ahead.
is
Your
everybody
floor.
today?
Good, we almost done.
Yeah.
Am I the last one?
No, next to last.
Well, I'm glad.
Oh, no,
y'all-
go two more, sorry.
Well, I'm glad y'all were behind, because you know how your days are. You plan kind of every minute. We were teaching 4-H clubs over at Schaefer Middle, and I thought, man, if it ends at 2, I can be there right on time. Lockdown drill. But, you know, it's nice to see, and I tell you, you should be proud of them. You know, typically you think a drill. They done the drill during class change. everybody's in the hallway.
Oh, wow.
Everybody had to be pulled in. I mean, super impressed with the instruction and how things went there, but I'm like, of all days, I got somewhere to be right at the moment. I had it meant, and I walked in, and I was like, whew, they got 1 or 2 to go. But Ag Extension appreciates you letting us come in and talk to you today. Things are going just super well. We're wrapping up our school year. Saturday, we've got our piggy bank contest for our 4th graders. You know, Tennessee ranks at the bottom of the states on savings, and so we're trying to encourage those 4-H members to start saving early, try to get those life skills in place at an early age. You know, the CPR training yesterday, we're getting ready for our 4-H camping season. We'll take more kids to camp by twice of any other county in the state. So, you know, 4-H is doing really well. The ag side, you know, we're in the middle of our Master Gardener classes. Soil samples are coming in. I mean, you've heard everybody talk about the crunch of the gas and food prices and fuel prices. And so we've had increased demand for canning classes, freezing, food preservation, backyard poultry. I mean, and that's just on kind of the residential side. That's not even talking about the commercial side of agriculture. So agricultural side is just booming. And like I said, the FCS side is going just leaps and bounds as well. So things are going well. So I like to keep things simple. So I kind of brought my chart so I could kind of see and talk through it. You know, last year our budget was $667. We definitely appreciate the 2% increase that y'all offered this time. That put us at 12.4. So, you know, if we didn't ask for anything, it'd put us at 669, given the 2%. I'm requesting for 686 this time. And so, you know, if you subtract those two numbers, I'm asking for $6,378 when you get down to the bottom line of what we're looking for. And in that, of course, I've made adjustments per line item to maximize our dollars. But that $6,000 will include 2 of my staff members getting their master's degree, 1 of our staff members promoting, and then compression. I've got a lady that works for us that, you know, when we hired these positions in, you know, 20 years ago, we hired them in at 32 hours a week so they could be full-time. It's just hard for somebody to try to make a living on 32 hours a week. And so I was able to kind of make some math happen so that we could bump an individual from 32 hours to 40 hours. And I can do all that for $6,378. So I hope that kind of, I know that's the big picture, and I know there's lots of individual things, but that was just trying to make our dollars work for what's best for our office, our clientele, and then the least amount of impact on the county budget. So that's what really kind of puts us where we need to be. We've been really fortunate, you know, our staff, 15 folks. I haven't had anybody turn over in the last couple of years, so we've got a good group coming in. That's part of the reason I wanted to come to bat for that 32-hour position to bump up a little bit to get to a 40-hour position. But I mean, I really feel like we're making a true impact in the lives of Sumner County residents, whether it's those 300 youth I'm going to take to camp this summer, or it's those people that are having a safe food supply, hoping that their canning is not going to kill them, or those types of things there. So, questions?
This is maybe a little off topic,
Okay.
but it's something I'm really concerned about.
Okay.
We've heard for years now about how much farmland we're losing across the state.
Yes.
I'm of the opinion that's because a lot of people don't want to be farmers anymore. Is that the fact?
No.
No,
It's not.
because farmers can't make no money. Like, I'm gonna level with you, man. Like, I'm just gonna level with you. I know a lot of farmers. I'm gonna answer this. Can I answer this?
And I'll correct you if I see something
No,
that you're
please
off
do.
on,
No.
but
I know a lot of farmers own farmland, and we lost money last year, right? So, like, in West Tennessee, I would bet 1 in 5 farmers is gonna go out of business. Inputs have gone up, and prices have gone way down. And so unless you're operating like these small farms, couple hundred acres, like they're dead now. Like farms that are at 1,000 acres, 1,500 acres, they're struggling. So you have mega farming operations, and you've got nothing. That's the way it is. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you know.
It's not that people don't.
No,
Let me tell you about.
people want to farm.
They want. So
Man,
I've got
they want to farm. You don't know how many families that just crushes them. That great grandpa,
Seventh
and now
generation
you're
farmer,
getting down
man.
to,
So like, I have a
Right.
friend who's a seventh generation farmer. That's what they've done. His son, like we've partnered on these things for years and years. His son, I go and visit him, and here's what he said. Sorry, I'm like going, because this is a national thing.
Oh, yeah.
And
It is.
like
It is.
but it's people don't want to farm. That's BS, man. Like, and I'm not mad at you.
Yeah,
but
I got
think-
relatives who are farmers in the Dakotas.
What
They
this
want to
young
farm.
guy, he's probably 31, 32. He had to put his house, he had to take a note on his house, a second loan on his house for inputs that he's barely going to make back. And because you do this you take out a loan in order to get and you expect to get some and maybe a little extra. And he said, look, I don't know if I'm going to be able to farm your land next year. And I want to farm, but I also don't want to lose my house. I mean, that is where it's at. Anyway, sorry.
And there's no such, if you decided, you know what, I want to take up farming, you know what land's selling for in Sumner
Yeah.
County.
Right.
Go try to buy, just say 50, or to go back, you heard about the back 40, right? Go try to buy 40 acres and see how long it would take you to try to turn a profit if you had to go buy 40 acres and you didn't inherit the tractor, the barn,
Yep.
the family, that wasn't passed down. I mean, it's tough. But no, it's not the one.
Okay, so here's the thrust of where I was going with this. Is there anything the county can do to make it more profitable to be a farmer? It's just a question out there. I mean, property taxes.
You want to subsidize these guys? I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, it all comes down to, I think at this point, is it's just supporting
Supply.
local agriculture. Go buy a side of beef from somebody here in the county.
We do.
Instead of going to the grocery store. Go to that farmer's market. Those people are trying to sell off those trucks. I mean, they're hustling.
Now
trying to
there
make
are
a
some
living.
there are
And
some
they-
farm
yeah,
there are some
yeah,
small farms that
oh,
can
yeah.
do that with them with
Little
some
bit of strawberries and
hyper
different
local
things, yeah.
hyper.
I
But
mean, if you're, when's the last time you seen a field of square bales? Now, if you're willing to square bale, you can, market to some horse folks, and if you got high quality and you do some things, you can kind of hit a niche market and do okay.
but the niche market ain't going to be niche for long.
Right, exactly. So it's changing.
Yeah, I haven't seen square bills in a long
Right,
time.
exactly. So, it all kind of comes around.
Is it more expensive to haul?
Somebody's got to pick it up,
I
man.
actually have a real, I
Go
actually
ahead.
have a.
Sorry.
I have
Go ahead. Real
a
question.
local question.
Okay.
What are the age ranges of the people who are coming to learn the canning and food preservation?
It's 30, 40s now. I mean,
Okay.
we still have some, groups that meet that are, of course, they're in their 70s and 80s now. But very few of those are coming to learn to can, to freeze, those processes. You're seeing a lot more of the younger generations, their grandparents, they heard about it, they remember doing it. Now they want to know where their food's coming from. They want to, have that identity with what they're eating.
Do they pay for the classes?
Some do,
There's
right,
a fee.
yeah, most-
Do
you're
we
right.
have is there a scholarship program? if they
Right,
can?
right.
And then my next question is, are there a lot of backyard gardens, or are they like 3 to 5 acre homestead
No,
gardens?
it's backyard.
Oh,
It's
okay.
backyard. You don't see many of, those multiple acres. It's usually
Well, I was just
smaller.
thinking, I grew up on 3 acres. and
Right.
An acre of it was a garden. And I
Right.
don't can because I had to do that all summer.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
I'm
But
just
yeah,
saying.
most everything that we
People
see
who
come in-
had to farm don't like to hobby farm.
Well, I have, you know what, I have a deer
We hobby
problem.
farming.
I did-
Tobacco, and still have a hobby farm.
I didn't
Oh.
preserve my food. I
Yeah.
ate it as it came in because of the deer. I couldn't grow a big enough garden to have all
Yeah.
those things. My
Sorry.
mama still can. But anyway.
Any other questions? Because we are over time. Oh, I'm sorry.
There's a farmer's market, and so yes, kind of supporting those type things, those kind of come into play. So, yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Appreciate y'all
Yeah.
so much. I know how hard y'all work. and I
Thank you,
know
Clint.
It's getting towards the end of the day, so
Thank you,
thank you
sir.
for your time.
Thank you.
And like I said, let me know, and who was collecting the organizational charts?
Mark Harrison.
Shannon.
Commissioner Harrison.
Mine's not color coded though, I'm sorry, but
Oh.
it does have names on it. It does have names.
Circuit Clerk Court.
It's your turn.
A16.
Hey, what?
16.
I was looking at Catherine and you were like,
Afternoon. I was thinking about, so we just got the email about the org chart, I think, yesterday.
Yeah.
My system prints one for me, but it comes out like this, and y'all can't read that, so I'm gonna have to figure out a way to do it that doesn't. I gotta figure out a way to do it, and I'll supplement my budget.
Oh my God, what's the sheriff
with it.
thing about
Because the
that?
last time, the way I did it, it was like hard to do, because I have so many underneath one person, but it looked like they all reported to the person above. Anyways, I'll figure it out, I'll supplement, I'll send it to Justin. So I don't have more of them. Well, I do, but.
It's okay, you're not the only one.
We'll mark your box. Compliant.
Okay. I don't have too many changes. The main thing is I'm asking for another person. I got another employee a couple years ago, I think 3 years ago, when we were added the additional judge. Since that time, and I pulled some numbers so y'all could see kind of our caseloads over the last several years from 2022. And what you'll see is, you want one or you don't care?
A little of both.
Right. On a need-to-know basis. What you'll see is, for the most part, the case numbers fluctuate kind of up and down, and even within, a few hundred cases is not a huge deal. Do you want one, Eric, or you don't?
No, I'm good, thanks.
I'll need one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our biggest heartache and what seems to be a real uptake is in general sessions civil. General sessions civil from 2022 to 2025 is up almost 3,000 cases.
this is what you were asking for, I think, wasn't it, Mr. Hyde?
So, and you can kind of see where we are this month. I only pulled the 2025 numbers on the bottom for each of the divisions. And for general sessions civil, we were down in January, but then in February we were back up significantly. And general sessions civil is our small claims court. It's essentially, you got a credit card debt, you're getting sued in general sessions civil. It is so much paperwork. From that, we got to process that paperwork. It goes out to the sheriff's office. Then that paperwork comes back, either served or not served. Then from there, once you get a judgment, then come the garnishments, the executions, all the paperwork involved that has taken that on. With our staffing right now, if you file a garnishment to try to collect on your judgment, it's about 6 weeks before that paperwork makes it out of our office.
So that is an almost 60% increase in 3 years.
I needed to ask for 3 people, but I feel like maybe we could get away with 1 in hopes that it'll kind of settle down. Because in criminal, our cases are down a little bit. It's within a few hundred, within a few hundred cases. The problem is on the criminal side, 1, they're trained different, so I can't take somebody from criminal and just plop them into civil. But the problem is in criminal, our jury trials are insane right now. We had 16 jury trials in 2023. We had 42 last year. We've already had 14 this year.
Wow.
Now, that doesn't necessarily create more work for our office, but it takes somebody, and many times there's multiple going on at the same time. It puts people in those courtrooms all day, every day that those trials are going on. Now, it increases my jury cost a ton, which unfortunately, I don't even know that I put that. I don't even know if I put an increase.
Are most of the civil, what are the types? I'm just kind of interested.
Yes.
What are the types of civil cases? Is it mostly like?
In general session civil?
Yes.
It's debt collection. That's our biggest expense, but it's also detainer warrants, like landlord-tenant actions.
So, but it's money related. It's almost,
anything where the damages are less than $50,000 can be filed in general sessions. It's also a whole lot of people that are representing themselves. So we're spending a whole lot more time
Those are so
talking
fun
to
to see on
them
TikTok.
and trying to help them
I just
through
I
it.
just think that's also an indicator.
Crozet.
Like, I think that's like
Crozet.
a potentially an indicator of the health of the economy, right? Like, so if people are struggling
Yeah.
for money,
So I
That's
didn't
gonna
ask
go up.
for a person last year because I thought, I think we're just now seeing creditors not giving people the benefit of COVID. I
yeah.
really felt like last year, I think this is finally the COVID bump. Like, we're giving people a chance to get back, but I think you're right. I think it's a real indicator of our economy
Yeah.
right now, because it's just continuing.
Yeah. I
to
mean,
soar.
I've-
I wish I'd taken a picture and could put it up here of what our counter looks like.
There's all these little indicators in the economy that it's like really not doing well. Sorry, you
Yeah.
had a question.
I was just gonna say, I'm not trying to advocate for any department or any elected position here. However, of all the courts and counties I've traveled to, I've never heard a clerk tell me that having another general session civil employee has been a financial burden, because it generates fees. It does create money to come in, and to her point, creditors are filing like crazy now, because with a good economy, lawsuits will come in because they can now go after the money. When the economy goes down, the same thing happens. So it's kind of like owning a liquor store. People are buying booze when times are bad, and they're buying booze when times are good.
Yeah.
So it's not uncommon for
Priorities.
general session civil to go wacko like this.
On either side of it, either type of it.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I've never heard anybody say from a county perspective that it was a bad investment.
And the legislature just increased our fees for the first time in like 20 years. And it increased some this year, it increases some next year, it increases some the next year. It's kind of a slow walkout, but we will most definitely see that in my revenue, the benefit of that.
Did you build that into your numbers? Did you build that increase in?
No, because we don't have access to the revenue side of it,
Okay.
to be able to put it in the budget.
Do you think crime will ever be profitable?
No, we don't get any money from criminals.
Depends on who you
That's the problem.
ask.
Civil is where we get our money.
Yeah.
Going after criminals is.
So you mentioned your jury,
Pillage.
your jury payments. Do we pay the jurors or the potential jurors? Does the state set that amount that we pay them?
Yes.
And what is that a day?
So it's either.
I know go
It's
ahead.
either $10 a day plus their mileage,
Uh-huh.
or $11 a day flat, no mileage. I
Okay.
do $11 a day flat, no mileage, because we are a very large county.
Is that even if
coming
you're
from
called to
Westmoreland.
come and sit and not even get chosen, you're getting paid to come and sit?
So, yes and no. So our
Okay.
previous system, when we used to call jurors, we sent out all the jury, and you had to come in just for juror orientation.
Yeah,
And there was no trial that day. Everybody had to come in. We had to pay you for that day.
yeah.
COVID made me create a new system, and we have kept it, where I try to get them in as little as possible for this reason. And so we have a texting system where we text them. They don't come in for an initial orientation. They are only called in if there is a jury trial. But yes, if you show up, we might call 60 jurors in. We're only selecting 12.
Oh, okay.
But we gotta pay all 60 for
Had a
showing
man in
up.
my Sunday school ask me about it 8 months ago, and since you said jury, it brought that to my head, so
Yeah.
I wanted to make
So
sure.
you
I
show
wanted
up,
to
but
ask.
I mean, some people are only there for a few hours and they're getting $11. Some people are there 8 hours and they're only getting $11. But those costs are up significantly. I'm actually on the struggle bus right now because I'm about to run out of money in that line item, and I don't know that I have enough.
Oh, really?
Zero.
Well, but I was short last year, but I was able to move it from some other line items. I don't know that I have it enough to move, because this past month, we had 7 trials in March. We had 7 trials. And what stinks is, this month, I'm sending out 500. I've gone from mailing out 250 jury summons a month to 500, because I need 150 to 200 jurors in my jury pool. Otherwise, I'm asking the same 70 jurors
Throw
to
Dylan
come
on
back.
that list.
So that's what I was about to ask.
week
How
after
do you
week
choose
after
those
week.
people?
Yeah,
Because
I've
I've never
been
got.
to
I've never
30
dying
years,
to
I've
be
never
selected.
been
I've
to
never
damn
got.
It's from your
never
driver's
been.
license from.
So is it just like a random generator?
I was on a jury once in DC, or in Fairfax.
Or become law director.
What's
Whenever
wrong
you
with
get
some
on
people
there.
No,
get
I don't
called,
wanna
they'll
do
be
that.
like, this is my 5th time being
Yeah.
called. I'm like, I guess you should pay the
It
lottery.
was
I don't
it was a
know.
good one too. It was on there with a guy who had pulled a gun on somebody else.
No,
Yeah.
I wanna be on a jury.
But you know how many, do y'all know what postage is?
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
500 jury summons every month that goes out in the mail.
And
And
y'all
y'all
don't-
out of my postage line
Y'all
item
don't
too.
have a bulk postage thing?
I think postage is 78 cents.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we pay 74.
Ooh, big savings.
Now, we've been looking
Oh,
into,
because
can
you're
we do
doing-
a postcard?
Because that's what it is.
But
That's
it
why it's
doesn't
so
save
much.
that, even a postcard doesn't save that much, and I'm too afraid of people thinking it's junk mail on a
Yeah.
postcard.
Well, maybe that's why we've never been summoned. We just been throwing them away.
You probably do. I mean, who checks the
Well,
mail anymore?
I know.
Well, you're right.
I'm bad about it.
I get people that are like,
Every day.
this was in my mailbox
Every
last
day.
month and I just got
Well,
my
I
mail.
just
I'm like,
got
you literally only
a
check your
pile.
mail once a month?
The
Some
clerk's
people do.
office went to the postcards, but I know what they're looking for. And
Yeah.
also, I'll get a ticket if my tags are expired.
Oh, my tax are.
Also, I'm old, so I check my mail
That's county
every day.
revenue, sir.
Yeah.
I need to
Anyway.
get it done. I
So
always
there were some changes in the regular, if y'all have questions about that. I put explanations on there, but in my budget, just trying, I might have increased the jury, I really can't remember,
You
I'm
didn't
sorry.
increase jury, it's still 40. The jury expenses, right there, what she said.
I think when she gets to the end, she just say no more trials this year.
Oh.
No more crime.
No more trials.
No more trials. It's
Well,
They're
every
already
time-
backed up for years.
Every time the
Court's
DA's
closed
office
till
gets
July
a
1.
dismissal, gets a not guilty, or every time there's a not guilty or a dismissal verdict, I think, oh my God, that's about to get around the jail, and everybody's gonna be like, try your case. Oh, literally what happens.
Oh,
We'll
yeah.
have a string of not guilties, and then everybody's going to trial. Like, I mean, word travels quickly in the jail. Isn't that right?
Working her fault.
Sorry, go ahead. Anything else?
I think all this is fairly run of the mill. I think there were a few adjustments. The only other thing was salaries.
I noticed you did not ask for anything above and beyond COLA. You just asked for that
Except
one.
for.
Except for the
Super-
one.
Except for that, the
There was
supervisor.
one so part of this is I'm working on a little bit of restructuring of my supervisors.
Okay.
And I have one, I've mostly structured it based on the number of employees that they supervise, because that is the hardest part of supervising. So, but I have one that she only has 3 people that she supervises, but we're putting more other office responsibilities. We're moving her more towards a bookkeeping position,
Okay.
because I want, my chief deputy is also my bookkeeper, but I need her to be less of a bookkeeper and more of a chief deputy. She's here, but she loves numbers, so I'm struggling with that. So this is part of me trying to push more on that employee, because she only supervises 3 people. So I would like to bring her in range with the other supervisors
That's
that
okay. It looks like
supervise
you're
the
just-
most people.
Yeah.
I
Looks
mean,
like
it
you're-
just puts her in line with them.
The
The
super-
other supervisor that only has 2 or 3 people that she supervises stays at that level, but that was my
Okay.
thought process
All
on
right.
that.
Any other questions?
There's
Nope,
my-
nope, go ahead.
The maintenance agreements are way up. If I'm looking at the right thing, 135,000 up? Is that right?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Never mind, okay.
I mean, I would
I'm
love
good.
more than what the suggested COLA was for all of my employees.
No,
We're working on it.
we're working on something
But,
here.
yeah.
I'm not, there are no promises, but we're
I
we're
know,
working.
I hear you. It's just, especially if health insurance goes over,
Yeah,
I
I
haven't
know.
heard that it is, but it, I mean, y'all know how much it is to go out to eat. Y'all
It
know
was
how much
$70
it
to
is.
fill my car yesterday.
I don't know how people
I don't know how people
making
make it.
$40,000 a year
I
are
know,
are
30.
doing it.
I don't either.
And they work their freaking tails off.
I know.
Everybody in this county does, but my people clearly, I mean, our case numbers compared to Wilson County are a third more than what they have, and they have 45 people, 45 deputy clerks in their office. I have 35. My people are, the moment they walk in the door to the moment they leave, drowning in work, and we're 6 weeks behind on getting stuff out the door. Now, I've got I am maxing out my part-time. Like, I just have 2 new part-timers that are 29 hours. Like, you have to be here for the full 29 hours to try to get as much as we can, but it just is what it is. That's where we are.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all.
All righty. Clerk and Master, you have the honor of being the last one today, sir.
8:20 and 8:23.
Let me give you my.
You just have one.
Let me keep one.
Okay, that's fine.
Pass it around with the I'm the other fee generating court system. And we have been generating a lot of fees because we have been really busy. I'm glad the sheriff is here, because one of the things that we need will help him. We have had an astronomical amount of new conservatorships. Some of that is caused by, I can't ever remember Sumner Regional's new name.
High Point Health. High
Our
Point Health.
hospital here now has a geriatric psych ward. I'm pleased to say I have not been in it yet.
Wait for an hour. Wait till you're done here.
Okay. But they have been releasing people. They come out on the street, they end up with the sheriff, and then we have a conservatorship going. We had one about a month and a half ago, a conservatorship, and it's heartbreaking because these folks had no one to care for them, no family members that we can find, and the one lady that we had, I ordered that she be brought up because when I take someone's rights away, because I hear the conservatorship cases, the guardianship cases, small estates, and then other things that the judge assigns to me under what's known as Rule 53. But on the conservatorships, I want to see the person before I take their rights away. And we had a little trouble with this woman because she had taken all her clothes off, put her underwear on her head, and that was her crown because she was the Queen of England. When I got the report from the officers, I felt fairly confident that this lady was not competent. We have another gentleman down there who, is he still alive? And because of privacy matters, can't really tell you the name, but he had family. Unfortunately, they were taking all of his Social Security and spending it on themselves and not on him. He would go to the corner store, try to get cigarettes and something to drink. They'd arrest him. He'd go crazy. They'd send him down to Middle Tennessee. They'd get his medication fixed up good. They'd send him back. He'd quit taking his medication. He'd go down to the store, get arrested, and it's just like the merry-go-round. One of the things we're asking for is underneath him, it's judge's discretionary. It's gone up from 4,500 to 7,200. And what that's for is to get a public administrator. We had a public administrator that Tom Gray appointed. Her name was Tina Vincent. Very nice young lady, an attorney. He appointed her in 1999. Well, Chancellor Gray was a wonderful gentleman, but he kind of did things his way. And we should have kind of checked on that before, because it's an appointment that has to be approved by the county commission. It's for 4 years, and we haven't had anyone since 2023 because Ms. Vincent had some health problems and some deaths in the family, and she said, I just can't do it anymore. Now, basically what I'm asking for is $600 a month to basically hire an attorney who would take over these folks, be their conservator, to get them the medical treatment that they needed. And because right now what I'm having to do is I'm having to take people, the attorneys that do work with us, and say, please, will you help me out on this?
And the next time I get an appointed case where I know you're gonna get paid, I'll give it to you so you make up for this. And they, at 300, 600 a month, most of the conservatorship attorneys we appoint, we won't approve an hourly rate of over 350 an hour. Some that did have an attorney from Nashville who wanted 660 an hour, and he got 350 an hour. But we don't have anybody that can help us out there. So that's one of the things we're asking. As you heard from Ms. Strong earlier, we are filled up, of course. We are going, and it's just amazing how many more cases we have. And with Judge Nichols being on the bench, we've gone from 2024, when she went on the bench, just at the end of the year there, because she didn't go on until September. And then she had to get cases appointed to her. So what we're doing now is every third case that comes into Chancery Court goes to Chancellor or Judge Nichols. So in 2024, Judge Oliver had 782 hearings he had. Judge Nichols had 28. Last year, Judge Oliver had 1,000 hearings, and Judge Nichols had 476. And she only does them on Thursdays and Fridays. And then what happens is it generates an amazing amount of paperwork. Our court, we have 1,300 active estates. We have 560 active conservatorships. Well, the legislature has mandated that on all of the estates that we have to have reports. And if we don't have a report by the 15th month and they haven't finished it, we have to bring those attorneys into court and tell them, why haven't you done this? So if you don't have an attorney, we have to bring the personal representative. They have to show to us why they haven't done that. Now, what makes it harder is they also have to do a report on what they're doing for the ward. And the legislature's just changed that, so starting July 1, when they send us in an annual status report, they have to tell us, when was the last time you saw the ward? And you have to know and get a report also on their counties. The counties have to be done once a year. Rarely do we have a time when the attorneys do it on their own. We have to send them a letter with all of the paperwork there. And then we give them 30 days. If they don't do it within 30 days, then we do what is known as a show cause, bring them into court and make them come. And we don't let them just do it by Zoom. We make them come to court physically and tell us, why haven't you done this? And explain what's going on with the ward, because we have a responsibility to those people also. In addition to the personal representative, it's our responsibility to keep up with these folks. At times we run into people that have moved out of state, that have relatives that they were the conservator, given to someone else. We have conservators who died and no one let us know. So we keep an eye on that. Now, as a fee generating office, just through this year, what we generated, our clerk and master's fees that we turned over is right at $400,000. We also do pick up the delinquent taxes, and Eric, we've gotten almost, and this is just through March, almost $800,000 in delinquent taxes. And that's always interesting, because first we get a tongue lashing because it's our fault that they haven't paid in 2 years. And then they'll come, we have people who will come in and bring trash bags full of cash in order to pay their delinquent taxes, which is always interesting. So that takes time. Now, everything that we do has gotten more time consuming because of the requirements and just because of the nature of our society these days. No one can do anything easy, and we have a hard time trusting a lot of people. We also do what are known as small estates. Those are estates of under $50,000. And I'd say 90% of those are self-represented litigants. And they come in, and we can't provide legal advice, but sometimes we have to direct them and have them read through everything and sign this. We sometimes catch them where they will put it on for mom and dad, and they just kind of conveniently forget their brother Charlie, who died and had children. They're also entitled to inherit, but they never came and saw grandmother and granddad anyway, so they shouldn't get anything. Well, that's not their decision to make. We have to follow the law on that. So we have hearings on those, and then right now, with the new judge and with the hearings and everything going on, as Catherine said, we've got to put people into the courtroom with the judges. So this week we've had Judge Nichols has had cases, Judge Oliver's had cases. Every now and then we have it where we have a triple threat, where we'll have a visiting judge who has to come in because all of our judges here have recused themselves. And so we'll have, of a staff where we have 9 people, including myself, we will have 3 or 4 out of the office. Then we have people coming in on small estates, and that is why on mine I've asked for an additional person. One of the hardest things that we have that takes the most time is doing the accountings, and we really go over those accountings carefully, because as you may remember, we had an attorney here who everybody thought was a good attorney. When they shut him down, he had 500 active cases. And at least he was considerate. He stole from everybody. He stole from his stepfather. He stole from high school friends. He stole from everybody, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And now he is spending 30 years in the penitentiary. There was an attorney in Lebanon, and she was the president of the bar one year. And she also stole. She stole from the judge who appointed her cases, and they were livid. So she did pay back right at $600,000. Our attorney here, Mr. Allman, he didn't pay back anything. He is still claiming that it's a bank error. The money's out there somewhere, but that's not quite the case. So we have got to do these accountings, and the accountings take time. We get a whopping $70 for each accounting that we do, and that's turned over. That's gone up from $45 from last year. So we will be turning over more, but the person that does the accounting, we need help. And so I'm looking for another person that can come and help with the accountings. And that person that is the accounting, she's been moved up to be a supervisor. Now, part of what we're asking for on our increase in salaries is, I know a couple of years ago you all did a study trying to see if we were in the right framework, if we were paying everybody the same. Well, our chief deputy is paid significantly less than Catherine's chief deputy. And so we're asking that that be the same pay on our chief deputy as Catherine. And our supervisor won't get started pay, but we would want her to have the same as Catherine's did. I think hers is about $74,000, and that's what we put in for ours. Right now she's getting right at 60, and she is taking work home, because when you do those accountings, you've really got to be careful. And she just got in 6 new ones today, and that's on all the estates they're required before you can close the estate. So that's the reason why we're asking for the substantial amount. So I'm looking to equalize or do the same amount as for the chief deputy and for my one supervisor. We have, well, really I have 2 people listed as supervisor, but one is the chief deputy. So hers won't change any there. But the other supervisor is the one who's going to have to teach all these folks to do the accountings. And as Eric knows, if those accountings aren't right, there's problems. And we can be held liable if something happens. Davidson County did have that happen, where they got sued when they didn't send out these letters that we send out. And we have to. We're sending out about, just on the current conservatorships, we're sending out about 50 letters a month on whether to tell people to do what you're supposed to do, which is to do the accounting and to do the status conference. That does not include the 1,300 estates where we have to follow up. And we have, choose my wording carefully, but there are some attorneys that they open up the estate, and they disperse funds, but they've never followed through in closing the estate. And we have a statute that after 18 months, if they haven't done anything, we have to go through, we have to find the estate, we send the administrator of the estate a letter, we send the attorney a letter saying, you know, you've got to close this. And people call up mad because they said, I paid him and he's given us the money, everything's over with, it should be closed. Well, they never closed it. So we have to find that, send it to them, then we have to go to court and get permission from the judge to close it. What is called without prejudice, meaning if there's something else they messed up, that they can come back in and open it back up. But that's part of our responsibility. So on the ones on the accountings, if they haven't done it, we have to go back into the file. We have to look at the order to see if the accountings were excused. If it doesn't say anything, then we go to will and find out whether accountings are excused. So it's a very time-consuming matter, and that's why we need one more person and the supervisor to help them to make certain those are done.
Question, if you would, could choose one or the other, would you rather have the raises or the employees? I've asked everybody this, I'm just trying to keep it standard.
Well, I'd rather have the employees.
Okay, thank you.
Because I can't follow the statute, and if I don't follow the statute, they come after me. And for my employees, I would much rather have them to have that. However, I have a job to do, and let me do what I am told to do. If I can find it.
You're good, you don't have to read it, we just heard
Okay.
your riveting explanation about it all.
I have, the statute tells me that my responsibility is to come to you and tell you that I'm not able to accomplish my duties without having additional help. And that's what I'm doing. And I've got to do that, and that's why we're here today, in order to get that done. It's a big responsibility, and Chancellor Oliver said when he appointed me 10 years ago, I can do anything I want to, but there better not be one penny missing from any accounts anywhere. And so far, we have been able to uphold that. But it's getting harder and harder with less people because we've got to get the work out, and we aren't going to do a shoddy thing. On my table now, the way we do, we have one clerk who does that. And she is so conscientious, she will take them home and work them on the weekends in order to make certain that they're done right, because then she's not bothered by the phone or people coming to the front desk. One of the people that I'm asking for some more money for, small estates we really try to help the people because there's a limited amount of money, 50,000 or less. We had a family that came in from St. Louis where their son had died of cancer that he fought for 5.5 years, and they had to go back to St. Louis. So there's a special statute that says if there's a good reason, we can speed things up. So we sped things up, got it done to where they could get in, go to the bank, get everything taken care of from their son who died. They had just buried him here. And the lady, the mother, we've got the glass there, she said, I need a favor. He said, well, what can we do? She said, can I hug the clerk that helped me on this?
Oh.
And it was so sweet that she felt that we helped her so much that she wanted to give her a hug. So that's the kind of thing we have now. On the other hand, we have the divorce cases that come in there too, and they'd rather give us a slug than give us a hug. So we've got them both ways. We've got them mad, we've got them sad, and we have to kind of handle them all to where we can get the work done. So that is why my salaries have gone up. Everything else we've kept pretty much the same or gone down. And as you probably noted, each year I turn back in, Kim, how much, 20, 30,000?
Yes, something like that, I think so. I didn't write that down, sorry.
So, well, I hit you cold, but we aren't gonna waste your money, and I know there's some folks that, when I came in here, we had 40 or 50 empty filing cabinets, because instead of turning the money back in, they buy filing cabinets, because eventually they're gonna need them, and they figure the county commission wouldn't give them. But we turn the money back over when we don't use it. We apply, and Mr. Schoaf knows how the military can do that well, but we don't do that.
Mark.
I'm a taxpayer too. Yes, sir.
Without going into detail, I know what a dedicated employee you are of this county, and you do a fantastic job.
Absolutely.
Deeply committed to what you do and thorough, and I appreciate you.
Well, thank you for saying that.
He's a great manager too,
Yes.
because he's got a heck of a crew down there.
We do have a good crew. We get along well, and that's what's so great. And that's why we need one more person that'll help us, because everyone helps and follows everybody else around.
The money he takes in, where is that registered in the budget? Because he was talking about 800,000 or something.
That's the delinquent tax.
That's delinquent tax.
We've been there for 2 years, it comes to us, and then we turn it back in, and what we turned in through.
Well, let's not cut me out of the mix here.
Well, true. But we collected, we send, and we're getting ready, we just got a whole bunch more. And when COVID came in, it crippled us on delinquent taxes, because we'd send out the notices whereby we could get service through certified mail, and we come back COVID-19. So for about 2 years, we didn't do too well on recovering the delinquent taxes. But we started sending just letters, and even though they kind of looked a little bit like a lawsuit, they weren't, because we can't threaten a lawsuit. But we told them they had this delinquent taxes, and they brought us in a whole bunch of money. And that's what we're doing now, and it really works well. We're working with Eric's office. We're sending them out. We just got them delivered, and we're ready to send those out again. So we'll spend $20,000, $30,000 on the mail to get those in, and we've done a good job on getting those in, and it saved us a lot of time and a lot of trouble, and it saves another tax sale, I think, this year.
Any other, Mr. Smith, thank you. And thank you for what you do. Are there any other questions?
Where is that?
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
And guys, we will take a 10-minute break before we, well, let me just ask, do we want to attempt to put an hour in toward workshop?
Sure.
Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break, and then we will reconvene at 3:45, so 8-minute break, and then we'll do an hour of workshop. I'm thinking for workshop.
Are you hungry?
Okay, I'm actually gonna bring us into order for this, because I think we're gonna have a bit of a debate, and we'll need to make motions. Okay, so the first thing that I think, I know there's some desire to discuss is, for workshop, is collectability. And so the reason unless anybody has an objection, I'd like to put it forward as the first thing we do here during workshop, and I'm gonna explain why. So, Mr. Hyde asked a question at the beginning, what is our net increase year over year? One of the reasons, it's hard to answer that is there are assumptions that we bake into our projections, and one of those assumptions is collectability. And do y'all need me to say this, or does everybody know what a collectability is?
It's the revenue.
It's what percentage that we
property
collect in property tax that we expect to. So we have historically projected 97.5%.
It is specifically property tax.
Correct.
It's nothing
That's
else.
correct. And so we have historically been a bit better than that, around 98. This year, I don't know that we are doing better than 97.5, but we have in the past. And so Mr. Lambert asked, and I know the mayor has asked me as well, if we couldn't move that up. And the reason they're asking to do that is that if we move that assumption up, it changes the amount of additional revenue that we would project. I'm
We're
gonna.
tied up in a pretty big lawsuit about property.
Well, I'm about to explain my position on it, and then we're gonna open it up. I'm gonna be against it, and I'm gonna explain why I'm gonna be against it. And the reason I'm against it is that if we underproject, which is what we have historically done, we generally end up with more at the end of a fiscal year than what we've projected, which is a good thing. Now, that's money that we could have done.
Where does that extra money go?
Into the general fund, or into our reserves. Yes.
Where are we?
So let me finish, and then we'll. So they go into our reserves. If we overproject our revenues, then we risk we are more likely to be in a deficit spending scenario. Now, I don't want that to go totally, to be fair, you asked the question what the reserves was. Our reserves are around 52 million, I think. So if we missed, it's not like we're gonna be bankrupt, but I am a believer in being cautious, and so I would rather move a penny, because at least that's open and transparent, and I kind of can, than I would to make an assumption that I'm afraid I'm gonna miss. That's my take on it, and I'll get Mr. Lambert and then you, Mr. Hyde.
2 questions.
Go for it.
Number 1, with that logic, why not do 95%?
I mean, there is a point where you don't have to get draconian about it.
Why not do 97? You see what I'm saying? If you're saying historically we have hit 98, that is fact. You've said several times
It's
today,
around
that is
that.
fact.
That's historically we
And
haven't.
Historically, it is 98. To me, it's hard for me to understand, and it's hard for me to justify saying no to all these requests for sheriff patrol or 911 telecommunicators or insert job position here because we're going to be cautious with an arbitrary number that we just.
Well, it's not arbitrary.
Yes, it is.
No.
Because it's not historically factual.
Yeah, but you could get arbitrarily close to it.
Which is 98, you can get spot on to it.
Well, no, because then
It's
it's a moving average. You'd have to get a
So-
moving average.
But it's still an arbitrary number, because you can do 97.
Agree to
Where
disagree.
did the number come from?
You're creating a number. It's what
we've always
use
done.
We use it to project. So here's where it came from. Let's go back further into history. Then Mr. Hyde remembers this. The reason that previous commissions had their backs against the wall with tax increases was that we spent down all of our reserves and then we drained the hospital fund. And so previous to when Mr. Lawing took over his position, and when a new commission came in, they were very conservative to make sure that didn't happen again. And that wasn't Matt. That was people getting burned from something that has previously happened.
Sure.
So that's where the number came from. They wanted to be, hey, here's where we think we've been hitting. We want to get a little bit shy of that. And in that time, we've built up, and we've contributed to it very well as well. We've built up a little bit of reserves.
So then the second part of my question is, explain to me the difference of us building our reserves and why that's okay, but a few months ago, it seemed to be that everybody stood on their desk and threw a fit about the school system building up their reserves.
Well, I'm not that's not, I never did that. In fact, I have said the school system building reserves is no different than us building reserves.
I'm saying explain to me the difference, because I
There
don't
isn't any.
understand it. So do
There
you
isn't
understand?
There isn't
Somebody
any.
understands.
No. What I'm saying is, I don't think there
You
is.
understand.
I don't think there
What's
is a
your
difference.
because
Wait,
you
we're
were one
we're
that-
under
Yeah,
we're under rules.
Okay, I can ask a direct question under rules.
Under rules, you're supposed to ask me. And
Okay.
I'm just trying to.
I can answer you.
Okay.
The
I'm
rea-
just trying to keep it civil.
The reason,
I'm fine.
the reason I have a problem with the reserves of the school is there's a mandated 3%, which amounts to about $16 million. And currently, there's $143 million in there that truly belongs to the taxpayer. I think the taxpayer knows better what to use their money with than the school does to stick it in a fund and have money drawn on it.
But could you not say that with the $50 million that we have?
You could, and we could take the 50 million.
Well, but we also have a minimum that we have to maintain.
And what is that?
I think it's around 22 million.
Okay, so
30
30
more
than double. 30 million.
Okay, so I would say we've got too much money in that reserve account.
Okay, that's fair. That's what I'm trying to figure out, is there a difference?
Why
There
do we
is,
have,
what it
why
is.
do we have the taxpayers' dollars in our possession? That's not the way government's supposed to work.
Let me get Mr. Hyde, and then I'll answer.
Sorry, Mr. Hyde.
Okay, I have all the respect in the world for our county mayor, but I agree with Matt on this wholeheartedly. Historically, we're not talking very far back. I'll go back to the time of Dennis Petty, when I was with the school system and a little bit familiar with what was happening with the county. it's far, far better to underestimate than overestimate collectability, because it's horrid time when you are not meeting, and we have counted pennies and dollars to hoping that we would make the threshold of the accountability. It's, in my opinion, which is not worth very much, but it's far better to be a little bit low. If we think it would be 98, it would be far better to say 97.5. And to, you have a good point there, but something close to what we have in a few years collected, but not that or over it. It's better to come a little bit under. Now, if you come under, you haven't lost anything. The money is going to be there for you to spend and to work into next year's budget, just like we did with the school system. And I think there's some misunderstanding really about the reserve fund in the school system. I never had 143 million. We counted money, and I can remember budgets that we counted. We would look and try to find $2,500, $5,000, $10,000 back when I was superintendent of schools. Now, we look for millions and 10 million, 20 million, but I've been there in the hard days, but the reserve that the school system ends with is typically fed back into the budget preparation for the next year. Am I right or wrong on that? It's a part of, if we had $50,000 left, a good bit from the past budget, it would be incorporated in making a new budget. Now, maybe there is a threshold there. Is it too much? But it's generally worked back into the budget. Otherwise, you'd be asking for $143 million in new tax money to make the budget meet.
That's right.
So it is there.
That's right.
And it's going to be used. But I really think I would have to vote with Matt on this. I would rather be a little under than have a problem of being over, and that's just my little opinion.
Mr. Klein?
Well, what are we talking about revenue total here?
So can you give us the difference, Beth? I know we had talked about it with what that 0.5% would be in.
Yeah.
It was a little less than 300,000. I believe is what
I thought it was more than that, wasn't it? Half of the 97.5 versus 98. I thought it was more than that. I could be wrong. I didn't write it down.
That sounds awfully low.
No, that's
Because
okay.
at some point you're splitting
Bethany,
hairs.
when did it get as high as 97%? Because back in the day, it was low, much lower than that we had to work with. And of course, everybody's doing better now and paying better, and the economy's
Back in 2009, 10, it was 95%.
That was in the depths of the recession.
It was what?
95.
Yeah, and I think it's been even a little bit lower than that. And things have gotten better, but we're due a bust.
Well, but I also think that it's from the way the department's talking, conversations I've had, they do. I'm not saying they didn't do it. I'm saying they probably didn't have the time to do it. Where now they put a high emphasis on going after past taxes and that kind of thing. So could we split the baby into?
Well, let's get what a number is.
Yeah, let's get a number.
$296,260. That was prior.
So half a point is $300,000.
Half a point is, well, we could back into it off of a penny, off of a single penny, right?
What's the total tax base?
Yeah, half a penny is over 600,000.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
Yeah, we're really splitting hairs.
I mean, we are. I mean, I just want to keep it where it's at, but we can. I mean, I don't know if there's more people that wanna have a debate
Well,
here on it.
You know, but in the big picture of things, if we're supposed to have $25 million in there, and we've got 50, and we're talking about 300,000, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Either way.
At the end of the day, and here's the thing about that reserve fund, right? Like, I agree, like, that's money that, you know, that yes, are you taking a little more than you absolutely need? Yes, but there's no way to perfectly predict. And that also, let's say we do have a bust, right? Like, we're in the middle of right now, a ceasefire that we hope continues.
Big
and that we
question
work
mark.
through, but I mean, we're paying $4, it could go $5 up the gallon. There are things in which, hey, if there is a downturn, we might need to eat into that, as opposed to like going and having no choice but to ask for a tax increase when people are already hurting. So that's why I don't. Is it more than we are required to have? Yes, but that it's not like we're building some huge giant thing that we're slush fund. You know, no, we're not. You know, anyway.
I don't think it's a big deal either, because it's $300,000 and we've got $15 million in there. It's not a big deal either way. I'm just saying, from a principle standpoint, government's supposed to take what they need, not have an overabundance of double what is required to be in there. I mean, those standards, whether it's 16 million for the school reserve fund or 25 million for the county reserve, those standards are there for a reason. Now, I don't think $300,000 one way or another is gonna mount to a hill of beans, because I know that money's gonna probably be coming in daily, Mr. Mayor, as these people pay their bills. 97.5% is gonna turn to 98 or 99.
Well, it does. Yeah, I mean, there is a tail to it.
Yeah, so I'm not worried, you know, about it either way. So whatever way the vote goes, I'm fine.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I mean, with all due respect for all the discussion here, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate the opportunity that we talk about this, but I'm not looking at under or over reporting the collectability. I'm looking to report it a little more accurately. We've been very successful at 98%, and with our collections that we have now through clerk and master, it's even more than that. You know, but we don't count that part. But what I do have a problem with is that we continue, and I was with Mr. Hyde back when they drained the reserve fund. I was on the commission when we had to pass that tax increase. Nobody wanted to pass the tax increase then, but you had no choice. The previous commission had drained the reserve fund. Well, we're not there. That pendium is nowhere near that. We're more than double what we're supposed to have right now. But what we do have is that we have a bleeding of employees because they're not getting paid the market. We're having deteriorating buildings that we need to invest in, and we've got projects that we've got to get done. We've got a budget here that we're going to cut a little bit more and pad reserves a little bit more because the economy's going to be okay. We're going to survive this with Iran. We do every year. Every year we have this discussion that the next year is going to be the worst year ever. I mean, every year we have that. Yeah, I mean, I've listened to it from David for year over year over year how terrible the economy's going to be, and then all of a sudden we hit 98. And so I just want it more accurately, because at some point we can't cut our employees, we can't cut our departments. We're just at that point where we need to start funding the level of government services that our citizens expect for the tax rate that they pay and the money that we have, that they've already paid. That's just where I'm at with it. And I agree being conservative. I'm as conservative as anybody. This isn't, to my opinion, it's not about being conservative, it's about being accurate and making sure that we have the money for our departments.
Fair enough. Any other comments on it?
I remember one year that we actually saved a half penny in the budget. Was that 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 years ago.
So if we're going in any direction, let's save it and give it back to the taxpayers. Let's just give a rebate back to taxpayers. Now, you know, John back there I've known him since he was just,
knee high to a grasshopper.
yep. And, the sheriff, I have all the respect in the world for. But I guarantee you, if we were to give John and Eric everything they asked for, and everybody else everything they asked for, they'll be back next year. Asking for it. You know, I know they will. And there's needs, there are needs. But we have to balance those kinds of facts against the need and what we have. And when we don't have it and we go broke, there's only one way to go, and that is ask everybody in this county to
Pony up
and give more money.
Well, there's gonna be cuts with this budget, so, I mean, we're gonna cut.
And I'll make a comment in a minute, but Mr.
That's what
Randall-
my question is how much, I'm sorry, I'm sure it's in here. If I read, I could probably find it. How much, if we left everything as is, how much do we need to cut?
I think we would need to
That's
cut.
actually not in there.
Oh!
So if you look up here on the
Yeah.
screen, the one highlighted in yellow, that's the difference
1.5
between the
million.
revenues and
Not a penny.
expenditures in the general.
1.5 million is all we would need to cut.
Yes.
Of all the differences.
We have a balanced budget.
That's the easiest it's
Well,
ever
that's
been.
at 97.5.
That's right here.
That's it.
That's, are
It's
you?
much better than last
Yeah,
year.
well, because we did when we came into here, when we moved a few pennies from capital, so we're gonna have less. We did a ton of capital before, right? Like, we put a ton into capital, so what was it? We did like four and a quarter pennies. It was about
Last year.
If we would have not moved those pennies from capital, then it would have been about a $6 million difference. But we moved a few, I just did that before we came in here. Y'all are free to move them back, but then we're gonna have a $6 million deficit, so.
Well, and an excess in capital, because.
That's exactly right. So, you know what, we moved some from capital, and we moved some from capital into debt service, because we wanted to pay that bond, pay it down on that
$10
bond. And then we moved some into here, so that we would get
And
close.
that's paying 10 million on a.
And that's paying
on a
10
bond.
million. It's like, we're doing
I mean,
well.
That's a solid budget.
We're doing well,
We could split that difference between the sheriff and the assessor and get that much.
Well, I think the sheriff already, he's already agreed to 2 million, so we just.
Take 90% off.
Look, and here's my take on it. I would rather, and I'd like to stick where we're at and figure out where to make these cuts. We may or may, this is the hard work that we're paid to do. We're paid $500 a month to do. But I would rather either make these cuts, or if we choose not to, move a penny, because that is visible. It's very visible and very controllable. If we try to do that by monkeying around with the assumptions, even if they're good, even if they're accurate, we don't know until afterwards. That's my opinion. But anyway, Mr. Lambert and then Mr. Mayor.
For the record, I feel like we're back in commission and have to justify my sanctity of my religion. I'm also conservative. That's what I do for a living, is tell the people how to make budgets. It's not that I was trying to blow and go and just spend all the money in the world. It's really just get accurate. And I hate the response. That's what we've always done. I always think it's worth looking at things and saying, is this still what we need to be doing? After the discussion, I feel like that is what we could still be doing, especially if we only have $1.5 million. Because I can think off the top of my head where we can get half of that, or half of that at least.
And by the way, I've already had some hard discussions, right, with Sheriff's Department and with Mr. Foss and with the mayor about some things that frankly they don't want to have to give up, but they would be willing to do, because they're also conservative people. So, Mr. Mayor,
I will not be making a motion, is what I was saying.
Yeah, I mean, to his point, we can leave it at 97.5 right now. Keep it as a tool in the toolbox down the road. I'm not 100% accurate, or not accurate, but
I don't 100% believe the number that was given to us at 300,000. I think that's a little bit higher, but that's not for an argument. But I think, and I know that we've got 1.5 million that we can come together on without moving a penny. Or if we can't come together on 1.5, maybe a combination, half a penny and 750, somewhere in there. Once we start whittling down some of these budgets, and to Mr. Hyde's point, you know, let's find some conservative things in these budgets that are wants, not needs. But
so
we're just getting tighter and tighter each year.
And I'm gonna help with that, right, no, I'm not gonna help, this is just something that I got from, Mr. Poss, that, you know, and again, he's asking for stuff he knows he needs, but he's not asking for anything extra, but
Well, I don't
he
think any
thinks
of
he
us think that
can,
somebody's
but he
gonna
thinks
come
that
in.
he believes he can bump this off, you know, another year, and that is for this year to remove, if we wanna do this, 2 ALS AEMTs. Here, I'll show you this. So we're about to reduce this to $300,000.
Okay, can we do something else?
Yes,
Right?
yes, sure.
Okay,
I
so
haven't even heard his.
this number here that's highlighted, you see that is 0.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to, here's our uncollectible percentage. If I change that to 2%, that updates across all the spreadsheets. It made $296,261 difference in the general fund.
Well done.
Pretty close.
Okay. So here, I'll show you this. And that's from Mr. Poss. So that's not us in here like arbitrarily doing it. That came from him.
We haven't.
And I will, yeah, and we can put Mr. Chief Poss's recommendation in context, and I don't know if we should do this tonight or let him present.
Yeah, you know what?
He hasn't had his presentation yet.
That's
Please
fair.
do, yes.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe let's look.
I want to hear, yeah, he hasn't had his presentation.
Yeah, so let's not do that.
Yeah, let's let him present. Let's go ahead and cut the sheriff, he's here.
Okay. All right. And I mean, are you able to return some things you could, okay.
Can we start with a big one instead of sheriff?
Oh, get the elephant out of the room.
Yeah.
Election commission.
I mean, at the end of the day, there's $500,000 at least for convenience voting centers and that. So
Okay,
that's a third of what we need to find.
So is there any argument against that? Okay, so without objection, let's remove $500,000 for convenience
I
voting
don't
centers.
think it was 500 exactly.
Or, well, whatever.
And what about the raises?
Yeah, I want to talk about those raises for them too, if we're there. So I think that, well, I don't want to zero them out completely, but
No, I think a blanket 2%.
a blanket 2% is fine.
100.
What are they asking again? Is it 6?
About 10.
About 10.
10.
That was why I was asking, that's why I was making those, she was asking 10% across the board.
Oh,
So I think we go down to, well, the sheriff's at 1.2, I mean, and he's a little bit bigger, I think we go at 1.5 to start with for the extra.
Are you talking about the merit?
The merit.
Yes.
Okay, so that's gonna be applied uniformly?
I would like to try to do that, yes, and I've been keeping notes.
Okay.
We're gonna try to do that. That will bump some of this up a little bit, but I want, the sheriff's at 1.2, 1.5, I'd like to try to get everybody there.
Okay, so I have a question. So for instance, on election commission, she put an amount on each line. Are we reducing those, or are we zeroing that out and just giving them 1.5?
Well, no, you can do it either way. I mean, the bottom line number is, I think, what matters. So like, she went, I think, mostly 10%.
It would be easier for us if we just zero.
Do it that way.
And do
And do it that way. Do it that way.
Yeah.
Zero it and do
Wait,
1.5.
1.5 merit?
1.5% merit.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
There's also a $92,000 expense in the building improvements over there. I'm fine with cutting that too.
Is that in, yeah, because that's coming out of her.
Page 28.
Okay, and that's not capital, right?
Correct.
All
Just
right.
says building improvements, 1019 Union.
Well,
Square.
let's let them catch up, and then we'll go.
Can you send Mr.
I love you, man. That's what I'm
Can I ask a question while they're working on that, as from my understanding, please don't shoot me for this, it's literally just a question. If we moved back to 12 districts, would we even have to do, at any point, the convenience vote centers? Because my understanding was the reason we were doing that is because not every district, or precinct, district has a precinct.
So it's difficult to get one.
Correct, but if we move back to 12.
It would help in that argument, yes.
Okay.
Will it solve it? I don't know.
Wouldn't completely eliminate it.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's just,
but it would help, yes.
You would need, what is it, 29, whatever. I'll get the numbers mixed up.
could we not use,
Are y'all removing the
The
two
bond.
new positions for election?
Do we want to remove the 2 new positions?
The what?
The election had these 2 new positions right here.
I would have liked to heard why, but did not.
Well, they'll get a chance to come and,
Get a second hearing?
Have it.
well, I'd say we remove both of them and then if you come back and make, and
But if you're
explain.
I would
conservatively remove one.
remove one.
Okay, well, I'll take a vote on it and then I'll make a motion to remove, I'll make a motion to remove 1.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, there we go. So we'll remove 1.
Who seconded that?
What's that?
Me.
You just say,
Shannon did.
you just say you will agree to remove that one, right?
Yes,
Yes.
unanimous.
Unanimous. And we, without objection, there was no need for a vote
You know,
on,
Yeah, all
we
increase
look
of the
at
vote colas.
yeah.
Ooh.
Anyway, while they're
Well,
working on
but,
that,
yeah, but we
Could we-
remove it, but then we're gonna do an additional
No,
1.
I know.
Yeah, got it.
could we, I know in my district, we use the Cottontown Fire Department. Could we not use all the volunteer fire departments for vote centers? Would that not help?
You have to have,
She'd know better than me.
you have to have like 100-foot barriers for
Yes,
the,
do you know where it is? On the highway on mine.
but some of these volunteer fire departments are like 50 feet, like.
I know, I'm saying, it's
I don't,
barely, if any, within regulation of all that.
And
I would have to see, but some of them that I've seen, there's no way you could do it.
And what if they have to get access?
They
can't
have
just-
to deal with like
I don't know. What-
they
what
have to have
happened, like
paved
that?
driveways, not gravel driveways because of.
Well, they don't, Cottontown doesn't.
Cottontown used to be a voting precinct.
It is still a voting
Oh, it
precinct.
still
It's
is?
one of 2.
Oh, okay, well, I didn't know.
I thought you were talking about that new.
No.
So,
Cottontown
what if it
Fire
rains?
Department.
What if it rains? When they're
Oh,
lined up
that's true.
outside, it's just the
No,
way it
well, you
is.
have to stand in the
Well, let me
rain, because
get-
even Gene
hey,
Brown's.
guys,
like
I
that.
forgot,
Some people-
forgot this. She also added a about 8%
Yes.
for herself.
Oh.
Did we zero that out?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
zero it out.
Without objection.
I'm good with,
So long-
see,
so
all
long
the
as
employees.
it's-
To be completely
getting
honest,
As long as
their
it's not
tickets.
state mandated.
No, she's
Yeah,
already
okay.
getting the state mandated.
Okay.
I asked that.
A lot of people, the feedback I've gotten
So
would
she'll
rather
get
vote
what
there than
everybody
the
else
other
gets.
ones
Yes,
because
correct.
there's not enough room
Yeah, they'll just
for
get
all
everybody
the.
getting
And then,
Really?
and,
for
yeah,
all
and then
the
she's gonna,
candidates
everybody
and all
else,
the
they're gonna
sign
build in
ticketing and
the,
all that.
you know, the
They just
COLA
wanna get
plus.
in and get out.
So it's
The sheriff
fire-
has step.
Joe's
She can do it however she
ESP
wants.
on
Right,
25?
That's fair.
Well, he's got a long drive way there, so.
Well, I was thinking of the one that opened this summer when it was so hot.
No, that one's right around the corner from my house. No, that one won't.
Yeah, because there's no parking, the facility itself is
What
less than
about
100
part-time?
feet from the, like that.
do we wanna leave her part-time?
Yes.
All right, and with any objection to leaving part-time? All right, we leave part-time. And then we'll go and check the difference number. We probably might be under $1 million now, close to it.
I'm sure we will.
Between that and what maybe
I got
Eric.
some stuff I wanna cut too.
Oh, we-
Oh, yeah.
They ain't gonna tell me what
Yes.
you go.
We have,
I was pressing those questions.
Which
Wow.
questions?
Like 10 versus 7.
What, yeah.
For the Hendersonville versus Gallatin.
Oh, the employees?
Yeah.
You're at 934.
Shannon, I have never heard that that roof leaks. Never.
So there was a whole stream of emails.
Hey, look at that,
Through.
we're at 9:34.
There we go.
Okay, do we want to, anything else on election, or do we want to allow the sheriff to speak so he can go and do?
There was also included remodel.
Did you get the name?
Oh, did we get rid of that? Oh,
No.
yes, was there any objection to
Getting rid of the remodel.
no remodel?
She's in a building that she's not necessarily going to
I will
be
say,
in.
after touring it, I understand part of what they're.
I do too. I
I don't
understand.
know why she has,
And
except that she has meetings, but I don't know why they have to have restrooms open for the public.
And then-
I don't know if
She
that's like a
has-
compliance thing or.
Yeah, I don't either. It was for a wall, so they could have restroom access.
I did wonder, part of that was for,
My guys can build a wall.
well, part of that was for also changing the counter to make it ADA accessible. Is that a
Front
legal?
counter, yeah.
We're
Yeah,
gonna
that
have
makes
to get
sense.
somebody, get
Oh, here,
Scott or
here.
somebody out there, because if we got ADA issues, we're gonna have to address it.
In
I
that
just know on the
building?
counters there, they're not,
No, you
like
would
they're
need one
high.
that's down here.
And so they
Yeah,
wanted part of
I'd
that
have
money
to
was
have
to.
Scott go out there and do the measurements and everything. This is the first I'm hearing of that.
Okay.
Yeah, did she say?
There was,
Annette let me tour one day
Oh,
and
a
she
different
was
thing,
laying
yeah.
out like, hey, this is part of what
Yeah,
we're
I've
gonna
taken
have.
it.
We're under
Dave,
900.
to answer your question on Hendersonville Library, it's not a roof leak, it was a gutter issue
Oh.
that was going down the
Gutters.
side of the building, and we fixed that and we moved the mulch out.
So what's
then
the
how's the carpet?
$80,000?
It was coming in through the bottom,
Oh.
but we cleaned the carpet, and
I do remember that.
I don't think the carpet needs to be changed. I can go back and look at it. I
She
haven't
probably
looked
don't
at
have
it.
mold.
So, but if mold has come up,
All right, we're
yeah,
gonna talk
obviously
about
we need
that.
to change
What?
it.
Is the carpet
And
she's
you
talking
wanna-
about at the first level? Is it a slab on
You wanna remove
grade?
the 10,000
Oh, okay,
for
well,
the,
could be.
the
So what,
furnishing area?
what was she
for
saying about
Belvedere?
$80,000, John?
Yes.
That's what she.
Is that, well, no, that just says for a full-time employee.
Okay, okay.
So do we cut that in half?
She said that was
Yeah,
per the mayor's report.
so put that to
Not-
5,000.
Oh, no, that says for this building.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
She
get that.
said,
It was
and she
per the
said
mayor's
it
request,
is
no and a half.
Her mayor's
from what
request.
I have heard.
This
She
10,000,
hasn't
what
been
is it?
there
What's
for
that?
any of the
What did I
flooding.
do?
Oh, okay.
It's
Okay.
$10,000.
But you would
$10,000.
know, that at some point there
What?
were
It's for an
things
ADA
leaking,
For a new
because it
full-time
was in an
deputy to be
email
here
thread that
for
came
the
to all of us from the
election
former
commission.
director back when there was.
Wait, so we
Yeah.
now, so
And it
we
came in
moved
through the
out there,
front
but now we're
doors,
gonna have
and
to
I
have
think
somebody here
there
too?
was some leaking, but.
Well, if we
What
do,
they found
if we
was-
do a
There's a gutter.
part-time, and all this is being litigated, so nothing's in the budget.
Then I'd say this gets cut.
What?
Yeah, there's nothing in the budget. What I would like is, I would like a station out here for voters
I
to
agree.
come into the building and then test market that for a year, because I don't think it's gonna be that well attended, but I want it to be available.
You mean for voter
For voter
registration?
registration, for
Mhm.
candidates, for questions about voters, and have it staffed with one
Well,
person.
and also change your, yeah, change
But-
your address.
We're still in
All right,
litigation,
then I,
so.
do we need a vote on this, or we're good to remove it?
We're good to remove it.
Any
Well, but
objection?
if we don't, you're saying we do need it because.
Well, that would.
Oh,
that would
that's
be a
it, that's
discussion
here,
we would
North
have.
here,
Belvedere,
yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
Yes.
Oh,
I-
Belvedere.
I don't.
That's here.
Right.
Yeah,
He's
that would be
saying
a
that
discussion that we
money,
have
or
later.
she is saying that money is
Oh,
to put
so
somebody
you're good
in.
with getting.
From a legal
cut money.
perspective, I would tell you all that you are spending money on making decisions that the courts have not authorized us to make decisions
don't even-
on.
So I'd, then
Entertain
let's
it at this
remove
point in
it.
time?
Then let's remove
Still
it.
being litigated, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, anything else we need to, anything else we need to discuss on this one? Mr. Craddock, Sheriff Craddock?
I'd just like to ask for another $500,000.
You were right, Mr. Hyde.
What's that saying about
Well,
two
he did
hands,
wait
one
till
gets
the
full
crack.
and one doesn't?
Well, you guys want to cut it halfway, right?
Well, I said, what, somebody
Let
get,
me
what's that
move
saying
it
about
here.
two hands, one gets full, one doesn't? What do you gotta do?
Yeah, oh,
mother
put a
never
hat
told
on
me
it?
that.
Put a hat on it.
Before he speaks, did we work in his $1 million reduction in construction costs?
Yes.
Yes,
We did,
yeah, that
okay.
was in capital.
Okay.
We already did that.
Okay.
So out of salaries, if we remove the 3 deputies for warrants,
All of them?
No, y'all
Yeah,
need
well,
warrant officers.
I do, but when you look, nothing that I asked for was a warrant, right? They were all. But when I look at the priorities,
I can have patrol take out civil warrants. And when they're not going to calls, they can hit civil warrants. Does that take their time for crime suppression down? Absolutely it does. But if you're asking me to cut $500,000,
Because when they come to my house to serve warrants.
How often do they come to your house?
Yeah. She said when. The operative word was when, not if.
This is all on video.
That one, I don't care.
we've hit happy hour, Shannon. So this is.
There is nothing
It's a different
happy
show.
about anything in here. No, the guy came out, it's for my husband.
Hey, let's do this. Hey, Eric, let's do this. Remove 2. Let's try to keep one and
Keep
see,
one of the warrants.
and
I
see if
know
we
you've
can't find the
needed
cuts
them.
elsewhere and let's.
Because they also sit at the set outs. And that's what, I have seen them sitting at the set outs in some of the rental properties. And
All day
there's
long.
one officer and there's 20 people, angry people, moving stuff out.
You mean they're not happy?
Why, I imagine if they've been evicted. Those are the ones that don't get it set at the ditch, but I just know that, I don't wanna think of
And
a
we'll just
deputy
know if
doing
worst
something
came to
like
worst, but
that.
we'll try to, I mean, there's more cuts we can make. You don't have to bear all of them, you know?
Right.
Correct. Well, I tried to hit the number that we discussed.
Yeah, we discussed and.
Actually, I'd
He's
like
on a
to.
roll, don't discourage.
We're gonna get down to 95% collectability.
See, I'm on the other side of that argument.
I know you are. I know you are.
Well, the thing is, the population is going up. We can't cut back on these guys so much.
That's why I was talking about the warrants. because
Yeah.
I
We
know
put
have a-
one back
we
in.
have to do a-
So,
Okay, what's
all right,
next?
let's keep going.
If we go,
She's just, he's letting Beth catch up.
Do they need patrol cars?
You gonna be
Yeah, that's in
all right.
capital.
You need a, you
I
need a
will be
bid.
okay.
That's in capital.
Okay. Quit huffing, that's bad for your heart. Deep breath.
Next year, when you're budget chair, you can go to 98.
Yeah, next year you can do it.
You can go to
When
98.
you're
I
budget
think there's
chair.
other candidates that are.
Like Mr. Harrison?
The problem is,
No, sir.
I can't give away this job.
Oh.
I actually have a job that I have to work and take.
Oh, I do now.
I'm saying, the previous, the one you
Maybe
just
we got
mentioned
enough
does
money,
not.
you can figure out a way to hire the budget chair. We'll
could
just,
just take away.
we'll have a private act and whatever else we'll do for that. Do you want I've got a protein bar over here, because these don't have any
They're
calories.
good. They're good for me.
They're very expensive. Quit eating them. I eat them during commission, and I'm
being very liberal with your.
Yeah,
He
that's a
is.
sacrifice I'm willing to make.
That's right. Do you think that?
Some of you may die.
I don't know if Mr. Bergdorf has 98% collectability. He buys them mints.
Well, I'm gonna get 100% collectability. I'm gonna mint collectability.
Anything else on this?
No, ma'am. If you'll go to the SRO.
Ah, I don't love that.
What's wrong?
Let him.
Are all of your schools
We-
covered? Do you just need one for like when two are sick
So,
or whatever?
last year, stand out here, yeah. 2 years ago, we started a special investigations unit within the SRO division, and they handle a lot of the kids sending pictures they shouldn't be sending, the threat calls, the threat assessments. When a kid makes a threat of mass violence, that takes an SRO away from the school because they have to go to a home visit, talk to parents, and all of these things. And so one of these SROs is a trainer that will be assigned to the training division to help keep them up to speed. The other 4 were additional SROs, that way we could fill in the gaps wherever someone has to be off campus.
So our SROs are types of detectives?
Oh, yes, you should see some of the cases.
Oh,
they do.
yeah.
It's
Well,
incredible.
I've read it, I just don't
That-
do the whole breakdown on.
The SRO is a real. I mean, that's a real police.
So
job.
Eric, was
I'm
the
not saying
four-
it's not a real
was the
police
four
job.
SROs
I'm just
it's
saying.
real.
based on an
Well, I think there's this
actual-
idea that they're like a bodyguard, like
You
a
know, they're
like
more
a
than the
like a
lunch lady.
security
I know.
guard, you know,
Based
like
on
they're.
reality.
And I was going to remove one of them.
If you
I
put
just
police
didn't-
One
officers
SRO?
where they have to
Yeah,
be
one
police
SRO.
officers.
I thought you meant all of them. Okay.
Trained to go to a home
You're
visit.
just losing one.
Just one.
Are they all trained to do home visits?
No.
Or some of them are specialized?
Special.
Oh, so I see what you're saying. So this one over here has something blah blah at his school. He's not trained for it, but this one at this school goes, so we gotta have somebody to
Correct,
be
so I
in this
fill
school.
that gap. 100% preventable, but I've never want a school to be in session without it.
No.
No.
That's-
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. No, it's
Yeah,
fine.
we made that commitment several
Yep.
years ago, so.
That's it.
I was the SRO.
All right, where are we at now with our,
Hold on a minute.
okay, sorry.
This one, yeah.
We took more out of him than we took out of elections.
Well, he's got a lot bigger
He
budget.
does. I know, I'm picking.
378.
What's that?
Do you feel like
Look
your
at that.
medical
Holy
expenses-
cow.
Yep.
Do you feel like your medical expenses?
Wait, this is
are
just with the
stabilized, or-
1.2% COLA, right? Not the,
That's what.
It's a 2% COLA.
I'm sorry.
You have a 1.5 additional on elections. You've made no other changes.
No other changes. But we've also got, I've got others in our pocket with EMS. We're gonna let him present, but that'll mostly cover this gap. We're gonna be very close.
okay, but then
Still need to go back to the departments.
I just
Yeah,
really,
yeah, we will.
really would like to consider a higher COLA because I think everybody.
Well, but if we
said
give
that.
more in the, I mean, it's 6 and 1/2 dozen in the other. If you do a 2% for COLA and then 1.5 or whatever for their merit, and it gives them more of an option to.
Okay.
That's what we may get there.
Department head the opportunity to.
More flexibility, which I think if you got to choose, you'd rather have, you tell
They
me.
have the flexibility anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Just most of them
Yes and no.
don't do
Because it gets advertised.
Because if it goes through major categories, right, I can't move stuff from jail without coming back to you guys.
it. Correct, but there's, most departments are all in one line.
Can you put all mine in one?
No,
Oh.
I wish.
When did the merit thing come up?
So
Last
it's
year?
presenting the county commission.
We can talk about that one next. Let me answer his question and then if we want to go and just discuss this, we can. So the merit thing came up from this. The sheriff's office and some departments have this step system in place.
Right, I remember that.
Others didn't. And so it was clear that it wasn't, and this was no fault of anybody's, but it wasn't fair to the departments who didn't put, the employees under the departments that didn't put those step raises in, that, they were kind of consistently being, we did this big reset, and then immediately there's this gap that starts to happen because some departments were asking for it and others didn't. And so, and I just kind of put this out of my own accord here, and then we put it, the idea was, hey, we're gonna reduce the COLA, the fixed amount, for planning purposes, because to Beth's point, they can do what they want to do with it anyway.
Right.
But we're gonna reduce, for planning purposes, the COLA, but then we're gonna add in an additional increase and put out to all the departments, hey, put in a merit or a step or whatever you want to classify it as, and we're gonna try to make it equitable. So the sheriff's department is at 1.2, 1.5, and elections was asking for 10%, right? I mean, that's not gonna fly.
Right.
Now, there are still gonna be cases, like the judges, there's still some evening out in there that was clear to me that, some of them were asking for more or less. It's never gonna be perfect, but the idea was to get to what Mr. Hyde has said for 3 years. Why can't we just kind of why do we have to keep going line by line? Why can't we just say, hey, here's your amount, work with it? That's where we're trying to get to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you. It's kind of, it's like what we're doing with the school.
That's right.
A bunch of money and Langford decides what to do.
That's right.
Okay.
And we're trying to get, now, look, we needed to do a little bit of that because it was so out of whack, but now we don't as much.
Right.
Have we covered everyone for merit raises?
No, that we have not.
Not
We have
every department.
Not every department. And they're working on it. Did you, while we're here and they're working on that, do you want to, without objection, I think Mr. Lambert has a request for the commission.
I would like to discuss, so from my understanding, the research I've done, the pay rate was set for the county commissioners in 1995-ish. At $500.
Were you alive?
I was 4. Which shows, at the end of the day, we're asking people to do a 2026 roll with $1995. Here's where I going with this is if you look at every picture on this wall, and we had to have the picture of us up on the wall, so go look at that one too. Most of the people that run and get elected are independently wealthy or close to retirement age, no offense, or at retirement age, which is not a true representation of our community.
Or out of retirement, because they
So
live
it
so
can't be
long.
you, he hadn't covered you yet.
Keep going,
And
keep going.
He's being wise not to do so.
Oh, I just did, that's what
I think, we had this conversation earlier, I truly do believe this is a service role. However, I don't think it should require a financial sacrifice in order to do it. Which is what, at the end of the day, if you look at $4 a gallon gas, if you look at the time that we take for community events and commissioner events and commissioner meetings and committee meetings, that's what we are requiring for people to do. I'm not asking to make it a full-time salary. What I'm asking for is to consider going, I did the inflation and it moves from $500 in 1995 is $1,056.36 today. So could we look at making it $1,000
Do you want to make a,
or
is that a, are
$750?
you going to make that in the form?
I
of
make a motion, we make it
I'll
$1,000 a month.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. and
You ought to
then
make it for $950, because there are things that happen at $1,000, like, reporting funding, for, it has to be $1,000 a month or less.
Oh, it is
For
on
instance,
that.
if you're running for office, you don't want to report.
And that's still, okay, then I amend my motion to $950 a month to stay under that. But to still, and at the end of the day, guys, like this is, yes, we'll be on the next one, but like, I would rather take the hit than put somebody where they, I mean, in 4 years, $500 even is gonna be even less than that. So I would really like to consider that now for this next group that's coming.
So are you, is the second
I'm
good with
good,
950?
I'm good with that.
Did you want to get in queue?
No, I did, yes.
Okay, you're, and then Mr. Hyde, you.
And so to Dylan's point, I know, I understand we are all public servants. I did not even know how much county commissioner made when I went to, I knew they got something, but I did not know when I ran for office. I did not run for office to get rich. Yes, I will be there for the other 4 years, but when I got here and realized how little I knew, I spent lots of time. I've served on almost every committee so that I could learn the role, because when you're out in public, people ask you questions, you have to be able to answer, at least get them to the right department. Everybody sitting at this table, these commissioners know how much work it is. I get phone calls from the library directors about HR questions. I field innumerable calls and questions, 24-hour, nobody calls me at 2 a.m., but like, if I get a phone call at 8:30 at night, I take it if it's county business, or if it's rarely a constituent, because our district is so city, it's just city locked. But occasionally I will. We could not, so the complaint this year, can't find people to run for office. Okay, and now, I don't want people to run for office because they're gonna make $12,000 a year, okay?
Yeah.
I don't want people to do that. I know through my CCFO classes, I saw charts of all the different counties in the states and how they pay their commissioners. There are some counties that pay their commissioners in health insurance. I'm absolutely against that, because we pay $15,000 a year for our insurance, because we're self-insured for 4 of us. So I wouldn't want, my husband would be saying, oh, yeah.
I'm fine with that too, if you wanna go with that.
But I don't want that. But I do look at the pool of the people who are running for office, and it is not, I live on the Rivergate side of Hendersonville. It takes me 28 minutes to get here in traffic. I would not want to have to drive from the tippy top of Westmoreland, because I know that's another 25 or 30-minute drive from here to that library, because I've done it. So, and gas is expensive. I don't want people to look at the cost of running and not want to serve because I don't want people who are only coming, serving on one committee and coming to the county twice a month because they can't afford it.
Right.
Or choosing the service, the level of service they give to the county because they don't have money to cover their gas. Because there are people who have to, and we have commissioners right now who would work much, I think would work much harder if they have to take off work an hour early to come to a meeting. They can't because maybe they're hourly workers and they need that compensation to cover, because maybe their boss would let them leave an hour early, but they can't afford to give up that hour. And I don't want somebody who may be able to serve in our capacity when we're not in our seats to not be able to do that because they have to think, well, I really count on that extra $80 a month because I could work 4 hours more at the county, but I can't lose my $80 a month because that pays my water bill for my family or myself. So I think because it's multifaceted, I understand the public servant. We're public servants, and I know we've got a commissioner who has said he didn't think that we needed a pay raise. That was 4 years ago. He didn't think we should be paid at all. But I don't want it left to just people who are independently wealthy and retired. I want that option. I think it's fair that we come up to the 2026 level of dollars. And because I've had a long time to think about it. So that's, I don't know what else I can say. I don't know what else I can say to that.
Mr. Hyde?
I think the arguments are very legitimate, and I have no problem with what's being said. I think there's a lot of truth in it. I've never voted for an increase. I guess because when I took the job, I was surprised you even got paid for it. I didn't know county commissioners made money, but in any event, I think, and I want the public to know this, I think when I came on, it was $250, which it has not increased very much over, 34 years now. So, there are legitimate arguments for it. I probably won't vote for it, but it's certainly legitimate arguments. I mean, nobody's getting rich doing this job.
I wanted to can I get to you and then well, you go first and then I'll go. You go first.
As for the retirees, my hat's off to you, Dylan, because knowing what I know now, I would never take this job with your kids.
Yeah.
I'm an empty nester, and I've not been an empty nester that long, but I probably put in 50 hours a week. And I don't think most of the public understands how much study, how much research this, takes.
To do the job well.
To do the job well. Obviously there are some commissioners that don't even show up for commission meetings, but it's a big job. So I'm gonna be in favor of the pay raise because I think it's worthy of what Shannon's saying about, people, the cost of gas and everything. It's not too much to ask. I've also done that study for some other thing, and I know that $500 at the turn of the century is now twice that. So I'm going to be for it, and I don't know how many young men or women will get to do it, because of that. I hope we get a more diverse crowd, and I'm one who's not running, again. So I don't have an axe to grind in this thing.
So I wanted to say also that there are a lot of merits to this, and I also signed up. You do this because you don't realize what the hornet's nest you're sticking in.
Yeah, that's true.
And you typically do this, something like this, because something has made you angry, and you think that you can do a better job, and maybe you potentially you're an arrogant person and you think I can do it. And so,
Potentially.
and so you,
Hypothetically.
and you get frustrated, and then you do it, and it is, if I had known what I knew about the level of effort that I would put into it, and not just the level of effort, like the public scrutiny, right? I mean, I've had had wonderful people who've come up to me and said very kind things, and I've had people who've come up to me and, like, one person, there were some times when I was really very uncomfortable. And so there's that part of it too. I actually thought that I've only really mostly served in budget, and financial management and that side of it. So I haven't been in a diverse number, but I will tell you that being the budget chair, and this is my 4th year doing it, it is truly a part-time job. It is, especially this time of year with the number of calls I make, and I'm not saying woe is me. I signed up for this. I'm happy, but you have to read through one of these things and I miss things all the time. I miss things all the time, and thank you guys for like you guys correct me and fix me, and if I didn't have you, I'd look like an idiot. But like just trying to not look like an idiot on camera with looking at something like this every single month is no joke. So I mean, I had thought about, I put some thought to this, like, did it make sense to pay people more for committees or things like that? Because for those things where you're like committee on committees, high stress, right? Like budget, it's legislative. There are some things where or if you're a chair, I've thought, should there be some incentives, and there are, and I know that some places do that, right? I mean, different committees have a different stipend that's allotted to them. And I have come to the conclusion that I don't want to do it, and I'll explain why. It's not that the work isn't worthy of it, it is absolutely worthy of it. The best argument for it is how, Mr. Lambert, you stated, right? Like, we want economic diversity, and like, you don't want everybody to be representative of just the top 5% of your population. That is very, very true. I would actually argue that our state legislature is worse, so that if there's anybody who should get raises, and it's not because everybody's so wonderful at the state, but because of the incentive structure, the state legislature should probably triple what they are paid, because only very wealthy people can take 3 months, or people who are have their own business or are retired can take 3 months off, right? So if anybody needs to do this, it's the state. However, I will be against this, and it's not because there aren't good arguments for it. There are very good arguments for it, but there are 2 things that sit with me. One is that I don't think a $6,000, $5,500 a year difference is going to make a big enough difference to be impactful. 2 is I do believe in symbolism. And when I'm asking, I personally ask every single department head, and this is just me personally, right? Like, I personally ask every single department head to make cuts, and I'm personally the guy who's at the center of saying no all the time. And I can't vote for myself a raise when I'm saying no to other people. I can't do it. Doesn't mean that the work isn't worthy of it. It just doesn't sit well with me. And the third reason is that the real gift that I have been given out of this, truly the gift that I have been given, is learning something about all of these organizations and the functionality of how local and county governments work that I did not know before. And I didn't know, and would have never known, would have been totally ignorant and just, been another guy who's angry because when something goes wrong, you see it. All the things that go, every time Sheriff Craddock does something right, you don't notice it. Every time one of his guys do something wrong, it's on the news. And I would have just been one of those guys. And because of doing this, I've been gifted. It's not anything I've done. I've been gifted with that knowledge, and that to me is worth more than anything anybody's going to pay. So all of these are good arguments. there's very good reason to vote for it. No one should, there will be people who are angry online or whatever, they voted themselves a raise. That is not not what I think should be leveled at people who vote for this. It's hard for me to vote for it when I'm telling other people no. That's personally. Mr. Lambert.
What do you see your job as a budget chair? Narrow it down.
What I see my job as is coordinating and overseeing the purse that taxpayers have given us to be responsible with it while providing them with services that are sufficient for what they're paying for.
Responsible budgeting.
Yeah, I mean, and
so would you not say that responsible budgeting is making sure we have $2026 spent and not $1995 spent?
You have a very good argument. There are a lot of responsible things. There's a lot of responsible things. These balances all have to be done, and there's no perfect answer.
And for the record, if I may, when I knocked doors or had to go and ask people to sign my petition, spent time with my constituents, I told every one of them, I'm voting. I'm going to ask to raise because they asked me, how much money are you making? I bet, how much work do you do? What are you doing? And I told them all the committees and the work, and they're like, oh my goodness, how much money do you make? That's where it would come in. I bet you don't make enough money. And I was like, I don't think about the money, but I make $500 a month before taxes. And they're like, what? How many hours a week? I said, some weeks it's like 60 or 70 hours a week.
Some weeks are big weeks.
Some weeks it might be 10 hours.
Some weeks might be very little.
Yes. Those are usually the last week of the month, if I have no committees. And I said, and I'm like, and I want you to know, I am going to ask I said, double our pay. And they said, when was the last time y'all had a pay raise? I said, I think it was in 1995. And they said, that is unreal. So this is from citizens. So I would not have come and asked at commission if those people had said to me, oh, you're not worth it, or oh, that work isn't worth it. And I understand asking them, but we have been faithful as a commission to give them pay raises. And I don't see it in that, in that vein.
That's why I didn't ask last year. We could have done this last year and went ahead and built it in the budget. Last year, to me, it was more important to keep the people we had on staff and make sure we really invested in their raises. And I feel like we've done a really good job. I'm proud of the work we've done, even when I wasn't on the budget committee.
This commission's been very, I think this commission has done a good job in trying to but
at the, hold on, let me finish.
I'm sorry,
let me finish.
You go ahead.
The argument we've heard for years, and even today, is I'm losing people because they can go somewhere else and make more money. The same argument can be applied to commission. People are not running because they can spend that time making more money somewhere else. And I don't feel like that's fair to our county to have a very limited viewpoint and pool. I actually had a conversation with someone that was my age and you should run. You ask me all the time about questions. I'm not going to run because I have to have a part-time job to supplement my income and pay my rent. And y'all don't get paid enough to deal with all the crap that you have to deal with. And they were saying it in jest, but it's true. It remains, and it's not an easy thing. To Mr. Hyde's point, it's never a sexy thing. And to your point, it's probably going to be bashed on the social media and every Facebook group. But I also, just as much as I got elected to be a servant, I got elected to not not skirt the hard decisions. And so that's why I bring it up and am passionate about it.
And then Mr. Harrison.
I hadn't said anything, so I'll just weigh in. First of all, I agree with Commissioner Klein on somebody like Dylan, and not just singling him out because there's others, but it's not just about the money. He's having to leave 3 small kids at home, and that's a cost too. And I can also appreciate what David said about he's not even running, and he recognizes the amount of work that we do. And I appreciate him saying that he would vote for this. I personally think it's way too low. And I will be supporting it. I don't know if it'll pass on the floor. I will say this, keep in mind that, we're probably gonna have half turnover. So we're not, people say, oh, you're voting for yourself. No, it's, first of all, I gotta live to election time. And we're all listed hour to hour, day to day. But the next commission, whoever that might be, I mean, I'm running unopposed, thank the good Lord. But that's no assurity that I will be in this office come September 1. So we're voting for the next commission. So I will be supporting it. And, you know, if it got to the floor and somebody wanted to amend it to lower it to a smaller amount, certainly I would take that into consideration as well. But it is, some days my phone calls start at 5:30 in the morning.
Well, I will.
And they'll go to 9:30.
Oh, yeah, oh, yes,
Easily.
oh, yes.
Easily.
Oh, yes.
Depends on what it is.
Oh, yes.
And I know that some of us at this table are the exception rather than the rule, but yeah, it is time away from your family, and if we were asking anybody else to do it, we would expect them to be compensated. I mean, we've had these judicial magistrates, it wouldn't be anything for them to have to sign a warrant at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
And we're compensating them for that, so I just think, it's the moral thing.
I will say that I will support this budget. You know, whatever if it's the will of this, you know.
You're talking about. You're talking about this individual.
This is, yeah.
And I respect that.
Mr. Hyde?
Just an FYI, if I remember the statute correctly, we have to make this decision at the beginning of this term of the commission, and we're locked in then for 4 years. You can't just do it raise it in years. You're locked in.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would do it in this budget cycle.
Yep.
That's correct.
So that if we're gonna do it, this is the time to do it, which is why I will also, like, I will make this as somebody who will vote against it here, but will support whatever the will of this is. I will never say a bad word about people who voted for it, and I'll actively defend people who voted for it. Just, I mean, seriously. All right, any other discussion on this? I think this was a very good discussion, and thank you for bringing it up. Any other discussion? All right, I'll do the question. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No. Motion carries with Hyde and Schoaf against.
Thank you all for having a civil discussion.
Absolutely,
I
and
think
that was,
our
we are,
colleagues can learn something.
we're 4 minutes out. Go ahead, did you want to make a
I
comment?
want to add to that. I wasn't thinking about, I need you here, we need you here. If your wife is sick and your kids, you have to hire a babysitter. I wasn't even thinking about that. And these young
It's
people that
happening.
are running for office and they've got little kids and their wives work. And I'm so grateful for that. So yes, I'm sorry, I just needed to, you're right, I did never.
Yeah, I think
I didn't never know
Jeremy's
when my kids were
youngest
little.
daughter was 7 when he got on, and she's 16 now, and
Here's what I'd say this, and maybe we can head out, because we're right at 5. Mr. Klein is a extreme fiscal conservative. I've worked with you for 4 years, and I mean that as a compliment. I mean, I do. I mean that as a compliment. And, like, to the point where, like, we frustrate each other from time to time, but in a good way, right? I mean, and this man just said it's worth it, so I think that ought to send a message to people who would come against it. Are there any other discussions? Oh, go
Can we
ahead.
find out what that final
I
number
was
is?
gonna say,
Oh, yeah, let's look at that number.
And then let's,
And
well,
then
can we adjust that?
Because we're probably gonna be about
Because it's at 6, so shouldn't it all go to 12?
no, 950.
Or 950, I'm sorry.
Yes, she did.
Okay.
You gotta get this through commission before it even becomes a budget item.
So,
So 670.
670.
Okay.
We're doing,
So
we're
just
cooking
to
with
make sure
Crisco.
we're not voting on a
go ahead.
budget with the increase at the same time. You see, there's gotta be a stagger.
Well,
So we have to do that before June 30th.
Yeah.
we'll have the time. Ms. Browning?
We didn't do this on all the departments, because there were some that still they put in increases.
Okay,
Y'all didn't give us direction
got
on
it.
what to do with those.
We'll need to do those.
So, there's the libraries.
That's what I'm saying, asking, is the COLA percentage built in like a formula? If you change it once, it'll
Yes.
change? That's what I'm saying, it may be easier to do, even if it's just for budgeting purposes, to put 2% in.
Yeah, the problem is there are some that might be like
I'm just
they're-
saying we're gonna have to manually put every single merit increase.
No, she can do that, but there are some of them, as we go through them, we're gonna have to look like.
Dylan was correct. The merit increases are manually for each.
Yes, yes, I'm saying, but there are some manual increases that are outside of the norm, but that might be warranted.
Right. I'm just saying to get an
So-
accurate, that 670 number may not be.
But if,
that's
no,
what I'm
it's
trying to
not, it's
figure out.
not, it's not gonna be,
There's
it's not
another-
gonna be.
there's another
But
potential
if we go and do that right
$300
now, then we'll lose that data before we go in.
Yeah.
That's my point.
And I also don't want, I mean, I know, just because I had talked about it, like, the Portland Library didn't put merit increases.
Right.
The libraries don't have merit increases,
Some of them do.
but not this.
Not built in.
And I don't want to get them
Yeah, I
left
see what
out.
you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes, some increases. That's.
I
that's
guess
my
what I'm saying
point.
is I don't want to.
Oh, yeah, but.
I don't want to penalize the people that did not because they followed
The
instructions.
whole
Right,
point
right,
is
right,
to
Okay.
not do that. When we will do it,
Okay.
department by department. That's tomorrow's work.
So we're,
worksheet.
okay.
So take everything that you want, because tomorrow this will be a clean table when you walk in.
We can't just leave our
Because
stuff.
it's a mess.
That's what Mr. Hines said.
All right, with, one
Motion
vote just to
to
be.
adjourn.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, good.
Everybody